From exclusive items to portion sizes, we wanted to revisit and find out all the differences between McDonald's in the US and UK. This is Food Wars. It has been 4 years since we made the first US versus UK McDonald's video, and a lot has changed since then. That episode became extremely popular. Millions of views, a cultural moment if you ask me. And not a week has gone by that someone has pointed at my face in public and told me that Food Wars is their favorite show on BuzzFeed. Close enough.
Things have come and gone for the menu, prices have changed, and somehow Joe looks exactly the same.
Yeah. I may look the same, but trust me, my cholesterol is a nightmare. So we're gonna go ahead and compare McDonald's again with some fresh twists. Let's jump in.
Drinks from a UK McDonald's come in 3 sizes: small, medium, and large. Our medium drink in the UK is now what our large used to be.
In the US, our fountain drinks come in 4 sizes. The smallest is the kids or extra small. Then we have the small, the medium, and the large. Our large cup size shrunk.
Let's double check how much both countries are getting in a large soda. So it turns out a large UK McDonald's fizzy drink is now 600 millilitres, and that was without the ice. Maybe get a few more mils out of that. Or not. 600 millilitres. When we first shot this 4 years ago, an American small was almost the same size as a UK large. However, it does seem like we're slightly catching up with America, and now our large soda is closer to an American medium. UK fries come in 3 sizes: small, medium, and large.
US fries also come in 3 sizes: small, medium, large.
Last time we did this, the US large was 46% bigger than ours. Let's see if that's still the case.
Let's see what we got here.
That's actually really impressive. They've given us exactly 130 grams of fries, which is exactly what we got in 2020.
Now we're at 183. That's a difference of 7 grams. What is 7 grams worth of fries? That's 7 grams right there. So it is possible this many were lost in transit from bag to hand via my mouth. Sorry. The McNugget portion sizes have not changed since 2020. In the US, still get 5 nugget variations. The 4-piece, the appetizer, the 6-piece for the kids, the 10-piece, the 20-piece, and of course, our largest, the 40-piece.
Nuggets in the UK only come in 4 sizes: a 4-piece as part of a Happy Meal, a 6-piece, a 9-piece, and our largest size, a box of 20. For the mathematicians out there, that makes the US's largest size 100% bigger than the UK's.
Side by side with the shot from the original video. The iconic Big Mac obviously comes in 1 size. Let's go ahead and weigh it.
So the UK Big Mac came to 214 grams, which is actually an increase from the last time we did this. So maybe our Big Macs are growing.
It's 202 grams. It's gotten 4 grams heavier.
Here is everything you'll find on a UK McDonald's menu that you don't have in the US.
Here's everything on the menu at a US McDonald's you won't find in the UK.
There are a lot of items here that weren't there 4 years ago. The UK menu has really branched out, and I think generally it's gone in a good direction. In the US, you have the option to, of course, buy a double cheeseburger, and I guess if you asked them, you could put bacon on it, but there's no standard menu item for a bacon double cheeseburger, whereas on the UK, this is on the menu in its own right. Changed the bacon a little bit that they use on this. Previously, we had these really thin, quite sad-looking bacon rashers, whereas now it's more like classic UK back bacon. You might also notice that the bun looks different, but more on that later. Next up, we have the triple cheeseburger. Taking a brief detour away from meat options, we have the McPlant on the UK menu. This thing's been around for a couple of years now. It's basically McDonald's own version of a meatless beef burger. They reportedly spent a long time developing this because they just weren't happy enough with the other meatless burger options out there on the market, and particularly weren't happy with the vegan cheeses. So this is their own vegan cheese blend. Honestly, as far as vegan burgers go, this is actually one of the better ones I've had. The mouthfeel is very, very similar to what you would expect from a meaty burger. The other plant-based burger option in the UK is this, the Vegetable Deluxe. You have the same vegan mayo that they use on the McPlant, but instead of a meat patty, you get these veggie dippers. I've made it known on many occasions that I'm not a huge fan of these. I remember ages ago when we filmed the first one, Joe saw these and looked mortified.
Off with this. Yo, this sucks ass, dude.
We also have 2 limited time offerings on the menu at the moment. We have a quarter pounder with cheese deluxe and a double quarter pounder with cheese deluxe. Apparently in the UK, when deluxe is concerned, that means you're adding lettuce, mayo, and tomato to a burger. I'm a really big fan of the classic Quarter Pounder, and I think what it really does well is simplicity. And I think by adding more things, particularly that tomato slice and also the lettuce, I think you're actually veering away from what makes a Quarter Pounder a Quarter Pounder. I'm pretty sure the US has deluxe Quarter Pounders as a permanent menu item.
Yes, we actually do have the Quarter Pounder Deluxe. Looks to be the same, right? Let's get a look at that. It's got lettuce, more lettuce, tomato, onion. I think you'd be hard pressed in this country to find a fan of the Quarter Pounder with cheese who's like, I wish it had a slice of tomato and lettuce and swimming in mayo. In the middle here we have this meat monstrosity. It's a double Quarter Pounder with cheese and bacon. What was Michael Jordan had his own signature burger in the 90s. I think it was a Quarter Pounder with cheese with bacon. This is so good. I think the bacon on the Quarter Pounder, genius idea, should be available all the time. Right, next up, we have the McDouble. Now, you in the UK are looking at this and thinking, oh, a double cheeseburger, we have these, and not so fast. This is a McDouble. What's the difference? One less slice of cheese. Why does this exist? Who is like, oh, there's too much cheese in this double cheeseburger? It's never been said out loud. Does anyone want to defend this versus the double cheeseburger?
The McDouble, which is my personal favorite burger at McDonald's.
I'm curious to know who would get this over a double cheeseburger.
Yum.
Next, we're on to the chicken options. Now, we have some exclusive items in the UK when it comes to chicken, but also some differences that we wanted to point out between similar things in the US and the UK. For example, here is a UK McCrispy. In the UK, a McCrispy is a breaded and fried chicken breast. You have this sourdough-style bun with lettuce and mayo. In the UK, I'd say that lettuce and mayo are pretty much your standard toppings for a chicken sandwich. Is that the case in the US, Joe?
I wouldn't say so, Harry. The McChicken has lettuce and mayo. But in America, as we segue into chicken sandwiches, here's the McCrispy, has nothing except 2 pickles. Nothing. No. I'm getting nothing. It doesn't taste like Southern fried chicken. It doesn't taste like really fried chicken. It's a flavorless, bland, fried piece of chicken. They do also have a spicy McCrispy. And your boy's about to do a 180. I do really like the spicy McCrispy sandwich. All they did was put the spicy sauce on it, and it's suddenly like one of the best fast food chicken sandwiches. Yes, I said it. Nothing at Chick-fil-A touches this sandwich. The spicy sauce is fantastic. That's a good sandwich. Oh man. In the US, an exclusive twist to the chicken sandwich can be ordered as a deluxe version. Just like the Quarter Pounder with cheese, you can also have your McCrispy ruined with stuff you didn't want in the first place. Lettuce, tomato. I would definitely get the deluxe over the plain, but the deluxe is just fine. But this is great. Also want to point out you can get the spicy McCrispy as a deluxe sandwich as well.
Another limited time menu offering that we have in the UK right now is the Chicken Big Mac. As the name suggests, it's basically a regular Big Mac, but the beef patties have been swapped out for what are effectively chicken mayo patties. It's a bit more like a chicken nugget in terms of texture and flavor, but you still have all the other components of a regular Big Mac, including the sauce, the cheese, the pickles, the onions, the lettuce. I do think you could also just put Big Mac sauce on anything and I would like it. It also looks really similar to the chicken Maharaja Mac that Nick Hill tried in the India season, although I imagine this one has a lot less flavoring. The UK also has a spicy chicken sandwich option, but we call ours the McSpicy, which I think is a better name than the spicy McCrispy in the US. The McSpicy is okay. I think it misses out on a couple of things that make the McCrispy really good. For example, you don't have that sourdough style bun, you just have the standard bun. The mayo I think is also slightly different. This is just a very standard mayo, whereas the McCrispy uses this kind of buttery mayo. And I think in terms of the heat, all they really do is just kind of like run this through some chili powder. Sticking with the chicken options, in the UK you'll find chicken selects. These are basically just chicken tenders. They're slightly fancier than the nuggets, and as such they come with like slightly upgraded versions of the sauces, but again, more on that later. Here we have the mayo chicken. Ooh, they've burned the bun. I really like the mayo chicken. It's like a savor menu staple. In my mind, it's just like a smaller and cheaper McChicken. We also have a bacon mayo chicken, and as the name suggests, it's the same thing, but with bacon. We're sticking with the UK for the time being because we have an entire product range that the US doesn't have. Wraps and salads.
The wraps and salads disappeared from the menu here a few years ago, and good riddance. I've never enjoyed a wrap.
Most of these involve chicken and bacon in various different combinations with different sauces. We'll start with the wraps. We have 3 meat options here, which involve chicken, which can either be had grilled or crispy. This is the sweet chili chicken one. Obviously, you can see the crispy chicken in there. You also have some salad. In this case, it's cucumber and lettuce. And then in this one, you have some mayo and a chili sauce. We also have a Caesar and bacon crispy wrap, the barbecue and bacon chicken wrap, and the spicy veggie one. Instead of the chicken pieces, you have veggie dippers in there. I will say I don't often order the wraps, but they are pretty popular. I think partly due to the Wrap of the Day campaign, which has been running for a long time now. Basically, depending on which day of the week it is, one of these wraps will only cost £1.99, which is still a pretty good deal. I don't know how they've kept that running for the entire 4 years we've been doing this, but hey, I'm glad they have. And then for the salads, we have 3 options. We have a chicken and bacon salad, we have a chicken salad, and we have a side salad.
I'm realizing now the UK seems to have more exclusive items than us, which is interesting and was not the case back in 2020.
Speaking of, the UK has a few exclusive side options to go with your meal. We have these cheese and herb bites. Usually on the UK menu, there's some kind of fried cheese option. It changes slightly throughout the year. Usually it'll be like mozzarella or maybe halloumi sticks, but at the moment we have these cheese and herb bites. They're also served with this rich tomato dip. If for some reason you're a huge fan of the Veggie Deluxe sandwich, you can also just get the veggie dippers as a side. And then we have 2 fruit bag options. In the UK, you can get a bag of carrot sticks, and while the US has apple slices, we have apple and grape.
The only exclusive side we have here in the US are apple slices.
What about Happy Meal options? In the UK, we have a few main course options that you won't find in the US. Firstly, we have fish fingers. I guess in the US, you guys tend to call them fish sticks. In the UK, fish fingers. They are a beloved food, kind of a kid's food, but also a lot of adults, myself included, will eat fish fingers. Fish finger sandwiches particularly are a delicacy.
The only exclusive Happy Meal option we have isn't an exclusive product, it's more like a portion size. Both countries have chicken nugget Happy Meals, but in the UK, you only get 4. Here in the US, you can get 4 or 6, baby. 6 nuggets for the kids. Hey, look what I found. That extra small fry from earlier that didn't include apple slices again. And yes, the nuggets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got a honey mustard sauce and honey and the toy. I'm confused. Maybe not. I asked for Captain America. Okay, Captain America Brave New World. This is a movie or a show? And you can get Captain America in flight, Red Wing, Falcon, Diamondback, Ruth, the Red Hulk. There's a Red Hulk now? He's red?
Next up, it's the breakfast menus. In the original episode, we actually didn't have any breakfast exclusives, but that's changed a lot because now we have plenty. Starting with the breakfast wrap. I actually like the way that McDonald's packages their wraps. They come in these things where you just take the middle part off, and then bang, you get a little wrap holder. You can get this either with ketchup or with brown sauce. I went for the ketchup option today. So the breakfast wrap is a limited time offer. It might not be sticking around for long, but I hope it does. It basically contains every component of the other McDonald's breakfast items in one handy menu item. So in here, you have the egg, cheese, bacon, you have the sausage, and even the potato. McDonald's, if you're watching this, keep this around. People love it.
Starting with the biscuits. This is something from the original US versus UK Food Wars where I introduced our biscuit sandwich. UK, you call cookies biscuits, we don't. So in the UK, biscuits are cookies, or what we call cookies. You think they're scones or scones. It's neither of those things.
Joe, you were so close on the whole cookie biscuit thing. What you guys call biscuits, we would actually kind of call scones, or scones, depending on where you're from. And the thought of putting breakfast food in between them is kind of weird. They're usually reserved for cream and jam for an afternoon tea. Man, me as a breakfast biscuit, set the tone early on for Food Wars graphics. Love that one.
We get all of our breakfast sandwiches in biscuit form. This right here is the sausage biscuit. We also have the sausage and egg biscuit. Ooh, they were generous with the egg, look at that. And the bacon, egg, and cheese. I'm gonna try this one because I feel that the bacon, egg, and cheese is my preferred breakfast sandwich meat combo. That's so good.
The drawback is it's so dry.
Next up, we have the Mighty McMuffin. Similarly to the breakfast wrap, they've kind of just taken all of the components of the other McMuffins and combined them into one. You get the cheese, the sausage, the bacon, and the egg in one muffin. On the subject of combining all of the components into one, we also have the breakfast roll. It's the same ingredients, the bacon, the sausage, the egg, and the cheese, but this time it's served on a floury roll. We also have a bacon roll from McDonald's. This one is very simple. It does what it says on the tin. It's literally just bacon on the floury roll. This one is with ketchup, although I think you also have the brown sauce option as well. A bacon sandwich is one of the most classic British breakfast menu items. I'm glad that they've got one. I don't know if they do the best bacon sandwich on the market by a long shot. It's a lot of bacon, it's dense.
We've been doing this show for 4 years, and for 4 years I've been singing the praises of the McGriddle. I am McGriddles #1 fan, and I love to say it. These are the McGriddles. Folks, if you're just joining us, McDonald's took a breakfast sandwich. They're like, get out of here, bread, and hello, mini pancakes. And while we're at it, we're gonna inject syrup inside of them. Let's get a look at that M there so you know where they're from. Let's take a look on the other side. Injection points of the syrup. I love these things. Once again, bacon, egg, and cheese. Gotta try it. American food engineering at its finest. These have a 100% hit rate. Every time I have them, they're great.
I love how Joe's love for McGriddles hasn't wavered at all since the first episode 4 years ago. He's still their #1 fan. I have now tried them, and I have to say, they are pretty good. I don't know if they're quite as good as Joe thinks they are, but they're good, and I kind of wish we had them here.
You can also get it with just pancakes and sausage, if that's your thing. And of course, sausage, egg, and cheese.
Next up is a funny menu item. This is the muffin with jam. Although actually today, they forgot the jam, so it's just a muffin. All they do is just butter it and then usually give it to you with a little sachet of Bon Maman jam. I don't know why I did the French accent for jam as well, jam.
We end with English muffins, which no diss to English muffins, but like third choice on the breakfast sandwich menu, third. You know, shout out to Ray Kroc. He was like, he loves Eggs Benedict, how to put in a sandwich for him. He figured it out, or he paid someone to figure it out. You got the hollandaise sauce. The first of its kind, so the OG, so gotta give it up. Gotta give it up for the Egg McMuffin, but I haven't had one in years. I wouldn't get this over any of these. Also, we have the sausage McMuffin, that our sausage McMuffin includes, oh no, it should include egg. Guys, what happened? This could be my mistake.
Then, of course, we have a few exclusive McMuffin options, starting with this one, which is the bacon and egg McMuffin. Your ears don't deceive you. For some reason, McDonald's in the US doesn't seem to have bacon and egg as a McMuffin option. You can only get it as part of a breakfast biscuit or a McGriddle. And then we also have a double bacon and egg McMuffin option. On the subject of doubles, that's another thing which strangely is exclusive to the UK, because here we also have a double sausage and egg McMuffin. Might be my favorite menu item as well. Joe, if you tried to order this in the US, would they let you?
Harold, you talked about the double meats. Now, double meat is not an official menu item at McDonald's, but ba-da-ba-ba-ba, you can have it your way. I go ahead and customized and had a second sausage patty. But wait, have it your way is Burger King. That's the wrong one. Okay, I got the song right. Well, McDonald's, they'll do whatever you want to.
Here we have the cheesy bacon flatbread. Yeah, this one always makes me a bit sad. If you get them fresh out of the oven and they're nice and hot and the cheese is still melted, I can see why maybe this would appeal.
If you want to go ahead and lay out your breakfast sandwich in its 3 components and also make sure at least one sea turtle dies, great news. You can get the big breakfast, which is the sausage, egg, biscuit, deconstructed. My thoughts, if you can do it in sandwich form, why would you do it in non-sandwich form? This is what annoys me about this. I mean, how much waste this show has produced, and I'm suddenly on my high horse. Also, wait, before I do this, are there plenty of hash browns? Also, I've been informed that I can have this hash brown because Yuli's back, and they love these hash browns, so there's one waiting for them over there, so.
Now here's a classic British breakfast staple. We have porridge on the menu in the UK. Now Americans will know porridge by oatmeal. I actually have occasionally ordered porridge from the UK McDonald's. It's okay, like if you're on the move, you need an early breakfast, McDonald's is the only place that's open, but you don't feel like you need a full McMuffin thing. Porridge is fine, it does the job.
Also, probably for legal reasons, they also offer a fruit and maple oatmeal thing. Here's your oatmeal. All right, plastic container number 1, sliced apples. Plastic container number 2, cranberries and raisins. Plastic container number 3, the spoon. And it all comes in plastic container number 4. If you can't eat all of it, don't worry. Plastic container number 5 makes it portable. So do something for the environment, have some fruit and maple oatmeal. In the US, the sausage burrito. Look, this isn't a burrito. Just wanna make that up top. I don't know, it's closer to a taco, but it's not really a taco. I think that this gets like an F as far as what's in it, how they produce it, everything about it. That being said, I absolutely love this thing. I get these all the time. I'll get This is embarrassing. When I get a McDonald's breakfast, I always get one of these on the side. I'm so ashamed. But also their Mexican style salsa, which is not Mexican or Mexican style. And I don't know if you can legally call it salsa, but yo, it's so good. I love this so much.
That brings us to everyone's favorite segment, Sauce Talk 2024.
Sauce Talk.
Firstly, we have that rich tomato dip, which is usually served with the cheese bites. It is pretty similar to the ketchup, but like a little more herby, maybe, a little more tangy. More along the lines of a marinara rather than a ketchup.
We got exclusive sauce in the US, starting with a savory, allow me to pronounce this wrong, McDonald sauce. Take McDonald's, flip the M over, make it a W. Here's what I know about this limited edition sauce that I totally couldn't get my hands on. For years, anime shows like Cowboy Bebop and Sally the Witch have kind of, let's just say, skirted copyright issues by instead of featuring McDonald's, flipping the W and making it McDonald's, a made-up thing. Well, McDonald's saw this in pop culture and was like, we're gonna go ahead and steal that back by making a sauce with that logo. I think even the ad campaign has those animations in it, right? All I know is the sauce is completely gone. One cup like this, so this size of the sauce, is going between $3 and $7 on eBay here in the US. Doesn't sound like that much, but I wanna say that's like a what, infinity markup, because these things are free.
This one is a balsamic dressing. This comes with the salads. It's actually not bad.
And you also get mayonnaise, we don't have. Yellow mustard, don't have. Honey mustard. Man, honey mustard just took over in the 90s. Suddenly it was everywhere and everyone thinks it's so great. I do like honey mustard.
Next up, we have one of my personal favorites, which is the sweet curry dip. So good. It really is quite sweet, I will say.
Spicy buffalo. This is, I think, is what you're supposed to dip your bland, dry chicken sandwich in. I don't think this is the spicy sauce. That's very good. Not too spicy. Good call on this one.
We actually have two barbecue dips in the UK. This one is just a classic barbecue dip. Again, comes in the unflashy packaging and is free. It's okay, it's a little like acrid, maybe. Then we have a couple of slightly fancier dips, which are designed to be enjoyed with the chicken select, but can still be purchased with anything else. If you're not getting the selects, these ones will actually cost you money. And we'll start with the smoky barbecue dip. It's a bit thicker and gloopier. It's basically just a much better version of the regular barbecue dip. I actually do think if you're a big barbecue sauce fan, it's probably worth paying the difference and getting the fancy barbecue dip versus the cheap one.
Creamy ranch, guys. Ugh, it's country and ranch, I swear to God. Tastes like all other ranch, because it all tastes the same. That's right, Hidden Valley.
Personal favorite of mine, sour cream and chive. Really tangy from that sour cream. There is a third one of these fancy dips, which is a sweet chili dip, which unfortunately they forgot today, but it's really good. We love our sweet chili here in the UK. And then I guess the golden syrup that comes with the porridge could count as a sauce, so for science, let's try that with a chip. I expected that to suck. It's actually not that bad.
And honey. Am I gonna taste honey right now? Tastes like honey. We got good sauces here in the US.
It's dessert time. We'll start with a few exclusive McFlurry options. Firstly, we have a limited time Biscoff McFlurry. And as another limited offer one, we have this Galaxy Chocolate McFlurry. For those who don't know, in the UK, there's kind of a war between Galaxy and Dairy Milk chocolate. Dairy Milk is owned by Cadbury, Galaxy is owned by Mars. I enjoy both. I'm a diplomat, you know. And hey, the ice cream machine was working today. That's the main winner. Another exclusive McFlurry in the UK is Smarties. And then our final exclusive McFlurry option are these Maltesers McFlurries. I feel like we should also compare the packaging here, because in the UK, they've recently made a move to get entirely recyclable McFlurry packaging. As you can see, this is actually made of paper, and even the spoons now are paper too.
Apparently the only exclusive McFlurry we have is the M&M's McFlurry. Let's take a look at that packaging. Paper, which is more recyclable, but still plastic top. But when mini M&M's came out, I was like, who cares what size they are? But actually mini M&M's I like more than regular M&M's. The candy shell to chocolate ratio is more in favor of the candy shell, which I like. And that you can taste in the McFlurry. These are two classic sundaes, fudge, caramel. Can't believe you guys don't have these. These have been around since I've been around. It's good that they make it clear so you can scrape the sides so you know where all the pockets of caramel are. Whatever the caramel they use in this, it's maybe my favorite caramel. I have many caramel opinions. But this tastes like real caramel, but the stuff they use in those coffee drinks tastes like artificial. And of course, fudge. I mean, dude, shout out to this McDonald's. This is generous fudge, right? It's normally not this much. Wow. Maybe they knew. They're like, $300 worth of McDonald's, I think it's the Food Wars guy. Controversial opinion, I like these sundaes more than I like McFlurries. Come at me, comments. Come at me. And also you can get the classic vanilla swirly cone. I didn't get it because by the time it got here, it'd be soup.
Moving away from ice cream, we also have some baked dessert options, including this chocolate brownie. Had it before, not very good. We have a mixed berry muffin, actually pretty good. A triple chocolate cookie, and a toffee apple donut. You might also be able to find a sugar ring donut, but unfortunately we couldn't get it today. And finally, we have 2 pie options right now. Firstly, we have the classic apple pie. I'm aware that Americans can get apple pies, but ours have a crucial difference. In the UK, we still fry our apple pies. This used to be the case in America, but now they're baked. They stopped frying them after a health panic around 1992. To me, that is a huge downgrade because I love these things. These are phenomenal. You hear that crunch, America? That's what an apple pie should sound like. And then finally, we have a limited edition Galaxy Caramel Pie. A Galaxy Caramel bar is a milk chocolate bar with liquid caramel pieces inside, and they've turned that into a pie form. They've kind of turned the dough into like a chocolate pastry. It's fine, I'm just very loyal to the apple pie.
The dreadful baked apple pie. Boo! Congratulations, UK, yours are still fried. Ours is baked. There's one McDonald's in Downey, California that's about a 30-minute drive from where I currently am that still fries them. One of the few that still fries them is also one in Hawaii. I've been to the UK, I have had the fried apple pie. It's much, much better than the baked. This is okay. I think that they should have the fried and let us decide. Chocolate chip cookie.
We have a few hot drink options in the UK that you don't have in the US. We have a flat white. A flat white is kind of similar to a latte, but has kind of a creamier consistency to it, and is usually slightly smaller. At a UK McDonald's, you can also just get an espresso. And of course, this being the UK, you can get an English breakfast tea. I think they use PG Tips branded tea bags. I won't give you my full tier list of teas right now, but PG Tips is pretty good for me.
Here in the US, we have a bunch of exclusive coffee options at McDonald's. We'll go ahead and review some of them. I clearly didn't get all of them. Starting down here, caramel macchiato. This has been a through line of this entire show. We do coffee drinks. I talked about this at length with Starbucks. Is it actual caramel or caramel flavor? It just tastes really plasticky and chemically to me, and that is no exception. Not good. Then we also have the caramel cappuccino. The caramel flavor is not as pronounced on these as some other fast food caramel drinks, but still, I don't like that. This one right here is the French vanilla cappuccino. Maybe I'm being biased, but I really don't like cappuccinos. What I don't like is like the hot milk drinks, which a lot of these have. I just think it's hot milk. I want coffee. That's so funny I just said that because I took a sip of that. That's actually pretty good. That's actually very good. Okay, I would get that, I like that. I flip and I flop. That's the show, all right? The premium roast coffee. Harry asked if the premium roast coffee is just regular roast coffee, and that's what it is. We just call our coffee premium roast coffee. Maybe it sounded a little bit fancier. I do like McDonald's coffee. I do like it. It's pretty good. You can also get any of these hot drinks in iced form. Let's get that list on the screen. Ba-bam. One iced drink I did get is the Mocha Frappe, because they can't say Frappuccino, because that is a trademarked term by Starbucks. Not the biggest fan of Frappuccinos. I don't like this thing that happened sometime in the past 20 years where suddenly it's acceptable to have milkshakes in the morning. That's what this is. It tastes like chocolate. I like it just fine, but come on, guys. I mean, it's good, but it's like, how am I supposed to drink that and not A, have a headache by 11 a.m., and B, do absolutely no work? I'm working right now, believe it or not, so I can't drink this. Already I'm like, I think we're done with this video. That's all it took. And last and honestly least, you can get at McDonald's, for some reason, hot tea. Wah, wah. But here it is. They give us a cup of hot water and their McCafe tea. They don't even have some brand. They have their own brand of tea.
Finally, we have the exclusive cold drink options. We have a McCafe iced beverage, which is a frozen strawberry lemonade. When this arrived, it was entirely ice and looked kind of like a slushie and was very cool. It has now melted, but also it's like retained that color gradient. Looks kind of like a tequila sunrise. I'm here for it. Gotta say, actually really do like these. Hadn't really ordered these until I started doing Food Wars. And now, nice little refreshing summer beverage in the rotation. Next up we have Coke Zero. Now correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but I didn't see Coke Zero on the US menu. I just saw Diet and Regular, which we also have.
There is no Coke Zero at the US McDonald's. We do have Diet Coke. Yeah, Diet Coke has its own flavor. I guess Coke Zero is an attempt to taste exactly like Coke and not have sugar or high fructose corn syrup. Diet Coke does not taste like Coke. They taste completely different. I think that's by design.
In a similar vein to the Coke Zero, we have a couple of other Zero beverages, including a Sprite Zero, a Fanta Zero orange flavor, and an Oasis Zero summer fruits. For the Americans who haven't tried an Oasis before, it's a still, so uncarbonated beverage, and it's kind of like a squash. It's like a summer fruits mixture, kind of diluted with water. Pretty tasty. We also have this Robinson's Fruit Shoot. These are great. These were like a lunchbox staple when I was growing up. It's again kind of like a squash, so a diluted fruit concentrate. This one is again flavored with apple and blackcurrant. And finally, we have an exclusive milkshake. Now, in the US and the UK, you can get chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry, but in the UK, we have a banana flavor milkshake. It's got that really artificial banana flavor that we all know and love. If you don't know why that's the case, go Google banana apocalypse. It's really interesting.
What you won't find in the UK is Dr. Pepper. I'm not getting it. You know what Dr. Pepper is, though. You have it in your country, you just don't have it in your McDonald's. One thing we do have that you guys probably are wondering about, this bright orange thing, is the High C Orange Lava Burst. This is commonly referred to as orange drink. Hang on. It's not juice. It is not juice. There is no fruit in this. We just call it drink because we don't know what to call it. We also have a frozen Coke and a frozen Fanta Raspberry Blue. We've done the frozen Cokes and frozen Raspberry Fanta things so many times on this show, and by the time we get them, by the time we shoot, the whole thing melts. It's a disgusting mess. It doesn't look good. It tastes terrible. Not doing anymore. I'm saving it. You know what they look like? It's a Slurpee. Over here, though, strawberry banana smoothie. Yeah. Oh man, it's so good. The next one we got here, lemonade. The American style lemonade, not carbonated, not like Sprite. It's its own thing. Next to it, we have sweet tea. Tea with, I don't know, 2 pounds of sugar in it, I think. Sweet tea's nice. There's also unsweetened iced tea. The Honest Kids Organic Happily Ever After instead of Happily Ever After. And chocolate milk. Vitamin A and D, baby.
At this point, we wanted to take a moment to recognize some of the menu items that we've lost since we first started filming Food Wars back in 2020. And to remember some of our favorite menu items that we've lost along the way.
For me, the biggest loss has been the buttermilk crispy chicken sandwich. It was taken off the menu in 2020 when COVID forced McDonald's to reduce the menu. The McCrispy has since taken its place, but it's not the same. And it's not just me. People miss the original so much that there is a change.org petition campaigning for its return, and I urge all of you to sign it. It's what the buttermilk crispy chicken sandwich would want. They also strike the buttermilk crispy chicken tenders, also fantastic, also gone.
The lost menu item that I missed the most is also a chicken sandwich option. It's the Chicken Legend. Particularly the hot and spicy mayo version of the Chicken Legend used to be my favorite thing on the menu, and sadly was lost in October 2022 when McDonald's introduced the McCrispy. Issuing another plea to anyone from McDonald's who's watching this, if you're watching this, please bring it back.
Here are some other menu items that we've sadly lost along the way. Did we miss anything? Let us know in the comments, and maybe McDonald's will see those comments and take note.
In 2024, a UK Big Mac contains the following: 493 calories, 24 grams of fat, of which 8.8 grams are saturated, 42 grams of carbs, of which 9.4 grams are sugar, and 880 milligrams of sodium.
In 2024, the US Big Mac contains 590 calories and all this. That means the US Big Mac has more calories, fat, saturated fat, and sodium than the UK version.
What if you add a regular fries and a regular Coke to that to make it into a Big Mac meal? In the UK, you end up with this. Apart from the sugar, everything is pretty much exactly 50% of your recommended daily intake. And to be fair, almost all of the sugar is coming from the Coke, so if you're watching your sugar consumption, just swap that out for a diet version.
If you want to do a regular meal with a regular fry and a regular Coke, that bumps the whole thing up to 1,120 calories. And of course, all this. The US meal tops the UK version in every statistic. The biggest difference are in the saturated fats and sugar. Although I want to point out that the sugar is probably because of the Coke, which is way bigger than theirs.
4 years ago, when we made the first US versus UK McDonald's episode, we looked at the nutritional values of a large Big Mac meal with a chocolate shake. Back then, one of those in the UK came to 1,440 calories. That same meal today actually comes to 1,405 calories, meaning that McDonald's in the UK has found a way to shave 35 calories off the meal.
Back in 2020, a US large Big Mac meal with the chocolate shake came to 1,870 calories, which is 93.5% of your recommended daily intake. It is 2024, folks, and this meal comes out to 1,870 calories. At the exact same. Say what you want about McDonald's, they are consistent.
In 2024, a UK Big Mac contains 56 ingredients. Here's what that looks like.
A US Big Mac consists of 68 ingredients. That's a 21% increase compared to the UK list. Here's the full list. The main difference is in the bun. Ours is 31 ingredients compared to 19 in the UK's. Some noticeable differences include malted barley flour to give the bun a darker golden color and improve the fluffiness. Soybean oil, which is a very common cooking oil in the US due to being a major US crop which isn't really grown in the UK. Folic acid, which is also known as vitamin B9, it's mostly commonly used as a pregnancy supplement. Other notable differences in the ingredients come from the pickles found in the Big Mac. In the US, our pickles contain polysorbate 80, an emulsifier. It's fairly common in the US foods, but studies have found that it may promote tumor growth in lab mice. Give me my guy.
There's one ingredient in the UK Big Mac that's not found in the US version. Chalk. Chalk, or its scientific name calcium carbonate, is added to UK flour to ensure that Brits get calcium in their diet. What about the fries? McDonald's fries in the UK contain just 3 ingredients: potatoes, oil, and salt. Surely that's all you need to make fries, right?
Wrong. McDonald's in the US contains 6 ingredients, or 9 if you count the multiple frying oils used. Canola oil is just what we call rapeseed oil over here in the US. But what about those other differences?
A lot of them come down to a change McDonald's made to its fries back in 1990. McDonald's used to deep fry its fries in beef tallow, but stopped doing this after a public health campaign against it. They replaced the beef tallow with a mixture of vegetable oils. Not only did this cause them to lose that gently beefy flavor that they had, but ironically, it might have made them less healthy for consumers.
This is because the new vegetable oil mix used ended up containing more trans fats than the beef tallow it replaced. This led McDonald's to change the oil recipe again in 2007 to eliminate trans fat, resulting in the oil blend they use today. What about those other ingredients? Sodium acid pyrophosphate is added to stop the potatoes from discoloring during the prep stage of cooking. That might be why US fries tend to look more visually appealing than those in the UK. Check these out, UK. Not like those floppy ones you got over there in the UK. Look how stiff these are. Thank you, sodium acid pyrophosphate. And the natural beef flavoring ingredient? As you might be able to guess, that's something McDonald's added in an attempt to recreate the taste of the old fries. We did a fast food chemistry episode where we did make the fries with beef tallow, and I gotta say, they were amazing. Wasn't even close. The beef fat fries, way better.
While we're looking back at the old episode, it's also worth noting that some of McDonald's ingredients have changed since we shot back in 2020. The fries in both countries have remained the same, but McDonald's has recently rolled out a bunch of changes to both the way it cooks its burgers and the ingredients used. These changes are being rolled out in the UK, the US, and Australia.
Here's the US Big Mac bun ingredients list from 2020, and here's the new list. That's a total of 11 new ingredients. McDonald's describes this new bun as having a buttery brioche-style recipe for a soft and pillowy textured bun. And this does check out. Most of those new ingredients are proteins and starches that are aimed at improving the texture of the bread without adding eggs and butter like a traditional brioche would.
Here's the 2020 Big Mac bun recipe. And here's the 2024 Big Mac bun recipe. McDonald's has removed monocalcium phosphate, calcium propionate, and deactivated yeast from its recipe, but it's added potato starch, pea protein, dextrose, maize starch, and natural flavorings for a net increase of 2 ingredients. I actually got a side-by-side comparison of the old and new burgers at the McDonald's UK headquarters, and I gotta say, side by side, there is a stark difference. The new bun looks a lot glossier and a little bit darker as well. You can really tell that they are toasting them for longer. Taste-wise, I do like the new one. I think the texture is good. It's got more of a bready feel to it rather than a spongy feel. Although I'm not a huge fan of the kind of buttery flavoring that they've added, particularly with the Big Mac, which is already a little bit sweet thanks to the sauce.
Other changes include toasting the bun for longer, giving the burgers a tighter sear in the grill to lock more moisture in, and leaving things like lettuce out of the fridge in a shorter time to help retain its crunch. I gotta say, this might be the first time I've had a Big Mac since they've changed it. Seems like it's more sauce. Half a piece of cheese! Half a piece of cheese! What? Seems like there's a lot more sauce on it, so it's hard to tell. But this is the bun. This is a new bun. It definitely has a crust, the crust of it has a stronger flavor. It still tastes great. I'm a little startled by the cheese thing though.
Let's take a look at some of McDonald's prices. Here are some current prices in London in 2024. A Big Mac is £4.49, a regular Big Mac meal is £6.69, 20 chicken nuggets will set you back £5.99.
Here's how those items stack up right now in the US. A Big Mac is $5.79. A regular Big Mac meal, $10.19. And 20 chicken nuggets, $8.99. One of the biggest differences is the Big Mac meal, which is 20% more expensive over here.
We also wanted to check how much the prices have increased since we shot the first episode in 2020. Here are some 2020 UK prices. The Big Mac was £3.19, and the regular Big Mac meal was £4.89. 20 chicken nuggets cost £4.59. We also used to have a saver menu, which had many things costing around £1 or less, including a cheeseburger for 99p, a hamburger for 89p, and a McFlurry for 99p. So that means that in the past 4 years, prices have increased by this much in the UK. 40% for the Big Mac, 36% for the Big Mac meal, and 30% for the 20 chicken nuggets. While we still technically have a savers menu, there is no longer anything on there that costs less than £1. A plain hamburger will now cost you £1.19, a McFlurry is £1.69, and a cheeseburger £1.39. According to the Bank of England, inflation from 2020 to now should have been around 21%, meaning that on average, McDonald's prices have risen 15% above inflation.
Here are the 2020 prices in the US. The Big Mac was then $3.99, a regular Big Mac meal was $5.99, and 20 chicken nuggets were $5. That means prices have risen this much in the last 4 years. The Big Mac is 45% more expensive, the regular Big Mac meal is 70% more, and the 20 chicken nuggets, 80% more. We also used to have a value meal featuring $1, $2, and $3 price points. This was introduced at the start of 2018, but it's been quietly phased out as prices have risen. Business Insider couldn't find any items on the menu for $1 when we checked back in 2023, and I can't see any on there today. According to an inflation calculator we found from the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, inflation should have increased costs by 17% since 2020. That means on average, McDonald's prices have gone up an average of 48% above inflation. We're getting gouged. It gets even worse if you go as far back as 2014 and look at the last 10 years. According to Finance Buzz, McDonald's prices have risen on average 100% in the US. The worst offenders being the McDouble, which went from $1.19 to $3.19, and the medium fries from $1.59 to $3.79. What? We're filming this in the middle of May, right before McDonald's releases a limited $5 meal for June. That meal will include either a McChicken or a McDouble, small fry, 4-piece nugget, and a small drink, all for $5. Excuse me. Ha 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 ha. They're gonna give us this and be like, great news, this is only $5. This shouldn't be $5. I bet without the drink, I could fit all 3 of these in my mouth at once. I'm not going to, but I feel like this is 2 bites, this is 2 bites, this is 3 bites. Okay? Laughable, McDonald's.
For me, McDonald's prices really do seem symptomatic of a general cost of living crisis that is developing in the UK, which has been really frustrating over the past few years. When we were ordering some of the food for the shoot today, some of the meals that we were putting together were costing, £8, £9, which for me is just far too much to be spending on something from McDonald's. I think you can also tell that they have risen above inflation because not everywhere has increased this much, and it really does feel like now you can go to a restaurant or a slightly more upmarket chain and get just as much food for less or the same amount of money as a McDonald's meal. For me, the core appeal of McDonald's has always been the price. It's cheap fast food, it's cheap and cheerful, does the job, and I don't know, it does feel like it's increasingly losing that cheap factor. If you'd have told me 4 years ago that I would still be doing Food Wars in 4 years' time, I don't know if I would have believed you. At the time, we were trying something new, but honestly, we had loads of fun making it. The audience really loved it, so yeah, we were happy to keep making more. I do still eat fast food when I'm not filming, so thankfully, doing this show hasn't killed my love of fast food.
Food Wars has changed my opinion on fast food menus because I didn't realize till doing the show that I'd probably been getting the same 1 or 2 things at every fast food chain my entire life. So this show gave me an opportunity to try just about everything on every fast food menu item. And yeah, I know I've dogged on a lot of stuff, but I've also been pleasantly surprised by some things I normally wouldn't have gotten before. So it's been cool to be able to try all the different fast food and snacks and stuff I wouldn't normally get to be like, oh, that's what that tastes like. Now I know. Frequently asked questions from the viewer.
One question that we get a lot is, do we shoot these at the same time? And the answer to that is no. Usually I will shoot my part first, send the footage over to Joe, he'll shoot his side, and then also react to the stuff that we filmed. We also get asked a lot, what happens to the food when you shoot? The answer really is that we try and eat as much of it as we can on the shoot day, which is myself, the crew as well getting involved, also donating it to friends, family, and sometimes charities as well in the local area. We try and minimize the amount of food that we throw away because we have to do big orders for this show.
The food after we're done shooting, everything I bite we throw out, everything I haven't bit, the crew kind of divvies up against himself, and everything left over we donate.
What about some big picture stats for McDonald's? According to Statista.com, McDonald's had 39,198 stores worldwide in 2020. The number by the end of 2023 was 41,822. So despite the pandemic, McDonald's has managed to steadily increase its store count across the globe in the past few years.
While over a number of stores have increased, McDonald's is actually available in fewer countries today than it was 4 years ago.
As of when we're filming this, McDonald's has pulled out of Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan as a result of the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. The Russia-Ukraine conflict isn't the only one that's impacted McDonald's. The company faced backlash and a boycott after its Israeli franchisee donated meals to the IDF amidst the ongoing Israel-Hamas war and Israel's subsequent military operations in Gaza. In response, McDonald's has actually agreed a deal to buy back its franchises in Israel from the license holder Alonyal in an attempt to rebuild its image in the Middle East and around the world. McDonald's also pulled out of Bosnia and Herzegovina after its license to operate in the country was revoked at the end of 2022. We're comparing all the differences between Indian takeout in the US and UK. This is Food Wars. Let's compare one of the UK's favourite curry dishes, chicken tikka masala. Here's the one we got today. It's probably more on the orange side compared to some of the very vibrant red ones that you will see in the UK. To me, this seems like a pretty standard portion. Slight problem, it's too heavy for our scales. The scales we have in the UK only got to around 550 grams. These aren't much heavier than that. I'd hazard a guess at maybe 650 grams. I'm going to fish out all the pieces, put them in here, and then weigh it to see who's getting more pieces and how much they weigh. 1, 2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
9.
9.
Now that I've got the chicken out of it, this actually might be light enough to weigh on its own as well. So the sauce weighed 290 and the chicken weighed 350. So I was actually pretty close with my guess. I think in total this came to around 640 grams.
I am going to weigh it in the container it comes in. It shouldn't contribute that much to the final weight. Whoa, okay. For once, we're coming out under. We are at 586 grams for the chicken tikka masala versus the UK's 650 grams. That's a pretty decent amount.
Moving on to samosas, although I will say this can vary wildly in the UK depending on where you're ordering from. But today, we got a portion of 3 samosas. I would describe these as medium size, maybe on the smaller side as far as samosas go. I have seen ones kind of like this big before. Trying to gesture for a big one.
We only get 2 here in the US. I think this also varies place to place, the amount, the sizes. I can already tell that these are way bigger than the samosas we saw from the UK, but let's see how big they are. So in the US, we get 1 piece of naan. It is quite large.
If you order naan in the UK, they typically just give you 1 piece. We're also going to weigh it.
I would say that this naan looks thinner than the one in the UK. It does look a little flatter.
This looks pretty good. It's like decently thick, particularly around the outsides. Plenty of garlic and herbs on top. In the UK, it's pretty common to enjoy some rice with your curry, although it's often shared between 2 people. Here is some UK rice, served in one of the iconic folding foil boxes. This is just plain rice. Pilau is maybe more popular.
In the US, curry and rice usually come in separate containers like this. The rice is usually basmati or jasmine, some kind of long grain rice. Also, if I'm saying anything incorrectly, I'm so sorry. A major difference between US Indian takeout and UK Indian takeout is that our curries usually always come with a side of rice, like automatically. You don't have to add them on as an additional side. Let's weigh our rice. Here's everything you can order for takeout at an Indian restaurant in the US that you might not be able to find in the UK.
Here is everything you'll find on a UK Indian takeout menu. I finally know how Smithy felt.
Some of the dishes we're going to be talking about you'll see in both countries, but we still wanted to compare them just to see what the difference really is. First up, we've got our butter curries. Like the name suggests, this base is made up of butter, tomatoes, onions, and spices, and it has a really creamy texture. It's not very spicy at all.
Butter chicken is a pretty popular choice in the UK. It's similar in spice to korma, which I would say is the other one that people order if they don't really like spice, but they still want to enjoy a tasty curry. I do have a soft spot for butter chicken. I didn't really used to like spicy food, so korma and butter chicken were like my gateway into Indian food. As the name suggests, buttery, creamy, rich, very tasty.
So here we have our butter paneer, our butter chicken, and butter salmon, which confused me. I had never heard of it before, but I feel like we have to try it because of that. I don't really like salmon. I should start off by saying that I don't really like cooked salmon. Raw salmon, I can eat it all day. These are huge chunks of salmon. I'm mostly just tasting the curry, which is why I think I don't hate it. The texture is not as good, in my opinion, than a chicken or probably the paneer, but it's not bad because you mostly just taste the curry, so it covers up any other flavors. The texture kind of reminds me of tofu, but it's so good.
We have the chicken tikka masala. It's a slightly spicier and tangier curry when compared to something like a korma or a butter chicken. Again though, it's still a very approachable level of spice, kind of almost designed to suit the British palate, you know, nothing too extreme. I love this. There's a reason that Brits love this thing so much. It's just so tasty. It does vary depending on the place that you get it from. The color can change a lot. This one is a nice like burnished orange color. One thing that you'll find on a UK Indian takeout menu is that you can customize the protein that you put in the curry. The general options will include chicken, lamb, vegetables, king prawn, and maybe some others as well.
Moving on to our tikka masalas, we have paneer, chicken, shrimp, lamb, and vegetable. I have to try the shrimp. I've never had shrimp tikka masala in my life, and that just sounds really good to me. I love shrimp. I wouldn't say that this shrimp is particularly prawn-sized, like as big as a shrimp in the UK, but this is a hearty shrimp to me. The texture of the shrimp definitely feels a little too hard, like it was overcooked, but it still tastes good. It tastes like shrimp in a very delicious curry, which is what it is. I honestly feel like the proteins or the vegetables in curries don't really influence the taste of them to me a lot. It's just like a texture thing for me. Compared to the butter chicken, I would say that the tikka masala curry is a bit tangier. I felt like the butter chicken is softer in terms of flavor, maybe even a little sweeter. But yeah, there's definitely a difference.
Then today we also got a chana masala. As you can see by the sheer quantity of them in this dish, chana refers to chickpeas in a curry dish.
Here we have our vegan masala dishes. So this one here is mushroom masala. Then we have chana masala. And finally, bindi masala, which I believe is okra. I hate mushrooms, so I will not be trying the mushroom masala. Sorry about it. I think you can tell by looking at all three of our vegan masala options that they're not the same base. Some are more runny, while some are a bit more dry. Let's take a bite of the chana masala. I like this texture so much more. I think it's just because you can really get like the crunch of a chickpea. That's really good. It's not spicy at all. Now let's take a bite of the bindi masala. I don't think I know what okra tastes like, so this will probably be my first time trying it. It might be my last time having okra. I don't like the texture. The base itself is really tasty. It's really like, I keep using the same words, but it's got a lot of acid, it's got some bite, a little bit of heat, it's yummy. One of the spicier curries is vindaloo. It still contains some of the classic curry ingredients like onions, but gets more of a bite with the addition of ingredients like hotter chilies and vinegar. Vindaloo is traditionally a Goan recipe, but it's actually a version of a Portuguese dish called
carne de vinho e alhos.
So here we have vegetable, chicken, and lamb vindaloo. I definitely smell the spice already, so I think these are gonna be pretty spicy. Vindaloo is one of those things that I do order often if I'm going to an Indian restaurant, but the spice levels vary. I haven't had a lamb dish yet, so let's dig into the lamb vindaloo. Here's a huge piece of lamb. You can definitely taste the addition of that vinegar in the curry itself. It's got a really nice acidic tang to it. The meat is perfectly cooked. It is spicy, but I'm okay. And I don't have a very high spice tolerance, and this is pretty good for me.
I will say British people really love vindaloos. They're kind of a cult classic over here. When curry houses were really taking off in popularity in the UK, which was around the 70s, the vindaloo was often the spiciest thing on the menu. The dish's cult status among blokes was kind of cemented in 1998 when the band Fat Les released a song called Vindaloo. The song went on to become one of the unofficial anthems for the English national football team and is still sung to this day. Speaking of vindaloo, we do actually have one here, alongside a bunch of other curry dishes which you might typically find on a British Indian restaurant menu. In this case, the vindaloo actually was the spiciest dish on the menu at this place, so maybe not the smartest one to start at, but when has doing stupid stuff ever stopped me in the past? Yeah, it's got some heat. Oh no. I think lamb works so well with that because it's a really rich, savoury meat. Next up here, we have a lamb Rogan Josh. I'd say a Rogan Josh is probably more of a medium on the spice scale. It's a Kashmiri dish originally, I believe, and generally is flavoured with quite a lot of tomato and peppers. I went lamb for this one as the meat as well. Very tomatoey. You get like the sweetness and the tang from the tomatoes there. Next up we have a Madras curry. Generally speaking, on a British Indian takeout menu, you'll see the curries kind of organised by spice. Vindaloo is usually number one. You might see a fal, which can be even higher than vindaloo. And then generally it's Madras, pretty close to that, but below it. Madras actually gets its name because it was named after the city of Madras, which these days I think is called Chennai. It gets most of its spice just from chili powder. Peppery. Peppery, I would describe that as. Then the next one we have here is a danzak. There's a lot of history behind this one. It kind of fuses Persian flavors with flavors from India. It's actually made with lentils, in addition to a bunch of other spices. Things like chili, ginger, cumin, and much, much more. Yeah, you get a real richness from those lentils, actually. Next up is a patia. This one, in terms of like a broad flavor description, I would say is more like sweet and sour. Generally made with tamarind in addition to the tomato paste and the chili. It just complements each other so well. When you're looking at a British Indian takeout menu, it's hard to look past chicken korma. I'd say korma is probably even more gentle than butter chicken in terms of the spice level. This is very much your entry-level curry. If you've never tried Indian food before, you're very scared of spice and flavor, get a korma, ease yourself in, dip your toes in the delicious korma bath. The color of this is always great. It's always vibrant yellow. Effectively, they're using kind of like no chili powder whatsoever in this, so it's not getting any of that red-orange color. My brother used to work in an Indian restaurant, and the owner said that to most Indians, that's kind of like a dessert. It's that level of like sweetness and creaminess. Moving on, another dish you'll find at most UK curry houses is a balti. Balti's got an interesting origin story. There are rumours that it was created in the UK in a curry house in Birmingham, although I actually don't think that's true. From what I was able to find, it was actually more from the Baltistan region. It's another one that I would say is kind of like medium to maybe even medium low on the spicy scale. Generally quite like garlicky, fragrant curry. Next up we have a boona. Boona is another iconic UK curry house dish, in part thanks to the iconic Gavin and Stacey bit with Smithy's order. You can probably tell from the colour it's slightly darker than some of the other ones that we've got here. It's actually generally because the way that it's cooked is that they cook it on quite a high heat, so you caramelise the ingredients a bit more, and you really produce this kind of like rich, deep flavour. Shout out to the Taste of Raj for their gigantic prawns. Boona is beloved in the UK, and with flavours like that, you can see why. Next up we have the do pyaza. So do pyaza actually means 2 onions in Urdu. As you will see, generally speaking, has quite a lot of onion in it. It's sometimes topped with onion as a garnish right at the end. Then finally we have a methi. So methi is actually the Gujarati word for fenugreek, which is a herb which is pretty commonly used across a range of curries. Overall, we just seem to have a lot more options for curries than the US does. That way people can try a little bit of everything. For good representation of a typical British curry house order, and also a window into the politics that can arrive when you're sharing dishes, go and watch the clip from Gavin and Stacey, because it really is pretty iconic.
Next, let's go through our saag options. Saag is a dish that uses leafy green vegetables like spinach, mustard greens, fenugreek, or dill. We have saag paneer, lamb saag, aloo saag, chicken saag, and chana saag. I really want to try the chana saag, so let's take a bite of this one. Look at all those chickpeas. This tastes like it's good for you, which might be why I'm not loving it. I just feel like compared to the curries we've tried today, the samosas, pakoras, like, I don't know, it just feels like the flavor's kind of like a little low with this. There's nothing like really jumping out at me. I need a little more. It just tastes leafy, because it is leafy. There's a ton of leaves in it. I'm gonna try a meat sog just to see if there's a little bit more flavor. Chunky, chunky meat. Okay, let's try it. Let's try one bite.
Here we have a sag paneer. Paneer, of course, being that kind of quite firm Indian cheese. I love paneer. And then we also have a sag aloo. Both of these are great. I pretty much always order a sag paneer if I'm getting it Indian takeout. I'd say these are the main sag dishes that you might find on a UK curry house menu. Now, a classic British starter at an Indian takeout is an onion bhaji. It's basically just shredded onion. You then toss it in some flour, a bunch of seasonings, and fry it to form a bhaji. Yeah, I think this one's lost some of its crisp in transit, but very tasty, well flavored. I'm a fan. Here we have a sheikh kebab. So what they do here is to take a lamb mixture, well spiced again, kind of mold it around skewers, and then either fry it or sometimes put it in a tandoor oven. Here we have chicken pakoras. Sometimes on Indian restaurant menus in the UK, you will see pakora and bhaji kind of used similarly or kind of interchangeably. Pakora in general can refer to kind of anything. So that includes things like meat. Obviously we have chicken pakora here. I also had a haggis pakora in Scotland one time. Fascinating stuff, pretty tasty. Next up we have lamb chops. Now these are a slightly fancier starter, I suppose. I wouldn't see these on a ton of orders. I don't know, man, Indian restaurants do lamb very well. This next starter here is a king prawn butterfly. There's a lot of prawn on Indian restaurant menus in the UK. It's more common to include prawn as a kind of seafood or pescatarian option than it is to include just fish. It's pretty good. It is also seen as generally more of like a premium option. I feel like king prawn versions of a curry will cost a little bit more than the chicken or maybe the lamb. I don't know how typical this one is, but it was on the menu today, so we ordered it. This one is a grilled salmon starter. It's like a marinated salmon being grilled there, some good color on the skin. The last one that we have here is a king prawn puri. This doesn't look like any of the puri that I've seen before. Generally speaking, puri is like a thin sheet of dough, which is deep fried, and as it deep fries, it kind of puffs up into like a ball. But the one we've got here is actually not puffed up, or maybe it was and then it deflated again. But as you can see, very much not 360 degrees.
The UK also has samosas, but our appetizer menus are very samosa heavy. So we've got lamb, chicken, and veggie, and we've also got samosa chaat, which is kind of like a deconstructed samosa. Samosa chaat is a popular street food in India. It's basically a broken up samosa with chana masala, yogurt, and other chutneys. You can get different kinds of chaat at various restaurants. Let's take a bite of the veggie samosa. These are so heavy. That is so good. Yummy. I'm not sure what kind of chutney this is, but it tastes like cilantro. It tastes very, very spicy. It's so delicious. There are also tandoori options. Tandoori is a high heat style of cooking that uses a tandoor, which is a type of oven. We have tandoori chicken and tandoori shrimp. I do want to take a bite of the shrimp. It smells really good. And it smells a little lemony, which I love. The char on it is what makes it taste so good, I think. It's really delicious, but the shrimp is still overcooked.
We got a few example tandoori dishes today, including this tandoori chicken. Here we have some lamb tikka pieces. And then on the menu today, we also have chicken shashlik. There are some similarities between tikka and shashlik dishes. The differences actually come more in the marinade. So tikka traditionally has yogurt, whereas shashlik tends to have no yogurt in the marinade, instead using more things like tomato and other spices. Moving on, we have a couple of biryani dishes. Biryani is a rice dish that's wildly popular all across the Indian subcontinent, Asia as a whole. Basically, like a lot of cultures have a version of this dish. You effectively just take a bunch of rice, loads of spices, often a meat, including a chicken or a lamb or vegetables, cook them all down in one big pot. It's a dish that's often shared between maybe a family or even cooked in an enormous batch for some kind of like group celebration like a wedding. We have two versions today. We've got a chicken biryani and also a veg biryani. One thing that you often find in a biryani is cardamom pods. Yeah, the cardamom really comes through in that. Really flavorful. Big fan.
Next up, we have all of our biryani dishes. So we have vegetable, chicken, shrimp, and lamb. I'm gonna try my third shrimp dish just because I'm determined to find one decently cooked shrimp. Is biryani traditionally more dry? Because this kind of tastes dry. The biryani did come with a side of raita, so I think I want to try them together. The shrimp is actually not that bad in this one. It's the least hard of all the shrimps I've tried today. I think the addition of the raita was definitely needed because it needed some moisture. It needed something to help soften up that rice again. So together, I think they're pretty good. Separately, less good.
Many Brits like to enjoy their curry with a side of rice. Depending on where you're ordering from, you might find a lot of options for rice. The two most standard ones I would say are A, just plain rice, and B, pilau rice. Plain rice obviously is just boiled and steamed, whereas pilau rice is cooked down with a bunch of spices, maybe some butter in there as well. Often it'll have this slight yellow color, which is usually given to it by the inclusion of things like turmeric or cumin. Notable ones there include things like the keema rice, which has pieces of minced meat in it, usually lamb when you see keema on the menu.
Moving on to what's probably going to be my favorite section, we have the breads. We have regular naan, garlic naan, onion kulcha, coconut naan, cilantro naan, and roti.
At a UK curry house, naan generally comes in a bunch of different forms. We just have a plain naan over here. Here we have a keema naan. Keema refers to minced meat, so typically this will come stuffed with some meat. I love a keema naan. It does feel like you're squeezing unnecessary meat sometimes into the meal. Here we have a garlic naan, maybe the most popular choice for most Brits because it's effectively just garlic bread, which we love. Here we have vegetable naan. It's kind of full of almost like a vegetable paste. Definitely some potato going on there, various other herbs. Here we have a Peshwari naan. This is what I will sometimes go for, although it can border on too sweet. Peshwari is coconut, so it's like a powdered, desiccated, spiced coconut mixture. Because if you're having a really spicy curry, this can work really well to kind of counterbalance it.
I am interested to see what a coconut naan tastes like, so let's dig into this one first. That's not bad. That's actually quite delightful. I'm enjoying eating it. Okay. I could see this being really good with the more savory options of curries, a little sweet and savory, sweet and spicy mixture. So that's a surprising one, but a good one.
Next up, we have a paratha. So a paratha is like somewhere between a bread and a pastry, because you generally get this like kind of lamination going on. Lots of butter in there. So you get these lovely like flaky layers. Tends to have like a bit more rigidity to it, so it works quite well to scoop dishes like a dal. We also have an egg paratha here, which is the same, but has kind of been like fried in some egg. Here we have a chapati. And then finally we have the puri. Again, I wouldn't say this is the best representation I've seen of a puri before.
Now let's try the onion kulcha. I would order this. This is yummy. This one has more of like a texture element because of the pieces of onion in it. So that's kind of fun, and it tastes really good.
So poppadoms are a pretty iconic British curry house staple. Some people like to ceremonially smash them with a big karate chop down the middle. When you get poppadoms though, arguably the main event are the sides that come with it. I would say traditionally at a minimum, you get these 3 dips, and they've also given us a big thing of onion today, which I guess works too. This one is lime pickle. As the name suggests, it's fundamentally a pickled lime dish, although it's often quite spicy, so there's a bunch of chili in there as well, some other maybe peppers, capsicum, and it all forms this quite thick, spicy, very tangy paste. It's got some kick. Woo! Then you often get a mint sauce. I can't stress enough that this will not usually come in a tub. I think it's because of the size of the order that we had to put in today, they thought we were maybe feeding a small army, so they've given us enormous tubs of these sides. My normal favorite dip for the poppadoms is mango chutney. Sweet, tangy, works really well with all of these. We also got a raita today. This is the UK version of raita. So raita, again, is a yogurty-based sauce. This one has lots of cucumber in it. Very refreshing. Again, if you're ordering spicy curry, having one of these on standby is a must, just in case you get caught unawares. And then, as begrudged as I am to admit it, one of the most iconic side dishes on a British Indian restaurant menu is chips. Chips, for me, I think are a real signifier of how well Indian cuisine has managed to adapt to the British palate. Not all British people like spicy food, although I will say it's probably slightly more than Joe tends to give us credit for. I will say chips and curry sauce has become such an iconic pairing, kind of as a result of this. Also, just dipping chips into a korma is a really iconic British Indian takeout move, which, again, is probably going to upset actual Indian people, but it is good. Don't knock it till you've tried it.
Next, we have our sides. So we have an order of papadum. Papadum is made with gram flour, which is chickpea flour. The papadum came with a side of 2 sauces. We have a tamarind chutney and a cilantro chutney. Just like I mentioned before, how the white rice usually accompanies the curries, these two chutneys accompany samosas, papadums, usually your side or appetizers. We have more sides like raita. I think this is another sauce that varies from place to place. We also have mango chutney. And of course, we have our side of white rice. We got like 20 of these because of all the curries that we ordered. I've never had papadum before, so let's try some. I'm gonna mix these two sauces. I made a little perfect bite. I'm gonna take a loud bite, but just know that I'm not a loud eater. I just want you to hear how crispy this is, okay? It's so chippy. It's got like a chip consistency to me. That is really good. Usually when you go to an Indian restaurant here, they'll bring out the papadum and some chutneys as like a starter, you know, like a chips and salsa kind of vibe. I am gonna try the mango chutney as well with the papadum. Okay, big ol' scoop of mango chutney. It weirdly almost has like the taste to me of a briny olive. Maybe it's like a vinegar or something that they've added to it to give it a little kick. There's something briny in it, but it's really good.
It's difficult to do a drink section in our normal way because the offerings will vary wildly depending on the restaurant that you're ordering from. The place we ordered from today actually didn't deliver any drinks, but I did want to give a quick shout out to lager. Getting a pint with your curry is pretty much key to the British curry house experience. I don't really know where this started. I think there's a certain association with blokiness and curry houses in the UK. Or again, it might just be the fact that Indian restaurants wanted to appeal to the things that Brits most commonly wanted. Often that includes lagers. But there are a few specific lagers that you generally find on the menu at Indian restaurants that aren't commonly found elsewhere. I think just because they are pretty much only found on Indian restaurant menus in the UK, Cobra, Tiger, and a few others have really achieved kind of cult status.
We also had several flavors of lassi on the menu. Unfortunately, I could only get one delivered, the mango lassi, but they also have sweet lassi and salted lassi. It does smell like lassi, and it does smell like mangoes, so I'm pretty sure this isn't just a huge cup of vodka sauce or melted cheese. It's room temperature, which I don't want, but it tastes really, really good.
Something that we did in the Chinese takeout episode that I was keen to do again was to plate up what I think is a kind of typical British Indian takeout plate. I'm going to do one here now. Nico, I think you should do one in the US as well. We'll start with the starters. A couple of bhajis going on there. Probably a couple of samosas too. For kind of the foundation, generally speaking, I want rice in there. So we'll get some pilau rice. Break it up a little bit. Start with the rice on the bottom and kind of layer the curry on top. And then all the rice is soaking up all of that gravy, all that sauce from the curry. Obviously, if it's a British Indian takeout meal, you gotta have your chicken tikka masala. Oh yeah. I'm gonna mix meats because I want some lamb in there as well. Here is some of the lamb Rogan Josh. Beautiful. Look at the tomato. I need some naan, which for me usually means garlic. I often find a whole naan is too much, but half is probably about right. And then for me, I've also got to get some saag paneer in there as well. I think for me, that's like pretty much everything I want. Obviously some papadums to start with, plenty of mango chutney, and maybe, guilty pleasure, a few chips on the side as well. That for me looks pretty excellent.
It is time to make our plate of American Indian takeout. So let's start with our white rice. I'm just gonna pop that in there. Whole thing. Okay, that's a lot of rice. I don't think we'd eat this much rice, but here's our rice. Next, we are going to go in with one of our curries right on top. I would say, if I had to guess, I think that butter chicken is probably the most popular curry amongst Americans. It's either that or chicken tikka masala for sure. But I don't know, I just feel like the American palate would more lean towards the butter chicken. Butter, we love it. If it was up to me, we'd be doing the lamb vindaloo or one of the other vindaloos, but let's stick to what I think the American public would want, which is butter chicken and chicken tikka masala. Let's do a little mix of both. Here's our butter chicken. The tikka masala and the butter chicken look almost identical. Next, I think that we're gonna add A samosa, for sure. This one's a veggie samosa. Maybe we'll tuck her right in there. So right next to our samosa, I added the dipping chutney. So we have our cilantro chutney and the tamarind chutney. Of course, we have to add some naan. I'm going for the garlic naan. I feel like this is a really popular option here. The last thing that I would add is a mango lassi, because I usually order a spicy curry that helps tame and balance out some of that spice, so it's a must-have for me. But this is what I think Indian takeout looks like in America. I think this gives us a pretty good idea of what people here are ordering. This is how I would eat it. This is how I like to eat my curry, along with, I think, a bajillion other people. Just tear off a piece of the naan. I overstuffed this plate so bad. And just pick up a huge scoop. I don't think my chicken's gonna make it. Scoop of the curry and the rice. That's good stuff.
India is a massive country with many subcultures and different climates, so there's a lot of diversity when it comes to the food. For example, North Indian cuisine tends to favor wheat-based foods like naan.
South Indian cuisine tends to favor rice and lentil-based dishes like idlis and dosas. Weather and soil conditions also play a huge part in this. The South gets a ton of rain, which is ideal for cultivating rice. Seafood is also more common in the coastal regions of India. You'll see a lot of fish, shrimp, and crab dishes. It is a peninsula, so that makes sense.
Many cuisines across the world have been influenced by globalization and colonization, and India is no exception. Foods like tomatoes, peas, cauliflower, chilies, and potato are now very common in Indian cuisine, but aren't actually native to the region. Tomatoes, for example, were brought to India by the Portuguese, who got them from Mexico, even though they're actually native to South America. Lots going on. The origins of many dishes that became really popular across the 20th century are still hotly contested. Examples include things like butter chicken and tikka masala, whose origins are still being debated today.
Some of the most important ingredients to come from India are spices. India is the largest producer of spices in the world, and the estimated total spice production in the country reached 11.1 million metric tons in 2023. Some of its most exported spices are cumin, cilantro, cardamom, and turmeric, the golden spice. I was just made aware that coriander and cilantro are the same thing. The history of Indian restaurants in America is a bit murky. Record keeping wasn't the best, but one of the first South Asian restaurants in New York City was the Ceylon India Inn, which was founded by K. Mankira in 1913. It catered to a lot of South Asian workers who lived in nearby boarding houses. In an article published by the New York Times in 1921, Helen Bullitt Lowry describes another one of the first Indian restaurants in New York City. She doesn't mention the name of the restaurant, but it's speculated that she was referring to the Taj Mahal Hindu restaurant, which opened in 1918. Aside from being a part of the quickly expanding culinary culture of the city, these restaurants also served as gathering spots for South Asian immigrants.
The first Indian restaurant in the UK, the Hindustani Coffee House, actually opened in London in 1810, which was 50 years before the first fish and chip restaurant in the UK. Even before that, Indian influence had been brought back to the UK as the Brits started trading in that region through the East India Trading Company. British coffee houses would often have curries on their menus. In The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy, a British cookbook from 1747, there was a recipe to make curry the Indian way. This recipe was fairly light on spices, but did include things like turmeric, ginger, and pepper. The colonization of India by the British led to more Brits being familiarized with Indian flavors and spices. Curry's popularity was boosted in England by Queen Victoria's love for it. She was given the title of Empress of India in 1877, and although she never visited the country, she really became fascinated by the culture of it, reportedly even learning some Hindustani. She reportedly also asked for curry to be cooked in the royal kitchens pretty much every day. Curry remained a dish mostly enjoyed by the upper classes in the UK until after the Second World War, when increased immigration from India to the UK led to an explosion in curry houses popping up all over the country.
Indian food in the US is a lot more generalized, so you'll see similar dishes on most menus. That's likely because they're catering to American palates and focusing on the dishes that people here would recognize. As we said before, India is a huge country with a ton of different culinary styles and ingredients, so what we see as Indian food here is just a small taste of that.
Nowadays, Indian restaurants are really found all over the UK. Just anecdotally speaking, I feel like if you grow up in a village or a town, pretty much wherever you are, you will have a curry house, a Chinese takeaway, and a fish and chip shop. The city with the most Indian restaurants in the UK is Leicester in the East Midlands. Leicester has 49 Indian restaurants for every 100,000 people living there. Brits love Indian food so much that at one point in 2001, our Foreign Secretary declared chicken tikka to be our national dish.
As somebody who did not grow up with any Indian food around me or in the home, I am really excited to see more and more Indian restaurants popping up, especially in these big cities. Takeout is not my preferred way of eating Indian food. I much prefer sitting down, having my curry freshly made right then and there in a restaurant. But I will say it's one of the better takeout cuisines I've ever had. It's weird because to me, Indian food is popular. It's something that me and all of my friends enjoy, but you leave a place like New York City and I feel like less people have tried it. I just don't think there's as much accessibility to Indian takeout places. It's not like it is with something like Chinese food where we have these mom and pop Chinese food places, but we also have these giant chains like P.F. Chang's, Panda Express. Yeah, they're not authentic to the cuisine, but they kind of give people a taste of an American version of that cuisine.
I think it does very much depend on which restaurant you're going to as to how authentic to Indian cuisine the British Indian food will be. Some of them may be pretty authentic, but in general I do think maybe when it comes to the bright red chicken tikka masala sauce that you might find, it's probably not going to be what you find in India, but British people do love it so much. We really, really do love our curry. We're ranking every McDonald's menu item in the US and the UK. This is the Food Wars tier list. We're going to start by comparing items you can find in both the US and the UK. Firstly, the fries. UK McDonald's fries are not all they're cracked up to be. I've tried the American McDonald's fries and they are better than ours.
Harry is correct. Our fries are way better. The secret ingredient, chemicals.
The issue I have in the UK is that as soon as these come out of the fryer, they get worse and worse and worse. You can see how floppy this is.
You can't mess with these fries. I don't want to hear nothing about waffle fries. I don't want to hear about seasoned fries, curly fries. This is American food engineering at its finest. These fries are so good.
I don't even think they're the best fast food fry in the UK, full stop. C tier.
B tier. Right in the middle there. Ugh. You know, at the end of the day, they're fries. Like, okay, you know, it's not a whole meal.
Big Mac.
The Big Mac.
One of the world's most, if not the world's most iconic hamburger.
I thought that the Big Mac in the UK tasted exactly like the Big Mac in the US.
I will say there are some pretty big differences in the ingredients list in the US and the UK, but I've tried both, and honestly, the taste is pretty much identical.
Man, it's so good we forget that there's that middle piece of bread that's completely useless. I don't know why that's in the middle there. It's such a bizarre thing that they landed on.
I will maybe find like a new menu item at McDonald's, order it, it'll be good, but then I leave and I think I should have just ordered the Big Mac.
Is it S tier?
I do think there are burgers doing things slightly better. There's a strong A tier burger.
Right. It's like creeping up in the S zone.
Next up, we got the quarter pounder with cheese. I'm gonna say this a lot with McDonald's, but this is another iconic burger.
But an actual quarter pound of beef for a burger like this, I think is the perfect amount.
This is an A tier burger, but not as good as the Big Mac, so I will tuck it just down here.
Is gonna be my first entry into S tier, the God level.
S tier, yeah.
What does S mean? Why is S tier the top? Do we know what S stands for?
Next up is the double quarter pounder with cheese.
Not the half pounder, the double quarter.
There's going to be a bit of a theme here as well, where basically a lot of the McDonald's menu items are the same thing, but just with a changed ratio. So literally all they've done here is add one extra beef patty.
Increase the meat, increase the cheese. Those are the rules.
The amount of chewing that requires might give you some indication as to where I'm going to put this.
I like meat. This isn't a complaint on too much meat. It's like, ugh. I get 2 quarter pounders instead of them doing this double thing.
Yeah, ultimately I think it's just a worse mouthful and a worse burger. So I'm going to put it below the single quarter pounder. In B tier.
A little generous with the Photoshop there, guys. And even like it's not as good as the fries, so I'm gonna put them there.
The McDonald's hamburger. That's got cheese on it.
It's so tiny, it's so basic, and I'm sorry, it's just so boring. I would never get one of these.
So I think it's going to have to be, sadly, a C tier burger.
Meat, ketchup and mustard, a pickle, very sweet bread. This is for little kids. And I ain't a little kid. Ba-bam! The first D. Ooh!
Next up, we have the cheeseburger.
Throw a little cheese on that bad boy, and yeah, it's a different story.
I do think that for me, the addition of the cheese does elevate it a little bit.
I don't know. I'm feeling generous. I think I'll give it a B, but again, it's gonna go like down here.
I do think it's slightly better than the hamburger. So again, I think that's probably a B-tier burger for me. Next up, we have the double cheeseburger. When I talk about ratios, when I talk about mouthfeel, I think pound for pound, this might be the best burger in the world.
Harry, my man, this isn't the best burger on this table.
I mean that because you can walk into a McDonald's, you can get one of these for around £1.99. And there's just something about it that for me hits the exact spot I want a burger to hit.
Listen to him talk about it like that.
In the delicate balancing act of burger ratios, something about the McDonald's double cheeseburger has just absolutely nailed it. So for me, it's the first entry in S tier.
Hey, he's kind of selling me on the double cheeseburger. I'm like, yeah, actually, it's a good session burger, we'll say. You know, can eat a lot of them, and it does have a nice consistent taste to it, or consistent mouthfeel. It's a weird thing to keep saying, but best burger in the world. It's a little, you're kind of overselling it there, my man.
Here are some chicken and fish options that you can find in both the US and the UK. This is a relatively new addition to the UK menu. I think it's only been on the menu for a year or so, but it's our version of a crispy chicken sandwich. This is a good burger. I do like this. It's a crispy chicken breast fillet. It's got the almost like kind of like pretzel bun design with the sesame seeds.
Yeah. The sandwich that comes in the wet bag, I'm not quite sure. It's simple, it's great flavor, it's really good chicken breast. I always enjoy it when I have it, so I'm gonna go ahead and put this one up on the A tier as well. Hey-o!
It's gonna be a really strong A tier. I'm gonna put this higher up in A tier rather than further along, just because logistics, you know.
What's even better than the McCrispy, in my opinion, is the spicy McCrispy. The first thing forgotten, I love it. It's one of my favorite sandwiches.
Now, I have some problems with the McSpicy. On paper, it looks kind of similar to the McCrispy. The bun isn't as fancy. I'm not sure why, but they've just given it a worse bun. Also, I mean, the taste. All it really feels like is that they've taken a sort of chicken patty and just put chili powder on it. So like there's heat to it, no depth of flavor whatsoever.
Yeah, the thing you guys got over there, that's not what we got over here, Harry. So next time you're in town, we'll make sure we'll get some spicy McCrispy Sandos. This one for me, it's going S tier, yeah!
I've had great spicy chicken sandwiches in the past. This is not one of them. For me, it's our first entry onto D tier. The McChicken sandwich kind of just makes me sad, I'm gonna be honest. Society has progressed beyond the need for the McChicken sandwich.
I absolutely love the McChicken. It is essentially a giant chicken nugget with mayo, but chicken nuggets are awesome.
I genuinely think at this point, the McChicken could be deleted from the UK menu and no one would bat an eyelid, no one would shed a tear. It's our first womp womp. It's an E-tier burger. I'm really sorry to any McChicken heads out there, but your time is up.
I think the McChicken's great. And if you took it off the menu here in the US, I think people would lose their minds. It's firmly a B-boy. Bam! Always good in a pinch. Always good in a pinch.
Next up, we have the filet o fish. In the UK, we really love our fish finger sandwiches, and this kind of performs that function. It's great. I think on paper, this is like an A-tier burger. However, I have one crucial issue with the filet o fish. Have you ever actually opened one of these up and inspected the insides? Because what you'll notice is that you don't get a full slice of cheese.
What? I've never looked. Let's find out together. What the hell? What the hell?
You only ever, and this isn't a mistake, this is a by design thing, you only ever get half a slice of cheese with the filet o fish.
It's the same here. It's half a slice why is it half a slice of cheese? At least they put mine down the middle. What?
But something about this just really rattles me. It's like, give me the other half of my slice of cheese. But I think without that, it ends up being like a pretty solid B-tier burger.
If you would have asked me leading up to this, what's the filet of fish? I'm like, man, that's one of the best sandwiches they got, full stop. But this cheese thing, I'm also that petty. You're going right to the A. Boom.
I know it's petty. I'm a petty guy. What can I say?
Maybe they thought one slice of cheese was too cheesy. Cheese and a fish sandwich does seem kind of strange, right? Most fish doesn't have cheese on it. I'm sure some of it does. Please don't bother me with your messages about your favorite cheese and fish combination. I don't care.
And last but by no means least in this section, the iconic McDonald's chicken nugget.
Yeah, I mean, the nuggets, man. I mean, these nuggets. Even with no sauce, these things are amazing.
I actually found the US breading to be kind of weird. It was more of like a casing rather than this, whereas this is actually breaded chicken. Man.
If I just gave up on life, I'm like, look, I'm just gonna eat until I drop dead. I probably would have a steady stream of nuggets every day.
It's an S tier.
S tier, yeah.
Gotta agree with my man Harry on this one.
Double
S tier, come on. I got nothing in C, only one thing in D and nothing in E. Should I just be harsher? I don't know what's going on here. I just really like McDonald's, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I'm surprised to see the McChicken that high up, given where I put mine, but to each their own. At least we agree on the nuggets. Here are some breakfast items we can find in both the US and the UK. We're starting very simple with just an egg and cheese McMuffin.
Our Egg McMuffin, gotta point this out, has Canadian bacon.
It's just a bit basic, and for me there are way better options on the breakfast menu, so I think for me that's like a fairly low C tier.
Look, when this first came out, it was like a miracle. Oh my God. I don't think the term breakfast sandwich is even something that people even used frequently. But since then, they've done so much better things with breakfast that, as classic as you are, you go and C.
Speaking of better options, sausage and egg McMuffin. Immediate improvement. You still get the cheese as well.
Don't stick sausage in here and think like, oh wow, it's such a better sandwich. I mean, you know what it is? You know what I'm realizing it is? The thing I like the least about these sandwiches is the muffin part. It's just really dry and dusty.
For those who love the sausage and egg McMuffin, don't be too annoyed because more to come later on this, but for me, that's like a pretty strong A-tier burger.
With that, it still is dry, dense, a lot of bread, not a lot of flavor. So I'm gonna put this also in the C tier, a little bit lower than an Egg McMuffin.
Next up we have pancakes and syrup. I couldn't tell you the last time I ordered this, probably like when I was a kid.
You're not gonna believe this. They didn't give us any syrup or any butter. Ugh. I mean, their pancakes are almost like so spongy, yet so hard to pull apart that.
Wow.
A little bit.
Yeah, I said a little bit thick and dense. That's very thick and dense.
Impossible to chew dry. Impossible to chew dry.
I just don't think any pancake should be that chewy.
Bam!
I think they're D tier for me. And then obviously we have pancakes with sausage. I don't think one sausage patty is enough to redeem that. So for me, that can just join its buddy down there in D tier.
I like the sausage just fine, but still, booyah!
Sorry, pancake lovers. The good news is we are ending on a high with the McDonald's hash brown. These are phenomenal, some of the best hash browns probably in the world, I would say. I'm dishing out some high praise to McDonald's, but I love it, it's great.
When I get McDonald's breakfast, I'm just as much looking forward to this as I am the sandwich. I mean, this bag, it seems like a no-brainer, but do this while you're driving, right? Going to work, chomping on one of these, forget it. On the train, got your hand on the thing, chomp, chomp, chomp.
For me, it's an important part of the breakfast order. It's not the main event of the breakfast order. So I don't think it's gonna be like an S tier, but I feel pretty confident in putting McDonald's hash browns as like a solid mid to high A tier.
Yes, it's not a meal, but it's sometimes the best part of a McDonald's breakfast. So for that, it's going to the S. Booyah! The sausage McMuffin, Harry, I'm sorry, but the sausage and egg muffin, get real, bro. Get real.
Mate, stop eating. I feel like I'm watching a mukbang.
These actually have like, they actually have like a weirdly satisfying texture.
You just said you hated the texture.
We also wanted to compare a couple of shared dessert options. We have the Oreo McFlurry. It's creamy but like quite fluffy at the same time.
And it's green for some reason. Right? That's green. Oh, it's March and Shamrock Shake stuff. Which actually is very good. Oreo McFlurry, fine, but make it Irish, I guess. Make it green. Feeling a solid B up here, maybe. Yeah, B's filling up.
We have to start overlapping because we are running out of space. Americans, take note. We in the UK still fry our apple pies, and they are so good. They are delicious. The pastry is so crispy. The filling is sweet and tart and delicious.
I do agree, fried's probably better. You know, you know what? I'm gonna put in a C level.
Fried apple pies, incredible, easy S tier.
S tier, yeah.
Next up, it's time for sauce talk, and that means sauce board.
We got the little guy here.
Sauce talk with a tiny board. Tiny board. We thought it was slightly weird to put sauces next to actual food items, but we still wanted to talk about them, so tiny board. First up, we have ketchup, which, you know, it's a good sauce, a nice B tier.
Let's power through these sauces real quick. Starting off with ketchup, it's an A tier.
We have our sweet and sour dip, A tier sauce.
Mustard, I'll put ketchup and mustard on the same tier. I'm just realizing I have really no strong opinions about sauces here.
We have our sweet curry sauce. British people, we love our curry. This for me is a sensational sauce.
Mayonnaise, I like mayo on stuff, but I definitely don't like dip my fries in or anything, so mayo's fine. Just straight up mayo, yeah, sure. We'll put, you know, why not? Let's put mayo B. A little too fattening for me.
Now we have two barbecue sauce options in the UK. This one is just our standard barbecue dip. It's a little bit sweet for my liking.
Sweet and sour, yeah. It's just sweet and, those are two flavors, but what is it made up of, right? Is it supposed to be a certain fruit or something that's like sour? Do we know? Whatever it is, it's great. Sweet and sour, come on, S tier.
Love dipping my nugs in the sweet and sour.
Then we have a few slightly fancier sauce options here in the UK. You have to pay for these, whereas these ones are free. I do think, broadly speaking, you are getting quality for your money. So I think for me, the smoky barbecue is probably like a nice B tier sauce.
Honey mustard, no. I'm gonna go honey mustard, D tier. But honey, on the other hand, I mean, shout out to the bees and possibly hornets that make the honey. I don't know, I know bees make honey. Do hornets and wasps make honey as well? No, they don't, do they? Shout out to bees and only bees. My honey's, everything's good with honey.
The sour cream and chive dip. This one is really good, pairs well with a lot of things on the menu. Again, particularly like chicken dippers or chicken tenders, but also with the fries, kind of with anything, like even just dunk a bit of your beef burger in that and you'll have a good time. So, I'm gonna give this the first kind of like hybrid ranking of the day. I think that's somewhere between S and A tier for me.
This country is obsessed with ranch. It's, I don't know, mayo with onion powder in it, I guess? God, what would I use ranch on a McDonald's menu? Nuggets? No. Ranch, it's a C. It's a C. Spicy buffalo, though, yeah. That's also gonna be a B list, or an A list, excuse me.
And then last but not least, with the premium dips, we have a sweet chili dip option. It's really great. Brits, again, sweet chili dip is something that we just really seem to love as a country. A tier sauce.
I don't know what region of barbecue the McDonald's barbecue is aiming for. It might be my go-to.
For dipping my nugs.
We're gonna put that firmly in the S tier.
McDonald's doesn't really seem to miss with its sauces. I think the worst one is barbecue, but then even then you have a better barbecue sauce that is actually really tasty. So I will say, one request, and I don't know why they don't do this. Why is there no mayo on the McDonald's menu? I've tried the American sauces and none of them really jumped out to me, but I think Joe had some pretty strong reactions to the UK one. So Joe, do you want to try these again?
Thank you, Harold. You guys, for sauces, look at this cups compared to what we have. Karita, I think this was something from Exchange. I'm like, man, they need to have this in the US. Ooh, okay. This is very good. Yeah, we got nothing like this at McDonald's or even most fast food in America. The sweet curry dip might be your best dip, UK. But yeah, love the UK sauces. You guys, your McDonald's sauces are very good. Thanks, Harry.
Now we're on to the exclusives, which are things that you can only find in the US or the UK, and we'll start with the burgers. Now, unfortunately, they forgot it today, but on the UK menu, we have a triple cheeseburger option. I think this one overdoes it. Yeah, I think you get a bit of a bell curve with the single and the triple. So you start off with the single, doubles the peak, and then you go back down. This actually, I think, goes into B tier.
The quarter pounder with cheese with bacon. I mean, it's like, look, this bacon's just falling out of this thing. Adding bacon to it makes it even more fantastic. Gonna be putting it in the S tier. Let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, right?
We also have a bacon double cheeseburger. Now, Joe has had a lot of strong opinions on UK fast food bacon over the years, and I gotta say, I kind of agree with him. You're maybe not getting that kind of like quite as rich red color as you're used to in the US. Also, just texturally, it's cut very thin, and it does go quite floppy. I will say the flavor's pretty good. In the UK, we smoke our bacon with beechwood. Again, I think this is probably B tier, although a slightly higher B tier than some of the others there. It's still a good burger.
Sticking with the quarter pounder with cheeses, this one is a quarter pounder with cheese deluxe. And no, it betrays the core concept of the quarter pounder with cheese. I'm gonna be putting this low B. Still a quarter pounder with cheese, which is fantastic, but all this junk in here, I don't want this.
The McPlant. It was pretty big news when this dropped on the UK menus around a year or two ago. They claim that was because they didn't really like any of the other options on the market, so they actually spent quite a long time developing the burger and also the cheese on it as well, the vegan cheese. I'm actually not 100% sure where to rate this one. I'm gonna give it a quick try. I do think it does a good job, honestly. Like, as far as fast food veggie options go, there is definitely like something missing. It does miss a bit of flavor. I don't like the fact that they put tomato in that. They don't really do that with many burgers on the UK menu. All in all, I think the McPlant is probably like, I'd say probably like a middling, strong B tier burger. I actually think removing the tomato would push that maybe into like a low A tier.
Something that I am a little bit perplexed by, the McDouble. From what I can tell, this is a double cheeseburger with less cheese. A nuance that I didn't think people wanted. Am I getting this correctly here? However, we've discovered today, at least I've discovered today, that they're doing half the cheese on Filet-O-Fish, so maybe cheese is more expensive than we thought, and they're just looking to save cheese where they can. You know, I was gonna do B, but actually I'm putting it down to C. I never want less cheese. I'm never concerned with the cheese amount of anything I'm eating, certainly at McDonald's.
Then we have the Veggie Deluxe. I don't know what is deluxe about this burger, I'm gonna be honest. But you have a bun, lettuce, mayo, and then two of their veggie dippers. These are terrible. These really suck. It's like a few different beans and vegetables and herbs mixed up with like a pesto type sauce. It's another E tier. I'm sorry to the Vegetable Deluxe. Actually, I'm not very sorry, it's bad. Here are the chicken options you'll find in the UK, but not in the US. Starting with the humble mayo chicken. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I think the McChicken is kind of pointless. I think partly that is because we have a mayo chicken on the menu, which does exactly the same thing. I still don't think it's a great sandwich. It's very much like, I might get this in addition to my meal if I'm really hungry. So I think for that reason, it's like a middle C tier. You can also get a mayo chicken with bacon. In the case of the mayo chicken, paying the extra like 20, 30p for bacon is actually kind of worth it. I'm tempted to go B tier, but I think that would be overrating it. I think that might be like a B/C.
We only have 2 exclusive chicken menu items compared to the UK, and actually they are just deluxe versions of the McCrispy options. This one they went ahead and added just a ridiculous amount of lettuce and mayo. Do I hate vegetables so much that I'd put in the C tier? I guess I could B tier it. Useless veggies. And again, they did it to my boy, the McCrispy. All right, so at least we got the McCrispy Deluxe. So let me confirm this is great. I confirm my stance. The spicy McCrispy is fantastic. Oh boy. Well, we put junk on it. I think by virtue just adding a lot of lettuce and tomato to a sandwich that doesn't need it automatically bumps it down 1 tier, 1 whole tier. So that one.
Next up, we have chicken selects. One benefit of ordering these is that they come with the fancy dips kind of included. As far as chicken options go, isn't quite as comforting or as iconic as a chicken nugget, so they're not going to be S tier for me, but I do feel pretty comfortable putting these in A tier. Then in the UK, we have chicken wrap options. We have a sweet chili chicken wrap. I'm going to try them all before I put them on the board. I think of the 3, my favorite is probably the Caesar. I still think that's only going to be a C tier. The sweet chili, which can also go into C tier. For me, the barbecue wrap is down in D tier. And for the vegetarians, we also have a wrap option. It's the veggie dippers. And you know how I feel about those. A nice E tier there. We also have 2 salad options here in the UK. I've never seen anyone order either of these in my entire life. Why are they still on the menu? One more thing to note is that with all of the chicken options, instead of crispy, you can opt for grilled chicken. If you do that, just see where I've ranked the crispy options and lower them all by 2 stages. So it's like somewhere like down here below the table for the salads. Here are the sides you'll find in the UK, but not in the US. Depending on the season, there's usually some kind of fried cheese option. Right now, the ones that we have are these cheesy garlic bites. They don't smell super garlicky. Probably gonna be like C tier for me. Pineapple stick. This has kind of become like the default Happy Meal side. When I was younger, you used to get like an apple slices and grapes fruit bag, but it seems to have been replaced with pineapple, which I think it's kind of an upgrade. I like pineapple, it's tasty. A decent B tier, actually.
You put pineapple above fries.
Yeah, I think the way that they've executed the pineapple versus the way they execute fries, yeah, I stand by that.
Exclusive sides in the US. I am surprised to learn we only have 1. Apple slices. I gotta judge apple slices? It's taking something that grows on a tree, cutting it up, and sticking it in a plastic bag. Here's the thing about this. They're apple slices. They're nice, they're sweet, they taste like apples. How's that for insight? I just don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care about apple slices. Yeah, we'll go D. That's right, apples. Nice try. Come back when you're covered in cheese.
Then we have a side salad, which it's just sad. It just makes me sad. I love the fact that with the side salad, they've literally just given like 1 piece of tomato. It's another eater. A bit of a theme here. I promise I'm not deliberately targeting the veggie options. I think they've just executed them really badly. Pineapple's veggie, and I put that high. The veggie dippers, they're back again. They're mushy, but also like a bit grainy. They're kind of like the filling is this kind of like veggie paste, and it's just does not feel good in your mouth. In a sort of like peace offering to the veggie dippers. On their own, I'm gonna put them in like D tier. They're still quite low D tier. But with the caveat that you get them fresh out the fryer and you drown them in curry sauce, they actually might be okay. Here are the exclusive breakfast items from the UK. I'm going to kind of speed through these because ultimately they are just different combinations of cheese, egg, bacon, sausage, and bread. First up, we have the Mighty Muffin. This is a fairly new addition actually to the menu, but it's basically just all of the things on a muffin. So you get sausage, bacon, and an egg. I think this is really good. I like not having to choose between sausage and bacon. Sometimes you just want both, and that's fine. For me, the Mighty Muffin is actually gonna go into A tier.
We got the biscuit sandwiches and my boys, the McGriddles. All the way down to the end here is the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. Let's get a look at that right there, huh? Let's get a look at that right there. It's a lot lighter than it looks. This looks dense, but it's actually a bit pillowy. And I love McDonald's bacon. Their bacon and the sausage is fantastic. Taste-wise, fantastic. But the dry biscuit delivery system, certainly they can inject something, some sort of moisture into these biscuits, but they haven't. So for that, I'm only gonna put it in the A tier.
Next up, we have the breakfast roll. It's the same ingredients as the Mighty Muffin. So you have the sausage, the bacon, the egg, and the cheese, but this time it's on this floured bread roll instead of an English muffin. I think it's pretty good. I think in general, I prefer the muffins to the rolls at McDonald's. So for me, it's gonna take a slight downgrade. It's gonna be a B tier.
Now this I have an issue with. I do really like McDonald's sausage, but it's just a biscuit and sausage. You have to eat one of these the way that those competitive hot dog eaters eat hot dogs. You really gotta like dip it in water and then just shove it in your mouth in order to eat it at a normal rate because it's just so dry. You'll be chewing this thing for hours. I don't like it. It's almost inedible. D, baby, D.
Next up, we have the bacon roll. This does exactly what it says in the tin. It's okay. I just don't think that McDonald's does the best bacon. They can be a little bit dry. I think in general, this one's just a bit plain and basic, so I'm actually gonna put it in D tier. If you want a good bacon roll, go to a calf, don't go to McDonald's.
And then, one step up, they added egg to this one, which, makes it a little bit easier to eat, a little bit softer. I still think with the egg, I mean, that's still putting us in a C territory. So.
The next two are double options. We have the double bacon and egg McMuffin and a double sausage and egg McMuffin. I'm actually kind of surprised to see these as UK exclusives. I really thought that XS was something that America did well, so I'm surprised that they're not on the US menu. I'm sure maybe if you asked for an extra patty, they would do it for you, but in the UK, these are official menu items. Is double bacon just like 2 pieces of bacon? Kind of underwhelmed by that, to be honest. Suffering from a similar issue to the bacon roll in that the bacon itself just isn't that good. I think it's actually going to be C tier, Doesn't really do it for me.
I know I was like, oh, I love these, but turns out actually I only like one of them. Then we move on to the McGriddles. You know them, you love them, I love them. Now the beauty about this is, unlike my pancakes or hotcakes from earlier, this has syrup already in it. So it's nice syrupy pancakes with the bacon, egg, and cheese. Come on. I think this is the best breakfast sandwich McDonald's has to offer. It's going S tier, yeah!
However, we're bringing it back with the double sausage and egg McMuffin. This is kind of like the archetypal breakfast sandwich. Nowhere else really does this in the UK. I think McDonald's breakfast in the UK is kind of in a tier of its own compared to other fast food chains. So for me, this is it. This is way up in S tier.
Yeah!
Someone at the McDonald's organization, I don't know, someone over there is just like, guys, I got an idea. Sausage patty and bread and nothing else. And everyone's like, okay, geez. Of all the only sausage-only breakfast sandwich options you get at McDonald's, this is definitely the best one. It's the most edible, it's the least dry. If I had to get a sausage sandwich, I would get the McGriddle one. I'm gonna go B. Yeah. Actually, no. I'm going C, but a higher C. It's a higher C than this one. It's almost a B, but not really.
A muffin with jam. Exactly what it sounds like. Toasted muffin with some butter on there and a little sachet of jam. I think if I wanted a nice sweet or pastry-based breakfast, McDonald's is probably not the place I'm going to. So I think for me, it's gonna be D tier.
Cheese and egg. Yes, very good. Now we're adding a little bit more of a robust flavor, some variety to my breakfast sandwich. Yeah! That's not as good as the bacon one, but it's pretty close. Give it an A.
Where's the cheesy flatbread bullshit? Next up, we have another thing that I'm slightly confused as to why it's still on the menu. It's the cheesy bacon flatbread. There was like a bit of a flatbread craze in the UK quite a while ago now, where I think like flatbreads were seen as quite a good like diet healthy option. But it's just a bit miserable, really. Again, I don't think I've ever seen anyone order one of these. I certainly have never ordered one of these. So for me, that's a whiff. And that is going in E-tier.
Not done with breakfast, we still have more exclusive items to go through. Starting down here, we got the big breakfast and the big breakfast with hot cakes. I just feel that this whole thing is not that great. C tier for all of these. Ooh, here and here. I'm gonna be straight up. There's something about this burrito that they have on the menu. They've had this on the menu forever. I love this thing, and more importantly, don't sleep on McDonald's Mexican style salsa. It is fantastic. I know it's a puree, it's probably mass produced, but low level heat that just accents the flavor. Guys, I love the McDonald's breakfast burrito. I'm gonna put this breakfast burrito S tier, believe it. Go ahead with your comments. I'm not reading them. This thing's fantastic, end of story.
And then finally, we have a pretty classic, actually, British breakfast item on the menu at McDonald's, porridge. Americans, you might know this is oatmeal. You can get it with sugar, you can get it with golden syrup, or with jam. This might surprise some people, but I have actually been known to order porridge from McDonald's. Porridge might go B tier, you know?
Anyway, yeah, it's oatmeal, and it comes with diced apple, which by the way does have the skin, so clearly they have apples with skin on it, and these cranberries and raisins. Everything with fruit down here. I'm surprised that he put the porridge in the B tier. I don't know what the difference between that and oatmeal is, but it's like the last thing I'm getting at McDonald's. I don't want it. Could have maybe been E tier, but I'm feeling generous today.
I cannot believe you put the sausage burrito there. It does not look good at all. S tier, really? Come on, man. You're losing our credibility here. What is a Malteser? It's like malt.
It's malt.
But what is malt?
It's malted barley.
How does it get that like crunchy, honeycomby texture? Do you know?
They tease it.
Yeah. And finally, we have some desserts you'll find in the UK, but not the US. Firstly, we have a couple of McFlurry options. The Dairy Milk McFlurry is actually going to be, I think, A tier as well. With the Smartie McFlurry, I think they get small versions of Smarties and then kind of like smash them up and then stir them into the ice cream. This is what I would like get if I wanted a dessert from McDonald's as a child. I feel like I've fallen out of love with Smarties a bit, which is kind of sad, but I've grown up. It's a natural consequence of the passage of time. I think probably a C tier. And then our other exclusive is a Maltesers McFlurry. I still don't fully understand what Maltesers are. As far as I'm aware, malt is a thing. So you have malt as the flavor, and that's kind of like flavoring a biscuit, and you have the biscuit in the middle, and then it's covered in milk chocolate.
They're called Whoppers.
Whoppers? What?
Malted milk balls.
I've never heard of that in my life.
Yeah.
Apparently in America you have Whoppers, which are similar to this. So I think I'm gonna find some room for this like over here. We've really printed these way too big.
Apparently we have one exclusive McFlurry right here, or it was exclusive for the thing pretty much melted. It is the M&M McFlurry. I'll throw this on the, along with the Oreo. I'll put in the B tier. I'll put it over here.
Then we have a few other dessert options, which also kind of fit under the McCafe brand. We'll start with this one, which is a triple chocolate cookie. A lot of our cookies will be quite brittle, don't have much of a chew to them, but this is actually pretty good. It's good, but I still don't think it's something I would regularly order. We'll squeeze that into B tier as well.
They have ice cream, obviously, at McDonald's, including this, the vanilla soft serve cone. Look, I got this food 3 hours ago. This thing was gonna get destroyed before we got here, and I couldn't do it first because we gotta do this in order, so. As classic as it is, I never want this. I never want a vanilla cone. It's boring, it's just vanilla. Boring, get it out of here.
Then we have a mixed berry muffin. Not sure which of the berries have been mixed into this exactly. It's got a little like sort of jammy center to it there. Looks pretty good. That looked a lot better than it actually ended up tasting. Yeah, that's not great. That's a nice D-tier muffin.
Hot fudge sundae. I mean, it's the fudge, right? I feel like this hasn't changed in 40 years, however long it's been there. It always stays the same. I mean, this is the picture they're giving us on the website. It has never looked like this. It's a classic, it's delicious. A tier for it. But if I was to get a dessert at McDonald's, I'd probably be more inclined to get this than like a McFlurry. I really enjoy this. I'm gonna go ahead and put that S tier. Maybe I'll get it with my breakfast burger next time.
Next up, we have a chocolate brownie. I don't think I've ever tried the McDonald's chocolate brownie before. Obviously, I know what brownies look like and I know what I want from a good chocolate brownie. And that's not it. E. Bad brownie. Bad brownie.
Lastly, they got McCafe chocolate chip cookies, right? It's a chocolate chip cookie, I guess. Wouldn't think I'd ever get it. I don't hate it. It's just whatever. Boom.
And finally, we have this one, which is a toffee apple donut. Pleasantly surprised by that. You actually get this like apple sauce kind of piped throughout the donut, which is quite nice. The icing is very sweet. It's the toffee icing. It's not amazing, but we'll squeeze that into C tier, I think. I think overall I'm pretty happy with my rankings. I've been pretty selective with S tier, but I think you're supposed to be, you know? I only want to reserve that for the best of the best.
The division between the S tier and the A tier, for me, now that I look at it like this, is a little surprising. I know it's opinion-based, and I was just taking a bite of each thing one after the other, which is not how you eat at McDonald's. More likely when you go to a place like McDonald's is, I'm hungry and I'm in the mood for blank.
I have put a few things in the D and E tier. Obviously, a few of these are the kind of veggie or salad options, which I think just in general fast food chains do struggle with, so I think that's to be expected.
I didn't realize till now that I didn't do anything in E, so that's to say that there's nothing in the McDonald's menu that I absolutely hate or would never want to try. Everything is at least just okay. As far as my tastes are concerned, McDonald's has something at every tier, which is, I think, a reflection of a good, well-balanced menu. I don't mean well-balanced as far as nutrition and health. There's literally something for everyone.
I know there's going to be a lot of you out there who disagree with me on this, so I want to hear it. Let me know in the comments if you think I've rated things too harshly or too highly.
I want to know what you think is my worst take. What did I do, and where would you put it? And yeah, but overall, I'm pretty happy with this.
We're exploring all the differences between breakfast in the UK and the US. This is Food Wars.
Obviously, portion sizes are difficult to quantify exactly because they vary wildly from restaurant to restaurant.
We're starting with what we think are classic cooked breakfast plates from each country.
This is the set one breakfast from our local cafe.
For a classic American cooked breakfast, almost all diners will serve a 2x2x2, which contains 2 eggs, 2 pieces of bacon, and 2 pancakes.
It's typical in the UK for cafes to have a set menu with preset breakfast options, and the set one is usually the most standard. This plate contains an egg, 2 pieces of bacon, a sausage, beans, and a fried slice. Yes, a fried slice is literally just a deep fried slice of bread. It's delicious.
Let's measure some of these ingredients to see what the differences are.
Just over 5. Eggs don't always look quite as flat as this. It's 2-dimensional. We'll weigh the whole plate and then deduct maybe like 10 grams for the weight of the paper plate. Oh yeah.
We're deducting a pancake. We cheated. Also 1 piece of bacon! So that entire breakfast plate comes out to 304 grams.
Let's take a look at some breakfast cereal portion sizes, starting with Kellogg's cornflakes. The smallest one is this multi-pack 20-gram box. Then we have a 250-gram box, a 450-gram box, and our biggest size, a 1-kilogram box. You might also be able to find a 720-gram box, but we couldn't find it today.
US cornflakes also come in a range of sizes. We have the 9.6-ounce box, the 12-ounce box, the 18-ounce box, and the 24-ounce box. There's also a mega size, which is 25.2 ounces. In the US, we also have these little 2-ounce cereal cups. These come in a lot of different kinds of cereal, but I couldn't find the cornflake one. Nobody actually likes those. I did find Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That's what that looks like.
So that actually makes the UK's largest size 40% bigger than the US's. The only time we have a bigger portion size than America is when it's a healthy food, apparently. We can't have any fun.
There is an interesting difference when it comes to recommended serving sizes in the two countries. In the US, the recommended serving size is 1.5 cups, which is 42 grams of cornflakes.
The recommended serving size in the UK is just 30 grams, which is a 28% decrease compared to the US. So that means that the recommended serving size is bigger than one of these. That's not even one portion.
That also means that the largest US box contains just 17 servings, while the UK's contains 33. That's almost double the number of portions if we're sticking to Kellogg's recommended amounts.
I'm going to measure out 30 grams because I'm kind of struggling to visualize what that actually looks like. I'm going to be honest, that might be what they're recommending us, but that is not what I'm eating. I'm having probably double that, I would say. Crunchy.
Let's measure out 42 grams of cornflakes. Here's what 42 grams of cereal looks like. I feel like this is a normal person's portion for sure. When I eat cereal, it's all about how I'm feeling. Usually it's probably twice the size of this. I just feel like cereal's the kind of food where I just eat a lot of it. This wouldn't do it for me, but it might do it for you. No, I eat cereal out of my mixing bowls. Like, I don't eat it out of normal people bowl.
What about beverages? Well, in the UK, you can get Tropicana orange juice, and the biggest size is 1.5 litres. I didn't get it today. I'm sorry, I forgot.
In the US, our largest Tropicana size is 128 fluid ounces. That's about 2.3 of this size. Team no pulp, but I am kind of team some pulp sometimes. And I'm feeling a little crazy, a little kooky. First, we wanted to compare a couple of familiar options in both countries because some of them actually have surprising differences.
The first thing I want to talk about is bacon. Joe's always moaning about UK bacon, so I did some research and dug up some pretty interesting stuff.
I'm not impressed with your bacon here, guys. I'm not impressed. Look at... America, look how weird this is. Yeah, like...
This is a standard UK bacon rasher. The most commonly eaten type of bacon in the UK is back bacon, which is identifiable by its shape. You get the thick piece of pork at the top with a fatty tail at the end. Typically, our bacon is simply cured in a salted mixture and can often be smoked with British woods like oak. We do also have streaky bacon, which more closely resembles the shape of American bacon, but is still quite different.
Bacon in the US will almost always look like this. Very thin piece of pork, fatty, usually has some crisp to it. It depends on how you like it cooked, but if you order bacon here, this is what you're getting. US bacon is cut from a cured slab of pork belly. Usually it'll be smoked with either applewood or hickory to add that smoky bacon flavor.
We cut our bacon from the pork loin, which is located on the back of the pig, hence the name back bacon. The loin is a much less fatty cut of meat when compared to the belly. This means that when it's cooked, less fat renders out of UK bacon, and it doesn't crisp up as much as American bacon tends to. If there are any UK-based Americans watching this who miss American bacon, you can either seek out a butcher who is curing pork belly, or maybe just fry your back bacon in a bit more oil than you usually would.
That explains it. I was always wondering what was going on with the UK bacon.
Let's talk about eggs. It doesn't smell good in here. When you order breakfast at a US diner, they will always ask you how you want your eggs. So you can get them scrambled, poached, boiled, fried. If you want them fried, usually there's a list of ways you can get them fried. So you can get them sunny side up, over easy, over medium, or over hard. They all mean something different. All of those options refer to whether you want your eggs flipped, plus how much you want the yolk to be cooked. Sunny side up eggs are not flipped, meaning that the whites on top could be a little bit runny, and so will the yolk. The yolk is, for the most part, uncooked. Over easy eggs are flipped near the end to ensure that the whites are pretty much fully cooked on both sides, but the yolk should still be runny when you break into it. Over medium and over hard are also flipped, but they're cooked for longer, so the yolk is gonna be more solid. We have two of those options here, a sunny side up egg and two over easy eggs.
If you go to a Greasy Spoon and you order a breakfast containing eggs in the UK, you will almost never be asked how you want them. By default, they will just be served sunny side up, or maybe over easy. I think this one might have been flipped. They will serve you other types of egg if you ask. That could be poached, that could be a cooked through egg, or they will do scrambled as well. I do also just want to point out that we got some scrambled eggs as a side for this one, and this is how they came. It's so sad. Yeah, I do a pretty good scrambled egg. I prefer the like French style, like a wet scramble, a nice goopy scramble. Sausage is another common item on a full English breakfast. Typically, these will be thick pork sausages, either in the style of a Lincolnshire sausage or maybe a Cumberland. That said, greasy spoon cafe sausages are typically this kind. Typically, I'd say the greasy spoon sausages are straighter and longer than a Lincolnshire or a Cumberland might be, and they also have this kind of signature tough casing. Sausages in the UK are typically coarsely ground pork, and they'll be seasoned simply with things like salt, black pepper, maybe some sage and onion as well.
Sausage is common in a US breakfast too, although our links tend to be smaller than a UK sausage. It looks like cooked little fingers. These are also pork-based, but tend to be flavored with more ingredients like brown sugar, garlic powder, and paprika, so it gives you a smokier, sweeter kind of sausage.
Here are a range of breakfast foods from the UK not commonly eaten in the US.
Here are all of the breakfast foods from the US that aren't as common in the UK. We're gonna break all of these down into categories, starting with all of the cooked breakfast items that you might find at an American diner. Let's start with an American classic, pancakes. These are pretty much on every single diner menu in the US. I'd be very surprised to find a diner that didn't serve pancakes. This is very often served as a part of a breakfast plate that includes a whole bunch of sides, so like bacon, sausage, eggs, sometimes home fries. They also tend to come with some butter and maple syrup. Our pancakes are thick and fluffy due to the ratio of wet versus dry ingredients, but also due to the inclusion of baking powder or buttermilk, which helps the pancakes rise as they cook. I love a pancake. I'm 100% team pancake versus waffle. It's so good. It's so good every time. Even like an okay pancake is better than the best waffle, in my opinion. I'm gonna get so booed. I'm gonna get booed.
Those are totally different to British pancakes. Ours tend to be much more like the crepe style that you might find in France. Eggs, milk and flour, pancake power.
Sorry.
Eggs, milk and flour, pancake power. There are a few rare occasions where you might see pancakes on breakfast menus in the UK, although they are typically included in more American-style breakfasts or maybe as like a fancy brunch option. The closest actually British equivalent is probably the Scotch pancake.
You'll also see waffles at US diners a lot. This is like pancakes' arch nemesis, okay? The ingredients are almost identical, but waffles are made in a waffle maker, which helps them cook throughout with crispy edges. Everyone likes the pools that you can build with syrup because of all those edges. I think British people will pretty much only ever see waffles as a part of a dessert menu. I tend to agree, okay? That's part of the reason why I'm not that into waffles. I feel like we do too much with waffles here. I don't need chocolate, sprinkles, whipped cream. I don't need that. I just woke up, I want breakfast, and I want a pancake.
Enough of those American desserts masquerading as breakfast foods. It's time for some classic British breakfast staples. This is black pudding. When Americans hear the word pudding, they often think of like a custardy dessert, like an angel delight, but this is anything but. Black pudding has existed in many cultures and many forms for centuries, but the rough idea is that you take the blood from an animal, you cook it down with things like oats and other things to absorb it, and then form it into a sausage. A thick log of blood. Delicious. It's just one of those, like, they need better marketing. On paper, yeah, it's a little bit weird, but it's really tasty.
I'm not weirded out by black pudding. I've had it before. I thought it tasted fine, but I definitely don't prefer it to a regular sausage link. I will say that the names of a lot of breakfast items in the UK mislead my brain all the time, like black pudding, bubble and squeak. Now let's talk potatoes. Let's start with the hash brown. In the US, hash brown means a couple different things. So you can get a hash brown that's like this one from McDonald's that's pre-shaped. These are a lot less common at diners. I feel like what they usually have at diners is more of like hash browns that are grated. If we were anywhere near a Waffle House, I would totally get some and show you, but we don't have one. But this is what it looks like. It's so delicious.
We do have hash browns in the UK, but they're pretty much always the fast food style, pre-shaped and deep fried ones. The The most common ones are in this triangle shape for some reason. I'm not sure exactly why. I imagine they're just the cheap ones that you find at wholesalers. I personally love them on a breakfast plate. I do think they are a great addition to a fry-up or a full English. If we're talking potato on a British fry-up, I'd be remiss not to mention bubble and squeak. This is a very traditional fry-up dish in the UK. It actually originated as a way to use up leftovers from dinner the night before. Typically, it would feature potato and maybe some other vegetables which were then mashed together and fried in a pan. Over time, it became so widespread that it just became a breakfast staple in its own right. The name comes from the noise that the dense mixture would make as it bubbled and squeaked away as it cooked in a frying pan.
All the Food Tours fans know that the first time I ever had bubble and squeak was in fact during our English breakfast episode, and I have to say, I think it's great. I'm not quite sure why it's not popular here in the US. To be honest, it's not too far from some hash browns I've had, mixed up with the potatoes and some vegetables, onion. From what I remember, it was like cooked in like a block, and you were just like sectioning it off like sheet cake and throwing it on there, right? Anyway, bubble and squeak, I am a fan. If you're going to the UK, try it.
Another side potato option you'll see a lot in the US is home fries. Home fries are diced potato cubes that get parboiled and sauteed in a frying pan. Usually when you cook it like that, it gives you crispy outside and a fluffy texture inside. Home fries are not my preferred way of eating potatoes at breakfast, but these smell pretty good. It's just not fun. There's no fun in eating these potatoes for breakfast.
One last thing, which is more of a question for my fellow Brits. Do chips belong on a full English? Chips are something that you see on a lot of breakfast menus in the UK, but I do feel like having them on or as part of a full English is still quite controversial among Brits. There are some other cooked breakfast staples in the UK that might seem a bit strange to Americans. If you order a full English at a cafe, you can often expect to find grilled mushrooms and grilled tomato as part of your plate. I would say the most common form of the tomato is just halved and grilled. I will say the quality of both the tomatoes and the mushrooms can vary wildly depending on the cafe you're in.
This is an American breakfast option that I've never seen in the UK. I don't think you guys have this normally, but it's steak and eggs. Steak and eggs is pretty much on every single diner menu. This is a terrible representation of what steak and eggs actually looks like. There are great steak and eggs at certain diners, but this cut of meat just looks scary. I'm not sure that this is from a cow. This is like the last thing I want for breakfast. I don't understand. This actually began as an Australian staple until World War II exposed American troops to this dish, and they fell in love with it. They liked that it had a lot of protein, and it really skyrocketed in popularity back home after the war. I just feel like this is too much for me personally to start my day with, so I would never order it.
If we're talking about UK breakfast foods, I of course have to mention baked beans. Baked beans actually originated in the US, but have now become very much a UK breakfast staple. It's not 100% clear how beans became a breakfast food in the UK. Heinz claims that it invented beans on toast as part of a marketing campaign in 1927. The popularity of baked beans was then cemented by World War II in the UK, when the British Ministry of Food classed them as an essential food and exempted them from rationing. As a cheap and easy source of protein and vitamins, they quickly became a staple of British cuisine. It is worth pointing out that British baked beans are very different to the baked beans found in the US. Ours are cooked in a sweet tomato-based sauce with herbs and spices. I can only do... I will say for me, like, beans on toast maybe isn't also a breakfast food. Beans as part of a full English, yes. Beans on toast for me is like a lunch food or a very lazy dinner food. I usually go Heinz beans. I know people feel passionately about beans. If I need to convert to Branston, let me know in the comments.
When you say baked beans in America, I would say this is what we think of. These are usually something that I see a lot at barbecues, Frankenbeans, you know, that whole situation, but it's not common to take these beans and just slap them on toast for breakfast. Obviously, both countries eat toast for breakfast, but the toppings definitely vary. I feel like in America, our toppings tend to lean sweeter, where in the UK, they're more savory. One example of our sweet toast toppings is fruit jelly. I feel like it's super common to see those little packets of jelly whenever you order toast at a diner or something. I'm more of a buttered toast person, but it is common to see people put jelly on their toast. Not as common in the UK.
In the UK, it's much more common to find jam. The main difference is that jelly is made with fruit juice, while jam is made with actual pieces of fruit. Popular UK options include strawberry, raspberry, blackcurrant, and we also like marmalade as well. If I'm having jam on toast, I'm also putting butter on there beforehand. I don't know if that's super common in America. I feel like you guys tend to just go for the jam without the butter in that case. So like for me, the ideal slice of jam and toast is the jam on toast that they have in Wallace and Gromit. I do also find that the cheap jam, like this one, is good for my ideal spreading. It's a bit more homogeneous. You can get a nice even layer.
The most popular jelly options in the US are definitely strawberry and grape. You don't tend to find blackcurrant products in the US. In the late 19th century, pathologists found that blackcurrants carried a fungus that destroyed pine trees, the backbone of the American timber industry, so this led to the government banning them completely.
Our version of that is that we really don't have many grape-flavoured products in the UK. If you see something purple, it's almost always going to be blackcurrant or maybe blackberry. Before we move on from toast, I also have to shout out my beloved Marmite. This is a divisive spread in the UK. For a long time, possibly still, their motto was you either love it or you hate it. That's become so ingrained in British culture that if a topic or something else is divisive, people will describe it as a Marmite topic. Joe Avella from Food Wars, bit Marmite. It's another one that's a bit like black pudding in the sense where if you actually think too much about how it's made, it's off-putting. It's called yeast extract and it's effectively the kind of sludge that is left over from when you brew beer. It's delicious. I personally love it, always have, always will. Here we have some crumpets as well as some English muffins, or as we call them, muffins. The two of them do share a couple of similarities, but it kind of begins and ends with the fact that they are both yeasted, bready products, which are cooked on a hot plate. With muffins, the dough is shaped into a ball before being grilled on both sides. Crumpets are made with pretty similar ingredients, but the liquid ratio is higher, so you end up with something more like a batter rather than a dough. This gets poured onto a preheated surface, which is actually at a hotter temperature than a muffin bake would be. That means that it immediately sets on the bottom and forms a crust. They're also not flipped during the cooking process, so as it cooks, bubbles are formed, CO2 is released, rising up through the muffin, releasing in the top, producing these little air holes. Not only are they visually different from muffins, but they also have a much chewier texture. As a Brit, one of the best feelings you can experience is spreading lots of butter onto a freshly toasted crumpet, watching it all kind of melt into the holes, pour out the bottom. It's just wonderful. They're so tasty.
Let's talk about donuts. These are an iconic US breakfast food, but that hasn't always been the case. They were introduced to the US by Dutch pilgrims, but were always considered more of a snack or a dessert. That all changed in the 1940s and 50s. The invention of donut machines in the 1930s made making donuts super easy and led to more and more donut shops opening across the US. The rise of the donut went hand in hand with coffee. Americans wanted to start their day with a cup of coffee, which was often sold at bakeries and increasingly donut stores. Even now, if you go to a grocery store here and buy a pack of coffee, you'll see the flavor donut shop coffee. It's definitely become a thing. Donuts are not an everyday thing, and you can obviously have them at any time of the day, but I do still see these as a breakfast pastry. To me, donuts are like the perfect amount of something sweet for a breakfast item. When we get into the territory of adding candy, chocolate, all sorts of stuff on like a waffle, a pancake, that's too much to me. This is like the limit of how sweet a breakfast should be.
Don't get me wrong, I love donuts and I'm sad that they're not a more acceptable anytime food in the UK, but I feel like objectively speaking, they are just not a breakfast food. If you're getting a breakfast pastry in the UK, it's much more likely to be a croissant or something in that vein. Shout out particularly to the Tesco chocolate-filled croissants, I love those things. Maybe when it comes to something qualifying as a breakfast pastry in the US and the UK, the presence of icing might be the distinguishing factor.
I should probably also mention toaster pastries, the most famous obviously being Pop-Tarts. We also have toaster strudels or similar options like that in American grocery stores. We actually did a Pop-Tarts episode a while ago. Pop-Tarts fall into this weird gray area where the marketing is very focused on them being a quick and easy breakfast food, but nowhere on the packaging does it actually say it's for breakfast or mention breakfast at all.
We do have Pop-Tarts in the UK, they're just not that popular. Firstly, they're seen as an American import, which lets supermarkets charge over the odds for them. Also in the UK, cereals are supposed to be more nutritionally complete, so they also kind of miss out on that as well.
What about breakfast cereals? Obviously, there are a ton of options in both countries, particularly in the US. We love our cereal. So let's talk about our most popular cereal options in the US and the UK and compare them.
We have some shredded wheat, Weetabix, Kellogg's Crunchy Nut, Shreddies, and Honey Cheerios. The gang is split here. We're pretty sure that at some point we did have Honey Nut Cheerios. We're not sure when that stopped being the case.
A report from Wishlisted says that the top 5 US breakfast cereals are Honey Nut Cheerios, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Honey Bunches of Oats with Almonds, Special K Red Berries, and Frosted Flakes.
In the UK, as you can see, the emphasis on cereals really is about their whole grain content and their fiber. There's a lot of just wheat. Ingredients, whole grain wheat, 100%. That's literally 100% wheat.
I feel like this is a pretty well-rounded list. I'm not surprised by anything because this seems pretty typical to me. I think that Lucky Charms, Cap'n Crunch, those more sweet cereals tend to be more for kids. Like, I indulge every now and then as an adult, but I'm not buying them consistently. Maybe it's just me. I do think that Honey Nut Cheerios being number 1 makes the most sense. It's the least offensive cereal and so delicious. I think once you become an adult, you focus more on the health-conscious cereals like a Honey Nut Cheerios, which their whole thing is that it's heart healthy. Let's try some Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I've had it a million times, but I think this is more of the cereal that people tend to imagine. A sugary, delicious American breakfast cereal with cinnamon sugar in every bite. It's so good. This is the kind of cereal that you can dry fist into your mouth or eat with milk like a normal person, and it's gonna be good every time.
Cereal has gotten worse in the UK, I think. Even from the time when I was a kid. Golden Nuggets are the example of this. I had Golden Nuggets as a kid. They were like bright yellow, full of E numbers, delicious. And now it's just kind of balls of very dull, palish wheat, I think, or corn or whatever. Also, I don't remember the last time I saw a little plastic toy in the cereal either. That was so good as a kid. Why don't we do that anymore? Delicious microplastics. I don't know what this says about me, because I also love fast food. I love aggressively flavored things, but there's something about just like plain Weetabix with milk that I really love. A lot of people will add sugar to this, maybe at home. On the package, you'll often see them adding like berries and stuff, but I've never done that. I just really like the taste of wheat for some reason. The crew has asked if I can eat a whole Weetabix dry. I don't want to, but I guess I can try. It does look very dry. These do require milk usually. Let's give it a go.
It's actually just so good. Oh man, yeah, it has some moisture.
Not the most pleasant thing I've ever done, but not the least either.
I do not enjoy sweet cereals. I have not liked them ever, even as a kid. They'd always give me stomach problems in the morning. I almost never have sweet cereal. If I was to have a sweet US style cereal, it wouldn't be for breakfast. I'd maybe have it later in the day as a snack. I like Apple Jacks, really like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. And oddly enough, do a 180, I strangely enjoy Wheaties. The not sweetest cereal, maybe because it's one of the few cereals I can actually hold down in the morning. It didn't hurt my stomach because it wasn't coated in sugar. But in general, I never have sweet cereal in the morning or ever. I'm a coffee and banana guy all the way.
Finally, every breakfast needs a beverage, and in the UK, that's most likely going to be tea. The most common is English breakfast tea. It's a black tea made with a mixture of leaves, including Assam, Ceylon, and Kenyan teas. Legend says that the blend was given its name and popularised by Queen Victoria. She was served it, somewhat ironically, by a Scottish tea master called Drysdale on one of her visits to Balmoral Castle. Brits reportedly consume 100 million cups of tea per day. Bearing in mind our population is only 67 million, that means on average Brits are consuming 1.49 cups a day per person.
That's nothing. America is a nation of coffee drinkers. We love our coffee. A 2024 survey from the National Coffee Association found that American adults drink nearly 465 million cups of coffee every single day.
I'm responsible for most of that.
If you shrink that down to just the adult population, which is around 271 million people, that comes out to about 1.7 cups of coffee per person every day. America's most popular coffee is drip coffee, but in recent years we've seen a rise in popularity with espresso-based drinks like lattes. In America, we are definitely more into coffee than tea, but we also are into iced drinks. Iced lattes, iced coffees are just so much more popular here, I think.
In the UK, you won't find a lot of drip coffee. We typically go for espresso drinks, with the latte being our #1 choice. Filling out the top 3 are the cappuccino and the flat white. The flat white has really picked up steam, pun intended, in the UK as of late. I really am loyal to tea. I think personally, I'm doing like 4 or 5 cups of tea per day. So I'm really bringing the average up in the UK, if anything.
If coffee isn't your thing, maybe fruit juice is. The most popular juice option in the US is, of course, orange juice. We do have other pretty popular fruit juices for breakfast, like grapefruit, sometimes apple, but orange seems to be the go-to for most people.
Orange juice also reigns supreme in the UK, by quite a margin actually. Beyond orange juice, apple juice is pretty popular here in the UK, as well as blended options, like a tropical juice or maybe like an orange and mango. Obviously, we haven't covered everything, as breakfast encompasses a lot of things, including loads of regional specialities. If you want another episode covering some more niche or regional dishes, then just let us know in the comments. Some classic breakfast components in the US and the UK are actually very different. It might shock some Americans to learn that British supermarkets don't refrigerate their eggs.
In the US, you'll always find eggs in the refrigerated section of a store alongside things like butter and milk.
It comes down to the different ways the countries try to stop the spread of bacteria like salmonella. In general, British and EU farming standards for eggs are higher than the equivalent standards in the US. Battery farming was effectively banned in the EU in 2012 and was replaced by enriched cage farming.
United Egg Producers set out some minimum chicken welfare requirements for US chicken farmers. One key regulation for egg farming is the amount of space given per hen, as this can significantly reduce the welfare of the hen. The US minimum space per caged hen is 67 square inches.
UK enriched chicken cages must provide 750 centimeters squared of space per bird. That's 73% more than the US standard.
Less room to move around means a higher contamination risk when it comes to the eggs chickens are laying. To mitigate this, American eggs are often washed and sprayed with a chemical sanitizer before being shipped out and sold to the public. Spraying the shells can actually provide moisture for more bacteria to grow and spread. Keeping the eggs cold reduces that risk, which is why American eggs have to be refrigerated.
In the UK, the focus is more on treating diseases at the source, rather than eliminating symptoms down the line. In addition to the extra space given to the hens when compared to the US, British hens are also vaccinated against salmonella. All these additional precautions mean that the eggs do not need to be cleaned before they're shipped out, and are therefore safe to be kept at room temperature. Did you know that cereal has a bizarre origin story? Or that America's aversion to tea was kickstarted by the Revolutionary War?
That's right, breakfast is the source of some bizarre and fascinating history. Let's start with the cereal thing though, because it's wild.
It all started back in the late 1800s. People would visit sanitariums to seek help with all sorts of health problems, kind of like old school health retreats. One such sanitarium, the Battle Creek Sanitarium in Michigan, was owned by a John Harvey Kellogg.
John Kellogg was an interesting guy. He was a Seventh-day Adventist Christian, a denomination that believes in the imminent second coming of Christ. Many Seventh-day Adventists believe that when Jesus returns, there will be a rapture, and only the most pure will be spared, leading them to chase spiritual and physical purity.
What did purity mean to John Kellogg? Well, it was mostly just denying yourself any form of pleasure whatsoever. He wrote a book in 1887 called Plain Facts for Old and Young. He placed particular emphasis on sexual practices, notably masturbation, which he described as the most dangerous of all sexual abuses.
Kellogg believed that one way to stave off impure thoughts and actions was through your diet. He claimed that you could nip your urges in the bud by eating unstimulating foods like vegetables, oatmeal, and graham flour.
It was graham flour in particular that would go on to be significant. Guests at Battle Creek Sanitarium were often served a twice-baked graham flour mixture as part of their breakfast. It was so tough that a guest reportedly once broke her tooth on it, so people started serving it in milk to make it more edible. It wasn't until a few years later that John, his wife Ella, and younger brother Will really struck gold. When experimenting with new ways to make granola, they discovered that by leaving a wheat dough to dry overnight before rolling it out and baking it produced light, crispy flakes.
At this point, it actually grew in popularity, and Kellogg began marketing it as granula. He ran into an issue as a similar product already existed, invented by a man named James Caleb Jackson, who had used the same name. They patented the method and sold the new wheat flakes as granose before using corn instead of wheat around 1898 to create what we know now as cornflakes.
Will Kellogg saw how popular the new cereal had become. He wanted to distribute it nationwide, as well as adding things like salt and sugar to make it more tasty. Being the Puritan he was, John refused. However, Will was eventually able to persuade John to give up the rights to cornflakes. He started his own company, the Battle Creek Toasted Cornflake Company, in order to produce and distribute them. This eventually became the Kellogg Company in 1922.
It's safe to say that John would be spinning in his grave if he saw what his boring, bland, spiritually pure breakfast food had become today.
Hey Nico, why don't Americans drink tea like we do? It's clearly the superior beverage.
A lot of the tea-coffee divide can actually be traced back to the American Revolutionary War. As tensions rose between the British government and the American colonies, tea became a symbol of what the settlers believed to be unfair taxation. This culminated with the famous Boston Tea Party of December 1773, where revolutionaries dumped 342 crates of tea into the Boston Harbor in protest. Tea became such a symbol of British influence that eventual founding father John Adams wrote in a letter to his wife in 1774 that tea must be universally renounced. And he was right. Coffee's better. Many Americans simply replaced tea with coffee, and even after America cemented its independence from Britain, this change stuck. It stuck real hard because we're coffee drinkers for life over here, pretty much.
USA, baby!
I don't eat breakfast every day. I feel like I really have to commit to getting up early if I want to give myself a hearty enough breakfast. I do think it is the most important meal of the day. Don't get me wrong. I feel like breakfast is the thing that keeps you going when your brain is like most active in the morning, so you should be treating it like the most important meal every day. Don't be like me.
Personally speaking, I don't eat breakfast every day. Before I went to school, I always would, but now I have to actually fend for myself. The thought of waking up a bit early to have like a bowl of cereal or some toast, sacrificing those crucial extra minutes in bed, for me, not quite worth it. I might be slightly biased because I don't eat it every day, but I'm not sure I believe with that old adage that breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
There is a huge difference when it comes to breakfast at home and breakfast at like a diner, at least for me. At home, my ideal plate of breakfast looks something like maybe a bowl of oatmeal, side of turkey bacon, black coffee, very minimal, low effort stuff. But going out, you have the freedom to choose whatever you want because you're not cooking it. So I would get pancakes, I would get hash browns, I would definitely get sausage and bacon for sure. Maybe even an egg. I usually skip eggs, I don't know. I get weird about them, but I'm definitely ordering way more for breakfast if I'm out versus cooking at home. One thing I can't believe we haven't talked about at all yet is bagels. That's another thing that I feel like is so popular to have for breakfast here. A little breakfast bagel with whatever cream cheese you can imagine. If you're into sweets, they have like desserty cream cheeses, savory, there's endless options. Bagels, ideal breakfast.
I think my ideal breakfast is kind of just a full English. Not that I would eat it every day, but in terms of the pound for pound satisfaction I get from eating it, I do think a full English is hard to beat. On a full English plate for me, you definitely have to have the bacon, you have to have the sausage, you have to have the beans, and some nicely done fried eggs. All of that with a big mug of tea on the side, I'm set. Having now been to the US a few times, one thing I do actually like about America is the diner culture. It's not a direct comparison to a British greasy spoon, but I do like a diner in its own right. Maybe for me it's less the specific foods and more the kind of diner culture, particularly the 24-hour thing. I do like the fact that you can go to a diner pretty much any time of day, get a nice cooked breakfast. It's great.
If I could steal any breakfast item from the UK and make it popular here, it would probably be a crumpet with some of that like blackcurrant jam. A lot of our jams and jellies have a lot of sugar content in them, so they're not really like the most fresh tasting fruit item. I would be really interested to see what a blackcurrant jam tastes like on a crumpet. There are a few breakfast items from the UK that I take issue with for sure, but I feel like it's more personal preference than anything. I'm not that into tomatoes for breakfast, not that into mushrooms, not super into cabbage or blood sausage, so if it's working for you guys, I'm so happy for you.
In general, I do think America needs to dial it back slightly on the sweet goods for breakfast. There's basically no nutritional value there. You're getting all these easily digestible sugars, which just go straight through your body and leave you even hungrier afterwards.
I do think the idea of breakfast has changed in my life since I was a child to now being an adult. I feel like sugar was the main thing I wanted as a kid, so all of the foods I ate at that time were very sugar heavy. Pop-Tarts, Lucky Charms, Eggo waffles, all of that. Nowadays, it's more about giving me like the fuel that I need to stay awake until lunchtime, so I'm more interested in stuff that's gonna keep me fuller for longer.
From portion sizes to mineral content, we wanted to find out all the differences between bottled water in the US and the UK. Due to the massive amount of bottled water brands and sizes, we've narrowed it down to the most common sizes in the UK. 500 millilitres, 750 millilitres, 1 litre, 1.5 litres, 2 litres, 5 litres. Typically you'll see these in a very wide bottle with a handle attached to the lid, although this one is more of a fridge pack.
The most popular still water bottle sizes in the US are down here, the 8 fluid ounce. These usually come in packs of 12 or 24. The 12 fluid ounce also usually comes in packs. The 16.9 fluid ounces, 20 fluid ounces, 1 liter. Then we jump up to a gallon. And this big boy, the 2.5 gallon, the Arrowhead, almost double the size of the UK's biggest. Of course, we are a hydrated country over here.
Not sure if this one counts, but also we were able to find a 10-litre hydration pack. This one's cool because it's got a tap built into it, bringing back horrible memories of boxed wine. It's really convenient.
All right, Harry, but for bending the rules, check this out. Costco sells a pallet of 40 bottle, 16.9 fluid ounce packs. 32,448 fluid ounces or 253 gallons. Sip, sip, baby.
In the UK, there are 3 types of bottled water. Firstly, we have natural mineral water. For something to class as natural mineral water in the UK, the source must be named. For example, this Volvic says it came from Clairvik Spring. It must have a consistent mineral composition, and there are some permitted treatments for the water. Then we have spring water. For spring water, the source must also be named. You can see here, this one is from Oakwood Spring, but any treatments can be carried out on the water. Anything else is just labeled as bottled drinking water. I actually really struggled to find anything that was just labeled as bottled drinking water today. In the UK, you pretty much only drink mineral water or spring water. It's actually against the law to mislead consumers about the origins of bottled drinking water. It'd be really funny to go to prison because you lied on a water bottle. Embarrassing.
In the US, we have 7 different categories. Let's get that list on screen. First, mineral water. These 2 examples over here. Mineral water comes from an underground source and has at least 250 parts per million, ppms, of total dissolved solids. These are the minerals of mineral water, and the minerals are natural, not added later. Next, spring water. These 2 guys right here. These are waters from an underground formation that flow to the surface naturally. The water must be collected at the spring or by tapping into the formation, feeding the spring. And third is purified water, which is water that's been put through a purification process, and sometimes goes by distilled water. In the US, bottled water brands don't have to disclose the source info, perhaps so the brands can advertise their product to create the illusion it's from the mountains or a spring when it's actually not. Who knows? There's also a federal standard that if the water is from a public drinking source, the label must say from a community water system or from a municipal source. Furthermore, companies are required to provide some quality info and also add contact info if consumers want to reach out and obtain their own additional information.
Thank you for calling Niagara Bottling. All of our representatives are still assisting other callers.
Let's leave a message.
If you would like to leave a message, press 1 now.
Hi there. My name is Joe Avella. I am the co-producer and co-host of the award-winning series Food Wars, and I'm calling about your purified water from Sprouts Farmers Market. I'm calling specifically to ask the source of this water, if it is from a municipal or community water source, or if it is in fact any sort of spring or mineral water. If you could have someone call me back, please, and just give me some basic information about where the Sprouts Farmers Market purified water originated from, that would be great. My phone number, please call me back with any information. That would be fantastic. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
The taste of water comes from its mineral content, which either occurs naturally or is sometimes added during processing. Yes, water does have a taste. Each water source has a unique mineral content and therefore a unique taste. Mineral content is measured by a water's TDS, or total dissolved solids.
According to a 2013 study, the minerals that have the most effect on water's taste are bicarbonate, sulfate, calcium, and magnesium. Can we actually detect the levels of minerals or taste in bottled water? Harry and I, and also Food Wars bottled water expert Nico in NYC, want to find out. Here are 5 bottled waters of various mineral content. I'm gonna taste all 5 and see if I can place them in order of minerality? Mineraliness? Fiji. All right, let's do Dasani. Dasani, you can't get this in the UK, more on that later. I might have to come back to this. These are really close.
I think Aquafina has the least amount of minerals. I'm gonna guess that.
Aquafina. Oh, okay. Evian. Am I tasting minerals or am I tasting plastic?
Smooth water.
I think Evian and Voss probably have the most amount of minerals.
I hate these caps, I'm so sorry. I know they're better for the environment, but they're so annoying. That tastes more minerally, I would, if I had to guess immediately. I'll put that in front of Evian in terms of most minerals, fewest minerals.
Voss. This is the expensive stuff, right?
Yeah, that's minerally. That's minerally stuff.
I feel like this is the most minerally one.
Poland Spring is somewhere in the middle.
Highland Spring. Not getting a ton of TDS from that one.
Actually, maybe that does have more minerals in it than. Yeah, okay.
How about the Fiji? Fancy water. Maybe slightly more minerally than the Highland.
Then we're gonna go this one versus. What's happening here? What's going on?
I think Fiji might be, that's really hard. Maybe Fiji's first.
This is my choice. Least minerals to most.
I think the more expensive waters might have more minerals.
Slight differences. It is possible that my mind's playing tricks on me and they're all the same. I don't know.
So I think what I was assuming is that higher mineral content would actually mean more of a taste, but it seems like that might not be the case.
Just Voss and Fiji are switched.
Oh, perfect. So this is the correct order. Not too bad.
Dasani, what was it?
Dasani is 28.
Okay, pretty low.
Yeah, that's.
Voss.
Voss is 49.
Okay. Fiji.
193.
Okay. Evian.
485.
Aquafina.
4.
I was like, oh, no way.
You were so close.
So,
You're also so wrong.
so this one has nothing. So this is the nothing one. I think it might be the microplastics. Please don't sue us, I'm kidding.
Turns out that the actual order is Evian way out in the lead in terms of their mineral content. Then it was Fiji water, then Highland Spring, then Volvic, and actually, by far the least mineral content was Voss. I guess mineral content doesn't always mean a stronger flavor. One thing I'm curious about is how the mineral content of our bottled water compares to our tap water. Here in London, our tap water contains an average of 293 parts per million when it comes to the total dissolved solids. London tap water is also considered to be quite hard water, generally because the amount of calcium is quite high. According to visitlondon.com, who I'm sure don't have any bias whatsoever, London tap water is considered to be some of the best in the world.
Our NYC tap water's hardness is at 65 ppm. Not as hard, but ours does have the distinction of containing tiny microscopic shrimp called copepods. They're added to clear the water of mosquito larvae, which means our water is also not kosher.
That is so funny. The tap water isn't kosher in New York City. That is ridiculous. Microscopic shrimp, I don't know, is that normal? Is that anywhere else? I've never heard of that.
I've heard that they do that in like wine sometimes. You can have those little shrimp bits in wine, which means it's not vegan or kosher, but water? I mean, you can't be having non-kosher water, surely.
LA's water on average has 127 ppm. Of course, the water here is tested and safe to drink, but this does not account for plumbing or treatment devices, which can be an issue. The tap water in Flint, Michigan became a national news story due to the lead-contaminated tap water from the decaying infrastructure of old pipes. And this is not an isolated incident. One recent study found in Chicago an estimated 68% of children younger than 6 are exposed to lead-contaminated drinking water, and then assuming also the adults.
As well as mineral content, the acidity of water can have an effect on the flavor. Acidity is measured on the pH scale, which varies from 0 to 14, 7 being neutral. Below 7 is considered acidic, and above 7 is considered alkaline. Water can become alkaline naturally by the inclusion of various minerals, including calcium, potassium, magnesium, or iron, or sometimes it can just be added later in processing. A 2020 study on mice found that alkaline water did improve DNA aging markers. So you know what that means.
And is alkaline water as alkaline as it claims? Over here are a few top-selling alkaline waters, and I got some pH test strips, baby! We're gonna test how alkaline these are compared to Aquafina, which should be neutral, and see if they are as advertised. Let's do it.
I'll do the same in the UK and compare it to a popular brand, Volvic. But first,
this is 9.5. 2 seconds, they said? 1, 2. Does that look like it's in between these two? Interesting. What are you selling us here? Essentia.
We'll start with the alkaline waters. We have two types of active pH. So here we have the color scale of what it's supposed to look like. So I'd say this first active water is pretty close towards the 7, to be honest. It looks pretty neutral.
Like, are we associating black with like, because batteries are alkaline, right? I don't know. 1, 2. Also kind of a light brown. But if it was 9.5, don't you think it'd be obviously between these two? Like, it's not close to that at all. At all. I don't think these are as pH or alkaline as they advertise, Yuli.
This is the second version of the active pH 9. This water claims to have a pH of 9. Looking at the strip, that might be slightly overselling it, but I'd still say that's kind of looking like a bit more of an 8 rather than a 9.
Another one. Okay. This one's looking pretty orange to me, y'all.
Here we have the Aqua Carpatica. It's actually much more towards the 8 or 9 level.
This should be like the lowest of all of them. This is the control. 1, 2. So the test does work.
And then finally we have the Volvic. Now on the bottle, the Volvic actually claims to be 7, so it claims to be neutral. That seems broadly fair, although you could also argue that that's pushing more towards the 8 mark as well.
Those are our results. I don't know. Maybe you can do more accurate testing, but just a quick wipe down, like this might be closer to 9. These two are not. And compared to this one, the test works enough to tell you that. This one that says 9.5 on it or higher is drastically more alkaline, according to this test, than these two, which are claiming, this is claiming 9.5, so it should be the same as this one, it's not. This one's 8.4, like 1 alkaline, and it's pretty close to this one, so if anything, I think this one might be telling tales, but you know, do your own research.
I will say, despite the claims these are making, there isn't that noticeable a difference based on the testing that we've just done. Our two most alkaline ones would be this one and this one, whereas these two are pretty neutral.
The price of a bottle of water in the US has a wide range, with generic bottles like this one, the Signature Select from Vaughn's, costing $1 per liter, or the more premium brands like Evian costing $2.49, or Fiji costing $2.88 per 1.5 liters. Note, this should be bigger. Breaking down the average of the three, it's about $1.53 per liter.
Similarly, in the UK, with 3 brands at slightly different price points, we pay an average of £1.90 for 1.5 litres. In terms of price per litre, that would be £1.26, so the average is pretty close in both countries.
But the real price difference can be found literally in the water aisle. Just look at this wildly absurd price difference among water brand selections. This one caught my eye at CVS, where an Arrowhead 3-liter water bottle costs $2.39. And right next to it is a 6-pack of Fiji 500 milliliter water bottles, so also 3 liters in total, $8.99. That's a 276% price increase.
At our local Tesco's, we found this 12-pack of Tesco's own brand Elmhurst water, and it cost just £1.95. That's a cost of around 32 pence per litre. Compare that to the 6-pack of 1.5 litre Evian bottles. This costs £5.50, which is roughly 61 pence per litre, so effectively double the price. It must be about the quality of the product, right? Well, take the popular brand Voss. In the UK, it's £2.50 for one of these 800ml bottles. It's $4.15 for a bottle in the US, so pound for pound, one of the most expensive waters on the market. But how does it taste compared to other brands?
Here in front of me, we have 2 identical Voss water bottles. One is filled with premium Voss water. Also, the other one is filled with Pure Life, a more cost-effective, some would say generic brand of water. Can I taste the difference? Can I pick out which is Voss and which is Pure Life? Let's find out right now. All right, number 1.
It's water. Slightly like minerally taste. Although based off of my earlier tastings, I'm realizing that that doesn't always mean a high dissolved solids content, but I would still describe that as like a minerally taste.
So Natalie, my production assistant, just emptied out this Voss bottle and put back a water that could be Voss, or it could be something else. So we're gonna see if drinking it from the glass bottle makes me think that it's Voss. And now we're gonna get our second water poured into this bottle. This is such a complicated test.
Number 2.
Very similar waters.
Okay.
That's Voss. Is this the Voss one? Whoa! That's this one tastes. This one has like more of a taste to it. I'm associating a blank flavored water with being nothing, whereas one that has more of a flavor to it, the assumption is like, oh, it must be from a natural spring.
I don't think this one is Voss. I think the first one was actual Voss water. Am I wrong? Yeah! I needed a win. I needed a win so bad today. I will say, drinking water from a glass just really does make it a more pleasant water drinking experience, because what is this, Aquafina? Poland Spring, okay. It really does just make it nice and cool and pleasant to drink, so I do like these glass bottles.
Based on the fact that I tasted Voss earlier, I'd say this one reminds me slightly more of Voss, but the difference is pretty minimal. So I'll say this is the Voss and this is maybe a slightly cheaper one.
They're both Voss.
Both Voss, okay.
We thought we'd check your cuisine levels.
I've been slightly done by the crew here. It was the same water. Cheeky buggers. Although now I'm really glad I didn't say that they were vastly different.
Sometimes the price of water is location specific. Consider the price difference at the airport. A Dasani 1 liter in a US grocery store is around $2.35, whereas in the airport, I found the same bottle of water for $5.69. 149% increase. Shame on you, airport.
It's not just at the airport either. The Independent recently reported that London restaurants have been raising the price of their bottles of water, with some of them charging as much as £7 to £12 for a bottle. One high-end London restaurant was reportedly even selling water for £60. That's too much. That's absurd. It wasn't disclosed exactly which water was being priced at £60, but I'm pretty sure it's safe to assume it wasn't a 98-litre bottle of Evian.
Bottled water has seen a sharp price increase recently. For perspective, between 2010 and 2021, a gallon of bottled water on average rose 10 cents, or around 8.8% over 11 years. Compare that to last year, in 2023, when over 52 weeks ending in December, the average bottled water price per unit increased over 9.1%.
In the UK, the annual inflation of water, measured in February 2024, was 10%. It turns out we drink a lot of bottled water in the UK. In 2022, the UK consumed 2.8 billion litres of bottled water. That's 740 million gallons, or roughly 11 gallons a year per person. Bottled water makes up 18% of the non-alcoholic beverage market in the UK.
That same year, the US consumed 15.9 billion gallons. Now, we do have a lot more people here, so it works out to roughly 46.5 gallons per person. Bottled water accounted for 25% of beverage consumption in the US, making it the most popular beverage. I am in the wrong business. Aquafina, call me. I will do an ad for you. Let's do it. In fact, Americans purchase 50 billion water bottles a year, averaging 13 bottles a month per person.
According to Amazon, the best-selling pack of still water bottles in the UK is Aqua Carpatica. Although apparently on Amazon this will set you back £10.99, which seems like an awful lot.
In the US, it's a Liquid Death 8-pack of 19.2 fluid ounce cans for $12.47.
Here are some of the bottled water brands in the UK that you don't have in the US.
And here are a lot of the brands native to the US you probably won't find in the UK.
We'll start with 3 of the best-selling water brands in the UK. We have Volvic, Highland Spring, and Buxton. Volvic mineral water is actually sourced in France and sold across many countries, including the UK. Apparently, Volvic is filtered through layers of volcanic rock before being extracted from a depth of 90 meters, giving it a unique taste. It's also got a pretty neutral pH, it's around the 7 mark. I don't know why, but Volvic probably wouldn't be the one that I would target in a supermarket if I just wanted a bottle of water. Volvic also offers a large range of flavored water. We've got a few of them here today, including this touch of fruit watermelon, touch of strawberry, touch of mango passion, that's passion fruit, not just like a really passionate mango, and touch of apple and blackcurrant. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not crazy about flavored water as a concept, particularly when it comes to still water. I'll give strawberry a try. It's been a while since I've tried just like a flavored water. I think if I want a fruity but kind of watery, refreshing beverage, I'm still just going to opt for squash. The texture's always just a bit weird as well. It's like slightly on the slimy side, I find, when you get water but you add like the sweeteners to it. There are a lot of people who love them. I'm sorry, just not for me.
Of our top water brands in the US, these 2 are water products created by existing big beverage companies. This one is Aquafina. It's a PepsiCo product and, in fact, from a public water source. No volcanoes here. Aquafina's site boasts that its purification process is what differentiates its water from the competitors. It includes something called reverse osmosis. It says pure water, pure taste, purified by reverse osmosis. So they're making it perfectly clear this is not from a spring. This is water that was purified.
Next up we have Highland Spring. As the name suggests, it's from the Scottish Highlands, the Ochil Hills to be precise. This one gets filtered for 15 years through ancient basalt rock. 15 years of filtration versus Volvic's 6. Volvic's got to up their game. Also pretty good. I feel like branding is good here. Like, you think of Highlands, you think of the rolling hills, verdant landscape, and fresh babbling brooks filled with delicious Highland Spring water. I don't know, for me it just conjures up nicer images, and I think, yeah, Highland Spring is probably one of my preferred brands.
Then there's Dasani, which is a Coca-Cola product, launched in 1999 to compete with Aquafina. It is sourced from municipal water supplies around the US. Because of this, it is also classified as purified water. Yeah, this definitely tastes more minerally. So clearly the name of the game for both these brands is being purified water. This water is purified. Drink it, it's purified.
Buxton is another popular UK brand. It's from the East Midlands town of the same name. They get bonus points because they haven't got those annoying attached caps. It's a good water. Buxton was actually acquired by Nestle in 1992, but it's still owned and manufactured by the UK arm of Nestle, so we're going to count this as a British brand for the purposes of the exclusives. All of these land pretty neutrally on the pH scale as well. I think Buxton's around 7.4, Highland Spring around 7.8. So in general, it seems like the UK natural waters pretty neutral.
Then, of course, another incredibly popular brand in the US, which you cannot get, is Poland Spring, owned by Blue Triton, which I've never heard of, and is spring water from Poland, Maine, and it is actually from a source in the States. Finally, spring water! Anyway, couldn't get it for the time of filming this. And the label should say 100% spring water on it.
Looking at some other exclusive UK brands, here we have Aquapura. Here we have a can of Northumbria spring water. Canned water is something that's kind of new to the UK. It's really only become popular in the last few years. The brand boasts that it's from the land of the far horizons. Northumbria is way up north, it's kind of towards the border of Scotland. I just feel like when I drink water out of a can, it does have like a slightly different taste to a plastic bottle. Might mean that we're missing out on all those delicious microplastics. Says it has higher levels of calcium and magnesium compared to other ones as well. Delicious, delicious calcium. This one is ActiPH, or Active, I guess. This one's brand focuses around it being an alkaline water and also ionized. 9+ on the bottle refers to the fact that it's a 9+ pH level, which does put it in the alkaline category. When we tested it, it didn't actually seem to be that alkaline though, so maybe they could go even harder when it comes to the pH. It's a water from Shropshire. Give it a quick try. And taste those electrolytes and ions, clearly. It's a great noise as well. Then we have another canned water, Cano water in this case. They're going for a very minimalist branding, very plain white can. This one comes all the way from the Austrian Alps, apparently. Straight off a glacier and into this can. I'd say the only one that maybe stood out as slightly different was actually the Active water, which definitely had kind of a stronger mineral flavor to it compared to a lot of the standard bottled waters. I think the way a lot of these rely on geography when it comes to their branding is actually a bit of a clue to Brits' consumer habits. I think particularly people from the north have a stronger sense of cultural identity, so maybe if you're from Cumbria, you're going to have a pretty strong attachment to your Aquapura.
Thankfully, the less popular bottled water brands in the US are real spring water. Here is just a few, there are so many. Down here we have Crystal Geyser, which is mineral water sourced from springs, primarily in Napa and Sonoma, California. Ooh, a little Cali water, Yuli. What do you think of that? Huh? Now, Arrowhead is mountain spring water sourced from multiple springs in California, Colorado, and British Columbia. Pretty similar. I bet that was probably the same place where they get this in California, I think. Yeah. This one, ladies and gentlemen, Waikiki. I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm having a hard time because it's water from Hawaii. Yo, volcanoes filtered this. It's gonna taste all like volcano-y. Naturally alkaline. Deep water well. They went deep for this one. That's a really good one. It's a great sip. All right, we also got Just Water, our first boxed water of the video. And it is spring water from the Adirondack Mountains in New York. And this thing's like bursting. Like it feels like it's just gonna rip open. That's good. I like it from the box. If we're just going on vibe, I think I like the Hawaii one the best. It's like, yeah, it's from Hawaii, whatever, Hawaii, volcanoes, you get it. But I mean, I want to show allegiance to the Cali water. There's a bunch of other brands you can get. It seems like a lot of the waters are somewhat regional, so maybe that's something to do with why we couldn't get them here in California. Down here, we also have a bunch of purified waters that also emphasize hydration and electrolytes. Just to name a few, Life Water and Core. Life Water is purified with electrolytes added. Whole body hydration. Look, I love to be hydrated. We're getting hydrated today, all right? Of all the food wars we've done, with the exception of the coffee ones, this one might generate the most pee. It's fun, right? But I don't know what we're adding stuff. Can you taste electrolytes? I think of electrolytes when I think of, you know, Gatorade and Propel, like Core. This one, oh my God, you see this suddenly everywhere. There's something about this, I just don't like the look of it. I don't like the shape. I don't like, it seems extra plastic. Like, look at this cap. Look at that, why is the cap this big? Made from recycled plastic. Okay, but maybe we didn't recycle so much plastic if we used a lot less. Have we crunched the numbers on that, Core? If we just made a less plastic, wasteful bottle, better than just, and also still use recycled plastic? Core, are you watching? See, I'm tasting a difference, but I don't know if this is what I want to be drinking. I think I'd be more in line to like having one of these. Yeah, this, yeah. And again, it could just be like my existing biases, but I like the Crystal Geyser. Arrowhead was nice. I think I like the Hawaiian one the best. But if I had to pick, I'd pick the Just Water because good on you guys for going paper. It feels like it's better for the environment. I'm just a guy talking. If anyone wants to go into the comments and explain to me why it's not, feel free.
Another thing to point out is that most UK supermarkets will also have their own brand when it comes to bottled water. We have a couple today, including the Marks & Spencer's own brand. This one is bottled at a source in Scotland and claims to be filtered through volcanic rock. And we have the Tesco own one, which is Elmhurst branded natural mineral water. I'm sorry, these caps are so bad. Is the logic that people were throwing caps away and not recycling them, and this encourages people to recycle more? Maybe. But it just makes the act of drinking water really hard. Makes me feel like a granddad, yelling at the newfangled water caps that they're forcing on us.
Also in the US, a lot of our grocery chains, outlets, whatever, have their own brands of water. Here's just a few that I was able to find. Target brand has their Good and Gather. Reverse Osmosis, it's popular. First Metal one. I like that they went aluminum, good for them. Doesn't taste metallic-y. Very good. 7-Eleven purified water, the 7 Selects. And next to it, popular grocery chain in Los Angeles and probably somewhere else in the country, Vons. Shout out to Vons. Signature Select. Now, I don't know if this is an official Walgreens brand or Walgreens generic brand. Literally got this on the way over here. Could put that on the screen. But real quick, Walgreens all had the nice exclamation point water. These are all purified waters, all taste exactly the same. This is really smart for these grocery chains, these stores to do these. People aren't picky with water. I certainly am not. If you get any purified water, just get this.
When it comes to my favorites, I actually drink a lot more fizzy water or sparkling water, and so I think my brand allegiances are stronger there than compared to still water. For example, I actually really like the Buxton sparkling water. I think it's got a good level of bubblage.
From my favorites, I would say overall, I think I like the Hawaiian water, like Just Water, the box water, all right? They're literally selling us water. So it's a little ridiculous that I'm paying a premium for bottled water that comes out of my tap.
Bottled water in the UK is regulated by local authorities who make sure that the water meets before mentioned standards for things like the labelling requirements and also the water quality. They perform ongoing checks on things like chemical and microbiological limits, as well as checking for things like radioactive substances.
In the US, our bottled water is regulated by the FDA. It oversees the labeling, as mentioned earlier, and also the quality of the water. The FDA has set a maximum level of contaminants allowed in bottled water. The standards for contaminants between the EPA, which monitors public drinking water, and the FDA do differ. One distinction is the EPA's limits for lead in water, which is set at 15 parts per billion, whereas the FDA, it's 5 parts per billion. Assuming this is because water travels through lead pipes, so there's some leeway there?
One contaminant you might have heard a lot about recently in the news is microplastics and nanoplastics. A recent study found that on average, 1 litre of bottled water contained 240,000 pieces of plastic, 90% of which were nanoplastics. That amount was 10 to 100 times more when compared to previous studies. The study identified some of the plastics detected, including polyethylene terephthalate, or PET. PET is what they use to make the bottles that we drink from, but they also found polyamide and polystyrene, which are used to purify water. Not so pure after all, maybe.
Bottled water versus tap water has been an ongoing battle, with some bottled water brands trying to position themselves as superior in the eyes of the consumer. For instance, In 2006, Fiji Water ran a national advertisement campaign taking a dig at the city of Cleveland. The ad campaign stated, quote, "The label says Fiji because it's not bottled in Cleveland." Cleveland did not appreciate being the butt of the joke and responded by testing Fiji water and found 6.31 micrograms of arsenic per liter in the Fiji bottle and no arsenic in Cleveland's tap water. Not a good look, Fiji.
In the UK, back in 2004, Dasani water was pulled from shelves just 5 weeks after it was launched. Pretty much all the UK brands we've covered in this episode are either spring or mineral water, and the expectation is that they are from natural sources, they're purified in places like volcanoes or mountains, and might contain minerals which aren't usually found in tap water, which is why you pay for them, right? The news broke that Dasani was basically just treated tap water, and there was huge backlash. A short time later, all Dasani water was recalled from UK shelves after it was discovered to have above legal limits of bromate, which is a possible carcinogen. I'm going to be honest, this was in 2004, which is slightly before the time I was really aware of what was happening in the bottled water world. I do find it funny that it's very much still on sale in the US, even if it doesn't have the best reputation. I just think it really exemplifies the differences in ingredients, but also in expectation when it comes to bottled water in the US and the UK. Let's compare the average mineral content of each country's bottled water. We're looking at the 6 most common substances, which are bicarbonate, calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium, and sulfates. Here's a breakdown of the UK's average amounts.
And here's how the average US bottled water mineral content breaks down. Broadly speaking, UK bottled still water contains more bicarbonate, calcium, magnesium, and sodium.
Whereas the US water contains much more potassium and sulfates.
We're talking trace amounts of these minerals, parts per million here. That cannot be seen with the naked eye and account mostly for taste.
For instance, the recommended daily calcium intake for an adult is 1,000 milligrams or 1 gram. A litre of our water in the UK has around 55 milligrams, whereas the US would just have 12. To reach your daily calcium intake in the UK, you'd need to consume around 18 litres of water, and in the US, that would be around the 83 litre mark. Maybe just stick to milk if you want to get your daily calcium.
But minerals like magnesium are great for digestion. A 2017 study found that drinking mineral water with magnesium and sodium sulfates help relieve constipation and increase bowel movements. How often do I buy or drink bottled water? I rarely buy it. Got that Brita filter at home. If I was to buy water out and about, I would look for aluminum or paper, seemingly better for the environment. And when I do buy bottled water, cheapest bottle, I don't care.
I don't buy bottled water that often on average. It's partly due to an environmental concern. I try and reuse bottles where I can. But also, I think if I'm out and about and buying a drink, I want more of a treat beverage, so I'm more likely to go for a juice or a fizzy drink.
I am a water purchaser. I will admit that. I don't buy individual bottles. I buy like those 2-gallon jugs. I guess that's less plastic. It's still bad, but I just really don't love the taste of my tap water. I did grow up drinking bottled water. My family was nervous to give us tap water with good reason. We've definitely got precedent here in the United States to be a little bit wary of what's in our tap water.
I think the process for most Brits when picking a brand will be to look at maybe the origin, to maybe look at the mineral content, but I don't think it means that much. I think it's more a question of branding, brand loyalties, geographical loyalties as well.
I feel like people have a brand loyalty that has more to do with what that brand would potentially say about them. I feel like Evian was the first popular, or at least I remember in the late 80s, early 90s, suddenly there's Evian water. Oh my God, it's from Europe, I think. Mountains, fresh, better than horrible tap water. I'm sure it's not. And the bottled water that you see me drinking is the absolute cheapest. I'm thirsty, I need water, I feel bad, I'm probably hungover. The cheapest, glug, 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 I don't care.
I do typically buy Poland Spring or Deer Park. Those are like my preferred waters to buy. I'm definitely not out here buying Evian or Voss or anything like that.
The main reason I don't get a bottle of water is the plastic waste. It's ridiculous at this point. So at home, Brita guy, been Brita filter for as long as I can remember, and I have a water bottle. Makes more sense. Every reusable bottle I have, something I got for free. I don't care what it says on it. It's a vessel for carrying water.
Plastic waste for me is a real concern, particularly when it comes to my water, which is again why I will generally try and use a recyclable bottle where I can, or just take my own bottle around, fill it up from a tap. I like tap water in the UK. I do think our London tap water is really good. No qualms about drinking it. So for me, that's a much better and also less harmful to the environment option. In the UK, Dairy Lee's prepackaged snacks come in 3 main varieties.
Harry, I thought we were comparing Lunchables.
Unfortunately not. They're actually no longer called Lunchables in the UK. Mondelez rebranded them to Lunches in 2023 in an effort to align them with the rest of their products. The products are Dunkers, Snackers, and of course, Lunches. The sizes differ slightly depending on which fillings you get. It's strange to me that there is some overlap in the sizes between Snackers and Lunches. Lunch, to me, should be more of a substantial meal, whereas a snack is a snack. So for me, it's odd that some of the Snackers are just as big as the Lunches.
Well, our Lunchables come in a variety of sizes. Down here we have the small snack kit, aka Dunkables. Moving on, we have the snack kit, the classic. In the middle here we have the Lunchable crispy grilled cheesies. Just kidding, not available in this part of the country, but they appear to be frozen grilled cheese sandwiches. Moving on, we have the lunch meal kit. And down here at the end, the biggest portion size, I guess, is the Lunchables uploaded. Look at this thing. You got the sub sandwich, you got chips, Hershey Kisses. Now the product weights vary slightly depending on your choice of snack. For example, the ham and American cheese cracker lunch snack kit weighs 3.2 ounces, while this one that looks to be the same size, the nacho cheese dip and salsa lunch, weighs more, 4.4 ounces.
There's some variance in the UK too. For example, the chicken and cheese lunches weigh 68 grams, while the ham and cheese weighs 74. Since our lunches are slightly smaller, the other thing I wanted to check was exactly how much of each ingredient we're getting. Here is a box of UK ham and cheese lunches. Man, I have not opened a packet of lunches or Lunchables for about 10 years. No, longer than that. I always forget how old I am.
Here's a US ham and cheese Lunchable box. We are going to lay it out for you right now. That's all right. But the question is the weight. How much do we actually get here in the US? First thing I'm gonna do is weigh the ham.
A little bit more cheese. About 26 grams of cheese.
All right, now the crackers. Certainly the crackers weigh even less, right? What about the largest multi-pack size? In the US, we have the ham and cheddar cheese and turkey and American cheese cracker stackers snack kit variety pack. Where is it? I'll tell you where it is. Sam's Club, where I am nowhere near one currently. Couldn't get it. It contains 3 ham and cheddar snack kits and 3 turkey and American cheese snack kits for a total of 19.2 ounces of Lunchables.
When it comes to lunches, they're typically just sold individually in the UK, although I was able to find a 12-pack on a wholesale website. I think these are more marketed at shops rather than individuals or families, but you know, if you've got a lot of kids to feed, then could be your option. The 12-pack of these would be 888 grams or 31.3 ounces of Lunchables. That does make it bigger than the US's largest size, but who's got the most options?
Here are all the Lunchables in the US you won't find in the UK.
Here are all the Dairy and Lunches products from the UK that you won't have in the US.
We have a ton of options in the US, so we're going to break them down into categories. Let's start with the classic cracker stacker range. We have just about all of them. Ham and American cheese, ham and cheddar cheese, ham and Swiss, light bologna and American, turkey and American, turkey and cheddar. The only one we couldn't get were the mozzarella and pepperoni cracker stackers. Ham and American also comes with a chocolate cream cookie, also known as an Oreo. I mean, look at this though, like the ham, that has like perfect coverage. Cheese is square, not circle, don't know why. Breaking news, everybody. I've never had a Lunchable before. And I could demolish all these. I could demolish this and then have a lunch. If I were to get a Lunchable, I probably would pick the ham and American cheese, but also ham and cheddar. What do we think? How strong is this cheddar gonna be, right? I'm not tasting a difference. Let's go straight cheese. I mean, I do in theory taste a difference, but it's so subtle. Ham and Swiss, not a big Swiss guy. I'm not tasting any difference. Also, I want to point out, Swiss has holes in it, doesn't it? Where are the holes? Moving on, bologna, light bologna. I don't know why light. Do you think they're getting ahead of the fact that people kind of consider bologna to be unhealthy or fattier? I don't know anything about bologna. Okay, bologna, we love it, right? What cheese is this? American? Doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, we got bologna, we got cheese, we got crackers. Lunchables just set a generation up to be obsessed with charcuterie when we got older. Now we move on to the turkey section of the video. I'm curious, yes, they're different, but could you tell? Like if I like, which is which, but. Minuscule difference. Okay, turkey and cheddar, I guess we can just look. Oh God, my fingers are all slimy from the sweat of this produced meat. There's a block of cheese for you right there. I mean, this is me if I was a kid. I would be like, this is what I would do. I would just like stack it up. Yeah, maybe don't do that.
The British equivalent of the US Cracker Stackers is just our Lunches range. We actually only have 2 of these in the UK. Lunches Ham and Cheese and Lunches Chicken and Cheese. Here we have the pre-dissected ham and cheese ones. One thing I did want to do is figure out what the cheese was. It's very pale in color. On the picture, it kind of looks like cheddar, but in real life, it's got that kind of plasticky quality that you wouldn't normally find from UK cheddar. There is like a semblance of cheddar cheese there, at least in the flavor. But yeah, the texture of this, like, cheddar cheese is not a rubbery cheese normally. This very much is rubbery. The amount of fold you can get on that without it breaking is quite impressive / concerning. What was the best way to eat these? I think I used to make sandwiches back in the day. Cracker, cheese, ham, cheese, cracker situation. Honestly, like, not that bad. The cheese is on the rubberier side, as is the ham. Tastes pretty good. The crackers are pretty good. Whole grain in there.
We got pizza Lunchables. I can't believe these are only exclusives to the US. These were seemingly so popular and, dare I say, polarizing. From what I read online, people either loved them or hated them. From what I can tell, because I've never had this, it's a cold pizza kit. On looks alone, this looks like a nightmare. In the pizza one, we have the extra cheesy pizza snack kit and the pizza with pepperoni snack kit. I'm going in on the pepperoni. You know it. No. Wait a second. Wait. Oh, God, I hate this so much. All right, so I got 3 of these. Surely you're kidding. Surely you jest with this. Is this what I'm doing? I have to say, though, man, they were stingy with the cheese. Whoa. What's the kid that has this for lunch at school? What do we think? Was this like popular kids had this? The weirdos? The one that clearly mom and dad weren't paying too close attention to him or her? Here's your lunch. Here's your child's lunch. Nope. No. Not tasting a lot of cheese, and oddly enough, I really don't taste any of the pepperoni either. I feel like if I was a kid, I'd really want this, and then I have it and be like, wait, this sucks. I feel like this would be like my first brush with like disappointment.
We actually used to have pizza Lunchables in the UK, but they seem to have been cut as part of Mondelez's rebrand, which is pretty sad. In addition to the Lunches range, in the UK you will also find Snackers. We have 3 options when it comes to Snackers. We have Snackers with mini Cadbury fingers, Snackers with mini Oreos, and Snackers with Cadbury Giant buttons. The main difference between the 2 is that the Lunches contain a meat option, either ham or chicken, whereas these just contain the crackers, the cheese, and then a sweet snack. The snack options included in these reflect the fact that Dairy Lee is owned by Mondelez, which is a big conglomerate which also owns Cadbury and Oreo. Which one do I want to try? Try the Oreos? Do you get like the same amount of cheese and stuff in here as you do in the other ones? I think you might do. 9 crackers in this one. Slightly more crackers than you get in a Luncher. I do love the mini Oreos though. Look how cute these are. Teeny tiny. I do like that they have Cadbury products though. That does feel like a way to make them a bit more British. Cadbury fingers, classic UK snack. Same with Cadbury buttons as well.
Check this out, slide it. Bam! You know what this is, huh? I'm in Southern California, so you know we got the nachos, baby. The nachos, cheese, and salsa snack kit. I wonder, tortilla chips, Kraft nacho cheese, salsa. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Lunchables are owned by Kraft Heinz in the US, which explains why they're using Kraft cheese. The chips are too small. They could have gone twice the size of this, guys. This small? How am I going to dip with this? Guys, let's get that Kraft cheese. Again, not heated up. It's that thing that I've been noticing a lot of Lunchables, the stuff that you normally eat hot. Finally, cold nachos. That's actually pretty good cheese. That's good. They went for the good stuff, the Kraft. Let's go. How's the salsa? This is good. I like this a lot. This is actually pretty good. I'm surprised. I'd be stoked to have this as I was a kid. Got stoked to have as an adult.
Joe, you're always criticizing UK nachos whenever we do one of these episodes, and then you go and do that to nachos. I just feel like there's a lot of hypocrisy there.
Even our phoned-in nachos are better than UK nachos. How hilarious is that? We got nachos locked down in the USA, baby. More proof. There you go. Love it.
Dairy Dunkers are an iconic UK snack food, possibly even more iconic than Lunchables or Lunches in the UK. In my school pack lunches, I was much more likely to get a sandwich and then some Dunkers as a snack versus maybe some Lunches as my entire packed lunch. So in these pots, you get a small pot of Dairy cheese dip, accompanied by some snacks which you dunk into the cheese. The snack options come in 4 varieties. Here I have the Dairy Jumbo Tubes. These are hollow. Land ahoy. You can also get Dunkers with Ritz crackers, with nachos, and breadsticks. These peel like so easily. Bang, off like that.
All right. Open up.
I do have to give special praise to the Jumbo Tubes because these are absolutely delicious. I'm not alone in thinking this either. I've seen tons of Brits claiming that these are amazing. I see a lot of tweets petitioning Dairy to release them as crisps, which honestly I think is a genius idea. On the packaging, they're just described as corn and potato snacks, and the only flavorings listed are things like parsley, garlic powder, rosemary, and even some horseradish. The result is a crunchy but slightly airy, crisp snack that tastes kind of like sour cream and chive. These combined with the Dairy soft cheese, just fantastic. I don't know what it is, but it's great. If there's like one bite that symbolizes nostalgia, that might be it. Ritz is another brand that's owned by Mondelez, so they're kind of just juicing their own sales by combining all of their products, which honestly, I respect.
Another US snack you can't get in the UK are chicken nuggets. Now, confusingly, they refer to these chicken nuggets as chicken dunks. If you take literally 1 second to look at the packaging, if I've ever seen a nugget, it is this. Lunch is served. Okay. First thing I'm glad to see, full-size Capri Sun. There you go. Now, this is a little sad. There's not a lot here. Dipping.
These are very suspicious.
Technically, yes, this is chicken, but look at this, people. Look, oh my God, it's like a pencil eraser, right? Look at this. But let's go, baby. Capri Sun, that's a good deal.
Oh yeah, it's got really strong flavor. It's like medicinal. It's like really strong flavor.
Beyond the range of lunches, snackers, and dunkers, Dairy does sell some other prepackaged goods in the UK. Firstly, we have these Dairy filled crackers. I've never had one of these before. I think they're relatively new. I do not remember seeing them as a kid. It looks like it's the same cracker material that you would find in the lunches, but rectangular rather than circle. And then you have a layer of Dairy cheese running through the middle. Reasonably generous with the Dairy. The cheese that they've used here looks even more solid and congealed than the normal Dairy, which is already quite emulsified. Pretty tasty, not that bad. The crackers have like a really savory flavor to them. Moving on from the filled crackers, Dairy in the UK also does strip cheese. That's the actual name they decided on. I'm not doing a joke, that's actually what they're called. The issue is in the UK, when it comes to cheese in stick form, we have cheese strings, which are very iconic and have the market in a bit of a chokehold. The cheese is reminiscent more of a Dairy cheese rather than a cheese string, which is a lot more orange. The thing with cheese strings is that they were tubular and you could kind of peel them at any angle and get nice little, very thin strips out of them. Whereas this is more like, you can kind of see that they've just been cut in half. I'm not convinced. And then within that, you can't peel it. Half the fun for me was like seeing how thinly I could peel a cheese string. Did it taste good? They also just don't really taste of anything. Again, like cheese strings have a very distinct flavor. They do have a cheesiness to them. Whereas these are just kind of like thin strips of not very much. I'm glad I was a cheese string household. One thing that is actually pretty iconic are the Dairy triangles. Cheese triangles are another staple in, I'd say, UK kids' lunchboxes. You get these little individual foil-wrapped cheese triangles. While cheese strings kind of had the market on strip cheese cornered, I do think Dairy actually had a claim to cheese triangles. The most iconic UK brands for these, I would say, are Dairy and maybe Laughing Cow in terms of the triangles. It is what it says on the tin. It is a triangle of Dairy cheese. Very soft, but tasty. One thing that I'm impressed by with Dairy is how they've effectively taken the same cheese and turned it into a bunch of different products with slightly different consistencies. Because moving on from the cheese triangles, we also have Dairy cheese spread. So Dairy cheese spread is effectively the same as what you get in the Dunkers. And then finally, we have two versions of cheese slices. We have a regular version and a light version. The light version claims to have 40% less fat compared to the regular version. So these are effectively just American cheese slices, but made of Dairy. It is tasty. It was a part of my childhood. I'm sure it's a part of a lot of Brits' childhoods. And from what I've tasted today, like, it's generally held up. It's not one of those things that tastes completely different now as it did when I was a kid.
Now's the time we talk about the Lunchables Uploaded. These came out a while ago and are clearly aimed at teens. To that end, the branding is sort of a gamer themed and is more substantial than the classic meal kits. I'll say, these got some heft to them. All right, this makes sense, okay. Oh, wow, oh no, you still gotta build it, which I guess makes sense. Plastic on plastic on plastic. Here's everything. You got the meat and cheese, you got your sub roll, you got your mayo, Pringle chips, 2 Hershey Kisses, and this, I was wondering, I was like, does this have 2 drinks? But no, it's Kool-Aid powder in the water. Actually, this is pretty smart. You guys want to make a sandwich? All right, first of all, I'm gonna open this up. I'm surprised by like how little they're giving us. Look at how thick the bread is. Man, they still went with this size cheese though. Still went with. What cool teenager gets to make this in the cafeteria at high school? It just seems like a really basic sandwich. I think I figured out why this doesn't work. Because the idea with Lunchables is you kind of like put your meal together, like play with it. Like it's easy, conveniently packaged, so you can just take it and go. And a regular Lunchable would cut out the time it takes to make a sandwich, right? But with these, you're just prolonging the sandwich making experience till later. It's the idea of like, I don't have enough time in the morning to make a sandwich, so I got this box. But then you get where you're going, you got to make the sandwich there. It's not saving any time. Does that make sense?
Your parents' time.
Oh no. Here, you make it. Pringles, okay. I mean, I like Pringles. Yeah, all right. Yeah. I'd be more stoked for the chips, honestly. And then, kiddos, you can have yourself some ready-to-go Kool-Aid. What is the job I have? Kool-Aid is so good. If you're watching in the UK and you don't recognize this color, it's because it is banned in your country, probably. It's called Red 40, and if you're wondering why I'm the way I am, hey, here's why. Somehow, the regular pizza Lunchables are so popular that they were afraid they were losing their audience. They were getting too old. They were growing up. They decided to make a version of pizza for the teens. Hello, fellow teens. Here's the thing you totally want. Sincerely, another teenager. Deep dish pizza pepperoni. Oh, God. Oh, God. No, this again. Look at this. Look at, like, it's recessed in there or whatever. Yeah, a little Chi-Town deep dish over here, right? Oh, God. Am I supposed to use all this sauce? I don't know. If I was a boy and I saw a kid eating this, I'd be like, he suffered enough. Here we go. The sauce is sweet and gross, and the bread, though, is very strange. The pizza dough, I guess we could still call it dough, cake-like, but not sweet, but really, like, would fall apart. Moving on. All right, do like gummy worms, love Cheez-Its, so if this was my lunch, I'd just be working on these. And once again, I don't have a tropical punch, but this is good. I like this. You know what? I would say if you're eating this, maybe like save the Kool-Aid and just have water, because that sounds really nice right about now.
Let's compare the ingredients of lunches and Lunchables.
Here's a U.S. ham and cheddar cracker stacker Lunchable kit, and here's everything that goes into it. That's a total of 41 ingredients.
Here's everything in a packet of ham and cheese lunches in the UK. That's a total of 33 ingredients, which is actually 8 fewer than the US equivalent.
The U.S. colors its cheese with both annetto and oleoresin paprika, 2 natural food dyes. How does our cheese compare to yours, Harry? The U.S. ham also uses an artificial smoke flavor where the U.K. does not. And the U.S. crackers also contain palm oil, the overproduction of which has been blamed for deforestation around the world. You may have seen some alarming headlines concerning the presence of lead in Lunchables. Testing by Consumer Reports found lead in several popular lunch kit brands, including Lunchables. Wow, I wish I read that before we started shooting this. The turkey and cheddar cheese stackers, I ate those. The pizza pepperoni, definitely had those. And the extra cheesy pizza Lunchables, phew, skip that, all contain roughly 70% of the maximum allowable dose of lead set out by the California Proposition 65 list of chemicals known to cause cancer or birth defects or other reproductive harm. 70%, why is it more than zero? So should we be freaking out and banning Lunchables from school cafeterias? Should be banning this from Food Wars. I can't believe how much I just ate.
The short answer might surprise you. Probably not. That's due to a few reasons. Firstly, lead is found in a lot of the food and drink we consume. It's a naturally occurring metal in the Earth's crust, meaning that trace amounts of it end up in our soil, water, and even air. Even the FDA acknowledges that it's not possible to completely prevent lead from entering the food supply.
It's also worth pointing out that the Proposition 65 limits that Consumer Reports based its testing on are extremely strict. Some say not strict enough. The law was brought in the 80s and forces businesses to disclose whether their products contain just 1,000th of the already established safe level. For lead, Proposition 65 limits it to 0.5 micrograms a day. A microgram is 1/1,000,000th of a gram. Fine. It's still more than I would like to be eating. Slate reported that the figure is based on OSHA's reporting from the 80s concerning workers breathing in fumes containing lead every day. Okay, good.
If the US turkey and cheddar Stackers Lunchables contain 74% of California's maximum allowable dose of lead, that means they contain 0.000000037 grams of it. That's an incredibly small amount, comparable to what you might find in fresh celery.
Lunchables might not be the epitome of health food, but at least where heavy metals are concerned, you probably don't need to worry for right now. Here's everything in a U.S. Lunchable ham and cheddar cheese with crackers snack kits.
Here's everything in a pack of UK ham and cheese lunches.
That places the U.S. Lunchables above the UK in every stat, but keep in mind, our box is about 15 grams larger than the UK's, which accounts for some of the smaller differences.
What that doesn't fully account for is the almost doubled sodium content as well as the more than doubled sugar content.
The highest calorie Lunchable product in the U.S. is the crispy grilled cheesies pepperoni. The serving size is the whole box or 2 sandwiches and contains 600 calories. It also adds up to 58% of your daily recommended sodium intake and 55% of your recommended daily saturated fat.
The UK's highest calorie product is the Snackers Cheese and Crackers with Cadbury Mini Fingers. One of these contains 272 calories, although that's still less than half of the US pepperoni grilled cheese.
One thing that we thought would be interesting to point out is the protein content of Lunchables. At the start of 2023 school year, Kraft Heinz rolled out Lunchables into schools across the U.S., either for purchase by students or free via the National School Lunch Program. There are 2 products available, the Lunchables Extra Cheesy Pizza and the Lunchables Turkey and Cheddar Cracker Stackers. This one says American. I know I demolished the cheddar one. I apologize. However, they are not these, the ones you get in the store. Why is that, you ask? I'll tell you. In order to meet nutritional requirements for the NSLP, they actually had to change the recipe of the school Lunchables for improved nutrition. According to Kraft Heinz, this includes lowering the saturated fat content, increasing the protein, and adding whole grains to its crackers. So if you don't understand what I mean, these ones you buy in the store for your kids, by school standards, aren't healthy enough. They had to do other Lunchables that are, I guess, legal to be sold in American schools. One would think, why not just make those the default? I don't know either. However, increasing the protein content also led to increasing the sodium content as much as 25%. Yo! That's a salty Lunchable. In the U.S., a Lunchable ham and cheese cracker stacker costs $1.96. What? It's that cheap? Wow.
A box of ham and cheese lunches in the UK costs £1.60. With exchange rates at the time of recording this, that was $2.02, meaning that ours are slightly more expensive than the Americans.
It's also worth noting the weight of the two products. The US kit is 3.5 ounces or 99 grams, and that is bigger than the UK kit, which comes in at 74 grams. Not only are our Lunchables cheaper, but we're getting more for our money too. The UK is paying 35% more per gram. How are you not outraged?
Lunches are relatively cheap, however I don't think one of these boxes constitutes a full lunch. Parents would likely still have to provide their kid with a drink and some additional snacks in order to really fill out a lunchbox. When it comes to lunch, many Brits love meal deals. Most supermarket chains will offer a combination of a sandwich, a snack and a drink in the region of £3.50 to £4. Here's a typical Tesco lunch meal deal selection. We have a chicken, bacon and stuffing sandwich, some salt and vinegar McCoy's crisps, and an innocent smoothie. With a club card, this cost me £3.40, which is just over double the price of some lunches. This meal deal comes to a total of 847 calories. So for roughly double the price of lunches, you're getting quadruple the calories. A meal deal also more closely resembles a balanced lunch when compared to a box of crackers, cheese and ham. So while they might seem like a cheap lunch option for parents, they actually might not represent the best value.
There's no denying that Lunchables are popular in the US. In 2022, they generated $1.8 billion in sales for Kraft Heinz. Good Lord. And they're like $1.60 a piece. That's a billion Lunchables. Now they've been added to school cafeteria lineups across the country, that popularity is likely to continue to rise.
Dairy products are undoubtedly popular in the UK. They claim to have 91% brand awareness, and the snacking cheese portion of their business added £56 million between 2022 and 2023. The UK is obviously a smaller market when compared to the US, but that number is nowhere near as impressive when compared to the US profit figure. Particularly when it comes to lunches and snackers, I don't think they have the same level of popularity as the US Lunchables seem to. Dunkers and maybe the cheese triangles reign supreme over here, but they're more of an addition to a lunchbox rather than the focus of the lunchbox itself.
We're comparing the most common grocery items in the US and UK.
How do the US and UK standard grocery items compare in size? In the UK, the largest milk container is 6 pints. That's around 3.4 litres of milk.
Whereas in the US, we commonly see 1-gallon jugs of milk, which works out to be 3.7 liters or 6.66 imperial pints.
The gallon jug from America is bigger than our largest size, but only by around 8.8%. It's quite rare to see someone buy these. I think only really big families will buy these, or maybe like an office that caters for a lot of people. The fact that Americans can buy bigger milk sizes than we can might have something to do with the fact that their milk actually lasts longer. That's due to differences in the pasteurization process.
Right here is an average US chicken breast you get at a grocery store.
Here is an average chicken breast in the UK. Let's find out how much it weighs. American chicken is banned in the UK. In the US, chicken is washed in a chlorine bath before being sent out to consumers. This is to stop the spread of bacteria like salmonella, because American chickens are kept in worse conditions when compared to the UK's. The farming standards in the UK ensure less risk of chickens becoming contaminated in the farming process, and therefore we don't need to rinse ours in chlorine before people eat them.
The UK also won't accept our beef. They banned the use of growth hormones in 1989, but not in the US, baby. The FDA is totally cool with our cows getting roided up.
I did most of the shopping for this episode in a Sainsbury's, which happens to be my local supermarket. The biggest steak I was able to find was this one, a thick cut rump steak weighing 450 grams.
I went to our local Vaughn's and grabbed any ribeye. This one here's a little over a pound. It's about 485 grams. And any American will tell you this is probably an average size steak you would get at one of our grocery stores. I looked on Walmart and I saw they had a ribeye that's almost 2 pounds or 907 grams. This is not uncommon, and I would not be surprised to see even bigger in the Midwest or Texas.
Obviously, we have a ton of American brands on sale at UK grocery stores, things like Coca-Cola, Oreos, or Kellogg's. But also, most supermarkets in the UK will have an American section, which contain products which I think Brits assume are big in the States. Here is a selection of items I found in one of those aisles.
And here are the UK items most commonly found in our UK, international, or sometimes ethnic section of US grocery stores.
The US loves a sugary cereal, and that is reflected in the US sections of British supermarkets. Today, I was able to find some Lucky Charms. Our cereals trend much more towards being high in fiber, low in sugar. Try and get a spoonful with several of the charms in it. The bulk of it, these brown pieces, are just kind of like Cheerios almost. I'm just not convinced about marshmallows. Like, they're just not needed in this, I don't think. And I think of the American cereals that I've tried, these are one of the better ones, Lucky Charms. The milk in the bottom is kind of taking on all the color from all of them and becoming this kind of like purpley color. Other cereals you might be able to find include things like Fruit Loops, maybe Captain Crunch, but I think these are enough for me.
Weetabix, one of the most popular cereals over there in the UK, or so we are led to believe in the US. I have had this before, and I'm not a fan. First thing I think is interesting about this, everyone not in the UK, is that it comes in these like blocks. This looks like it's shredded old newspapers. So I guess you would have two. And look at the mess it's already made just taking two out. What the hell's going on over in the UK? What are you guys doing? I guess I just do this, right? Listen to that. The least enjoyable way to start your breakfast. I mean, it's sogging up because of the milk, so that's a good-ish thing. I don't like our sweet American cereals. I want to get that out of the way here. I never go for the US sweet cereals. I don't like them in the morning. But this is like the opposite problem, where it's so flavorless and bland. A very popular item that I cannot get today that you guys have for breakfast, something called Ready Breck Porridge. When I went to the shop that carries a lot of the UK grocery items, I asked the lady if they had Ready Breck Porridge. Her response was, and I quote, "Yuck, why?" What is the difference between porridge and oatmeal?
Porridge can be made with a variety of grains and cereals, whereas oatmeal is just oats.
Thank you, Harry. No porridge for the filming of this video.
Another American import when it comes to breakfast foods in the UK are these toaster pastries. Weirdly, we had two brands available when I went in. We had Toast-'em Pop-Ups, and of course we have Pop-Tarts. These are the frosted chocolate versions, but you can also find these strawberry ones. We did do a whole episode on Pop-Tarts at one point, and my opinions on them haven't really changed since then. For me, Pop-Tarts are not really a breakfast food. I think they're more like a sweet snack. The amount of sugar in here is kind of crazy when compared to pretty much any other breakfast offering here in the UK. They are tasty, don't get me wrong.
A lot of sauces and spread from the UK we have here in the US. I'm gonna try some, and to do so, I have some toast. My cats got into the bread this morning, so most of this is going in the garbage, but I was able to salvage a few non-cat chewed on pieces of bread. Starting down here, Branson pickle. What is this? Relish? Oh no, what the hell is this? Good Lord, United Kingdom, what is wrong with you? It smells really vinegary and also not good. Oh, the crunchiness of the vegetables are really, it's a really bizarre texture. But after it's like really vinegary, and if it's just the sauce without the veggies, not bad, but apparently it's been around for 100 years. Congratulations.
Branston pickle is fantastic.
Not a fan. Coleman's mustard. I bet this mustard's really strong. Before I open this, I feel like this is sinus cleansing mustard. Whoa. Oh wow, that's so strong. I think this would be really good on like a brat or a sausage. Yeah, it's got a kick to it, ooh. But it's a little like addictive. Marmite, not at all a fan of this. Had it a few times before. It's just so bizarre. It's vegan, rich in B vitamins. That's an interesting selling point. Wake up your taste buds. Put the oomph in your breakfast. Ay. I've noted before it has the consistency of earwax. People who eat this have told me that you really are only supposed to take like a dab of it, a very little. I've been told already this is too much. It's so, this isn't the right word, but like salty, but it's not like high in sodium. I can see why people would swear by this because it is such a unique flavor. It's so strong. Landfills in America must be filled with barely touched jars of Marmite because everyone's like, oh, I heard it's popular. Taste, this is the worst thing ever. Trash. I'm an HP sauce boy through and through. HP sauce, if you're listening, I will help you make this more popular in America. Call me, let's talk, let's make it happen. It's not like A1, but it is an A1-ish brown sauce. It's fantastic. I had this the first time when I went over to the UK in like 2000. I couldn't believe it. I was putting it on everything. I love it. I always have a bottle. You don't put HP sauce on toast. Definitely something you'd put on an English breakfast. A more vinegary A1 for America, if that makes sense. That's like a good 10. I could put this on just about everything. This makes up for all this. Although, the Coleman's mustard, I'll take it home.
Moving on, we have some more snacks which are considered kind of American here in the UK. Firstly, we have this beef jerky. Beef jerky is something which Brits are very much aware of. I think even more so than an American thing, we might consider this to be South African. You often see it in stores labeled as biltong, which I think is kind of the South African term for beef jerky. But as far as I can tell, pretty much the same thing. It's effectively just dried pieces of meat. It always smells quite bad coming out of the packet. It smells worse than it tastes. It actually tastes pretty good. It's got a satisfying chew to it. Nice and salty. In my supermarket, I was able to find an American jar of peanut butter. I love peanut butter personally, and I do think most Brits do as well. It's pretty popular. Weirdly, we don't have that many brands that sell peanut butter. I will just often buy whichever supermarket I'm in's own brand. One thing I will say, while we're on the subject of American peanut butter, no one's really eating PB&J here in the UK. Not a super common flavor combination. I have done it before. It's lovely. When I think of the US, that is kind of the archetypal sandwich that I think of. One thing that's really common to find in an American section at a supermarket are these. These are giant marshmallows. Marshmallows are a strange one because I don't really think anyone in the UK is getting these to snack on. Maybe very few people are doing that. We don't really have that s'mores culture. Mini ones for hot chocolate, sure. The only other thing really that marshmallows are used for is Rice Krispie treats here in the UK, which I do love. We also have marshmallow fluff. This is one thing that's funny to me because when I was growing up, I was led to believe that this was very popular in America, that Americans ate this all the time. I was given a Fluffernutter sandwich at one point, which is peanut butter and marshmallow fluff. And it was pretty good, if a bit, claggy in the mouth. Although it seems like maybe this isn't as popular in the US as I was told, and I've been living a lie my whole life. Used directly from container on crackers or in hot cocoa. Use it as an ice cream topping if you microwave it. Oh, no. For a super fruit dip, mix 200 grams of cream cheese and 1 jar of marshmallow fluff. That's a legitimate instruction. Apparently you dip fruit in that.
Heinz baked beans. You guys love your baked beans over there. One thing that differentiates these baked beans from the baked beans we're used to from America is more of a tomato-based sauce. So you guys have these apparently for breakfast or all the time. Our baked beans have more of a barbecue, sweeter flavor to it. This I'm not into. First of all, you can see these beans right here, USA. Redder, almost like a SpaghettiO sauce. I don't mind these types of beans. I don't know if this would be my go-to breakfast. It did have something like this in the UK, and not like this, but definitely had it at a place. I thought it was just fine. So I'm going cold beans on this one. Just like if I was currently held up during the zombie apocalypse. I was eating to survive, just cold beans out of the can on toast. Here we go. It's better than it looks, USA. It's just why this, I'm not quite sure. I bet it's better warm. Yeah, this is what you guys eat.
Beans on toast, fantastic. Honestly, I don't understand the Americans' problem with it. If you try British beans on toast, you'll get it.
Other popular canned UK items we got here, mushy peas. I don't have a can opener, I'm not opening this. Not popular in the US at all. I never see any sort of mush or mashed peas. For those of you who don't know, it's seemingly mashed potatoes, but peas instead of potatoes. No thank you. I had it at the UK. This can stay over there. You can also get the UK version of Heinz tomato soup, regular peas, Ireland's favorite, salad cream. Doesn't at first glance you're like, oh, it's cream made out of salad, right? Mayo for your salad? Is this supposed to be salad dressing? Whoa, nope. Oh, wow, that's very bad. It tastes like mayonnaise that's gone bad. UK, you love your tea, you love your biscuits. Obviously you have so many brands to choose from. These are some of the most popular here in the United States with the tea starting down here. PG Tips, we got PG Tips. I stay in London every once in a while for work, and one of our producers, Leon, when I told him these were the brand in my hotel room, he said these are absolutely the worst ones. Taifu, fun fact, when we were in New York shooting food tours, I stayed with Harry and another Brit, Charlie, who was producing that series. And Harry was definitely drinking these. I don't know if he got them when he got here or these are the ones he brought from the UK. Anyway, these are Harry's choice right there. Right, Harry? You like the Taifus? He was drinking them in our Airbnb anyway. And these last ones, Yorkshire tea. I feel like I see these all the time. The tea has been brewing. I'm told it's supposed to be at least 2 minutes, Yuli. Get the PG Tips, Leon's choice. If you get Leon doesn't with it on there. Yeah, I mean, it tastes like tea. I don't get tea. It all tastes the same. I don't think I've ever enjoyed a cup of tea that hasn't had alcohol in it. But as far as taste and relaxation, tea's never done it for me. This is the Taifu. All right, Taifu versus Tips, here we go. Very low. This is a stronger flavor, maybe because the tea bag's in there longer? I don't know. And finally, Yorkshire tea. From the Shire of York, Old York, not the new one. That's here. It's all the same. It's all the same. So this is boring and I'm not enjoying it. But you guys love your biscuits, your digestives, huh? Got digestives, got hobnobs, rich tea. What's the best combination? The most boring looking cookie stroke biscuit ever. I'll dip it in this one, PG tips. I'm under the impression that these are called digestives because they help with digestion. It's the most basic cookie I've ever eaten. Let's go to hobnobs. Hobnobs, I'm liking the look at this. I got the chocolate ones. Get a load of this, you fuddy-duddies. Yeah, better, but the chocolate is the main reason. I know everyone's watching this going, there's better tea and there's better biscuits. I believe it. First, I'll go dry. Oh, God, it's the worst one. I don't know why, but I want Thai food to be the best one. I think because of its packaging. I like it. I like its vibe. It's just completely flavorless. I will say, though, I have been to the UK and we did do an actual afternoon tea or Sunday tea, I think it was. Check out that episode. And I did love the teas and I did love the food that they offered. I actually had a really great time. This does not reflect that at all. But as far as just these packaged crackers and these boxes of these teas, no thanks.
In the UK, you might also be able to find some American drinks. The one I found today was root beer. I actually kind of like root beer. I've now been on a few trips to the US and have tried it on a couple of occasions and gotta say, pretty good. I've had much better root beer than that, that's kind of bad. I think the best comparison I could make for a British audience is Dandelion and Burdock, which is now kind of like a slightly outdated fizzy drink. So upon closer inspection, we thought this was an American soda import, but it turns out it might not be. This is AW branded, whereas the American version is A and W with the ampersand in there. This one is actually just produced in the UK. I think they're kind of imitating the American brand, which is a little bit cheeky and explains why there is quite a big taste difference between this and an American root beer, which I've tried. I'm also noticing Gatorade trying to make its way into the UK market recently. I wasn't able to find any today, but I definitely have seen it in off licenses before and certain supermarkets. I've had a lot of Gatorade in the US. It's quite good for food shoots. Feel like I need to rehydrate like an athlete. I'm a big fan of the Glacier Freeze one.
There's more to drink than tea in the UK. For instance, these two seemingly popular beverages over there, the Ribena and the Robinsons. One thing that strikes me as unusual about these types of drinks is that you're supposed to dilute them. You don't drink them straight out of the bottle. We really don't have anything like this in America. I'm sure there is, but the idea of getting a bottle of juice and then having to like mix it with water, we don't have the time. This one specifically, black currant. Also, black currant, not a popular flavor in the US. In America, like 100 years ago, black currants were also harboring some sort of bug or fungus that was killing all plants, so they got rid of it, and we didn't have it for like 100 years. And all the while, another purple flavor of fruit came to popularity, AKA the grape. So when black currants now can totally be in the US, people just don't know. When they see purple, they think grape in the US, right? Yeah, not in the UK apparently, so this is not grape flavored, America. This is black currant flavored. I don't know what it tastes like either. Ooh, I don't like the smell of that. It's saying 1 part squash, juice I'm assuming, and 4 parts water. Okay, all right. I think I might be warming up to this concept of mixing it before you drink it. But I think because I'm doing it sparkling, which is like making actually pretty refreshing. And yeah, I'm not too familiar with black currant, but it's like a tartar cranberry. Yeah, all right. I like that. How do you like that? Someone's visiting the UK and getting this and being like, yeah, this looks good, and just like housing, I mean, I have to know. Yeah. Ooh. Robinson's real fruit. We got lemon. I think this is the same thing. Apparently we're seeing online that some people are bragging that they don't mix it. All right, blokes. Trying to impress the ladies by just going straight to the neck with the real fruit Robinsons. I'll try that out. Oh, don't do that. Oh, whoa. I bet this is great for mixing cocktails. It's like lemon concentrate. Who doesn't love lemonade? Mix it up. This is actually very good. I think if they advertise like that in America, like, oh, they could be like, don't let those fat cat politicians in Washington decide how diluted your juice is.
If you're a Brit looking for a classic American-style hot dog, we have Dino's branded goods in the UK. I was able to find the classic American-style hot dogs, some sliced pickles, and some crispy onions. These are pretty heavily marketed as being American products, so I assume they are big in America, right?
Hi, hot dog loving American over here. Never heard of Dino's in my entire life.
I mean, the cooking instructions are to place them in a pan and warm them for 5 to 7 minutes. We don't have a pan here, we do have a microwave. Laura's gonna microwave me a dog.
There's white stuff on the hot. Oh,
Thanks, Laura.
glistening.
Let's make a authentic American hot dog. I got some nice buns here. Lay that in there. Beautiful. I don't think I have any sauce. Pickles in a hot dog? That's like a Chicago thing, right? So here we go. I'm assembling my authentic American Brooklyn-style hot dog, which currently consists of quite a dry bun with no sauce, a large jumbo sausage, pickles, and crispy onions. I've eaten a lot of bad things in my life, and this looks like one of the worst. I just can't believe these are the real authentic hot dogs you guys are eating in America all the time. The Americans on the team have now pointed out that dinos, as well as epic snacks, might not be as American as they're advertised to be. Despite the fact that they both sit in the American section of the supermarket, they're actually both owned by the UK brand Urban Food Brands. I should probably have guessed by the fact that most American meat cannot legally be sold in the UK. American sections of British supermarkets contain a lot of candy, or sweets, as we would say. One thing I was able to find were Jolly Ranchers. I have tried these before. All in all, I would say I'm a fan of like sour candy, within reason. Not trying to do any sour candy challenges here. The color might slightly alarm Brits who aren't used to the food colorings. Got our good friends Red 40 and Yellow 5 in here, but they are tasty. Yeah, just like, a sourer than average hard candy.
Hey, I know UK is holding it down for chocolate. We've done the episodes before. You guys got the good stuff, so whenever I get a chance to try some, I'm very excited. Right here, starting off, the Mars bar. UK chocolate is very good. I'm a fan. Your caramel's good too. Yeah, this is like a Milky Way to us. Bounty. Love chocolate and coconuts. So good. Oh my God. Lion bar. Gur, baby. Looks a little bit like a turd. That's not a good sign. Wafers and Krispies. US candy heads in the comments. Is this something that we have that I'm not aware of? This is like a Kit Kat covered in Krispies, covered in chocolate with caramel in it. Good setup on this one. Yo, let's get those Lion bars in the US.
One thing that I found a lot of in my supermarket was Nerds. We have these grape and strawberry Nerds. Nerds fruits, which also seems to be in partnership with Wonka for some reason. The Timmy Chalamet version, phenomenal, by the way. There's a genuine chance that Timmy Chalamet is one of my Spotify Wrapped top artists this year, because I've listened to the Wonka soundtrack a lot. Here we have the watermelon and cherry Nerds. I kind of want to try the Nerds rope, because I feel like this is one of the things that I always see online, people raving about. So like a kind of like gummy rope that is coated in Nerds. They're pretty good. Get some texture contrast going on there.
I didn't have a lot to choose from, so this is the Aero Peppermints. Take a look at this, see that? Yeah. For the chocolate, last and not least, I have had a Curly Whirly before. I love these things. I feel like these are more marketed towards kids. This is so smart. Check this out. It's just the swirls of caramel covered in chocolate. There's no cookie or anything in here. It's just chocolate covered caramel in this like weird shape. I love these so much. We have so many US versus UK chocolate episodes. Go ahead and watch them after this, please. Don't leave yet. Well, now Harry's holding up without chocolate. Probably not very good.
We are able to get Hershey's brand chocolate here in the UK. I actually found a few different varieties. We have obviously the standard Hershey's milk chocolate. We have cookies and chocolate and cookies and cream salted caramel. Honestly, I think it's brave of Hershey's to even try and sell things in the UK because our chocolate is way better than American chocolate. Hershey's always feels quite grainy. It can have a slightly almost vomity aftertaste, which is really unpleasant. I don't understand how anyone would walk into a British supermarket with the dairy milk with the Galaxy chocolate on offer and think, no, I want Hershey's. I've never tried the cookies and cream though. Is this better or worse than the milk? Let's find out. Somehow worse. That's like biting into a brick of sugar. America just can't do chocolate very well, and that's fine.
So non-chocolate candy that you guys have, fruit gums, not gummies, gums. I mean, is this just fruit candies? Okay. I've been informed that these are no artificial colors, flavors, or preservatives. Oh, there's a weird one here. I think it might be blackcurrant. They're not terrible, it's not that good.
Another American classic, Mike and Ike's. These are the sour mega mix version. Looks kind of just like a long jelly bean. Yeah, texturally basically a jelly bean. Again, it's just these vibrant colors that you really don't see in the UK anymore. Visually spectacular. We also have Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. These are one that I think, again, has kind of transcended the line now between being an American candy and just being a sweet that we have in the UK. These are the bigger cup versions. I have to say, overall, I do like these, even though it's the American chocolate and also the American peanut butter. I think I'm just such a sucker for peanut and chocolate as a combo that I'm willing to overlook those things when it comes to a Reese's cup. One of the best flavor combinations, hands down. Depending on which supermarket you go to, you might be able to find other options as well. I've definitely seen things like Twizzlers in the past, maybe Butterfingers, or like Hershey's chocolate syrup. Now let's take a look at some items which are the same in both countries but go by different names. For instance, these UK cereals are called Frosties, Cocoa Pops, and Sultana Bran. We also have Curiously Cinnamon, which unfortunately I couldn't find today.
In the US, we call them Frosted Flakes, Cocoa Krispies, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Raisin Bran.
In the UK, we call this vegetable an aubergine, and this one a courgette. The little leafy herb that you might sprinkle on a taco, that's called coriander.
In the US, we call them zucchini, eggplant, and cilantro.
The average UK family spends around £5,304 a year on groceries.
In the US, the household spending average is $5,700.
Regardless of what the average household is purchasing, the money will probably go to one of these 10 corporations. What about the prices of common items in both countries?
Ground beef makes up 40% of the US beef sales. Average price per pound is $4.43.
In the UK, the average cost of minced beef per kilogram is £6.84. Once again, our meat is less expensive.
I've been to the UK and I've tasted their chicken and their beef. Gotta say, not impressed.
I could not disagree more strongly, Joe. Having now done a bunch of trips with you as well, trying the beef, trying the chicken in both countries, British beef is clear by miles. Chicken, maybe the difference is slightly less noticeable, but I have to say, yeah, the beef, man, you can really taste the difference in quality. It turns out that the US imposes a sizable markup on imported British items. For example, here in the UK, our smallest Marmite jar is around £2.50. Over in the US, that same jar will cost you $9.99, which is around £8. Can't live without your beans on toast? Well, it's going to cost you. A tin of baked beans at a Tesco will cost you around £1.40. US cans are actually slightly smaller and will cost you around £4.37. Americans are paying almost $1 more per 100 grams for their baked beans than we are.
Is it the same the other way? Let's look at US imports in the UK. These strawberry Pop-Tarts in the US run about $3.99. In the UK, they're about £3.30. Yes, it is more. This box of 10 Twinkies in the US is shockingly cheap, about $4. In the UK, I'm seeing the same box for £6. Now I know it's just a few pounds or dollars, but I have to say it, at any price, not worth it.
Tesco is the UK's most popular grocery chain, with Tesco Express being its most common format. The average size of a Tesco is around 3,000 square feet.
Our biggest is Walmart, with its supercenters being the most popular store. A Walmart supercenter in the US is 187,000 square feet.
Perhaps a fairer comparison would be a US Walmart versus a UK Asda. Asda, which is actually owned by Walmart, has larger stores on average because they tend not to operate in city centres. An Asda superstore, or as we say in the UK, a big Asda, is around 60,000 square feet.
In the US, each week, 255 million people visit a Walmart. It employs 1.6 million people.
Tesco in the UK employs over 300,000 people. It says it serves millions of people every week, but doesn't provide a specific number. They do claim that 70% of the UK population lives less than 5 kilometres away from a Tesco. They are pretty ubiquitous. The UK has regulations that supermarkets have to adhere to. For example, the width of the aisles has to be at least 1,200 millimetres or 47 inches to allow customers with mobility issues to access them.
The ADA requires aisles to be a minimum of 36 inches or 914.5 millimeters.
Bigger stores often means more variety. Tesco in the UK offers around 90,000 products.
Whereas Walmart has 140,000 products in stores. One thing I don't think the US is clamoring for is haggis. Shout out to Scotland. Haggis has been banned in the US since 1971 because it has sheep's lung in it. All livestock lungs in the US are regulated and forbidden because fluids like stomach acid from the animal can get trapped in the lungs. This can increase to the presence of microorganisms and environmental toxins. We'll stick with our delicious red 40, thank you very much.
It also turns out that Kinder eggs are banned in the US. The US has a rule prohibiting non-nutritive objects in food. In this case, it's the little plastic egg containing a toy. Worth noting that Kinder Joy candy is still allowed in the US. Something about Kinder chocolate, man. It's so delicious. And there it is. Let's see what we got as well. Beautiful. It's very funny to me that Americans will put chlorine and various other chemicals in their food, but they draw the line at little koalas. Because the US stores are so much bigger, they tend to cater more towards bulk buying, which I think in general is more of a US thing. I think partly due to economic factors, people are starting to bulk buy slightly more here in the UK, but I'd say overall, still more of an American thing. Joe, are you a bulk shopper?
Absolutely. My pantry is packed with dry goods, toilet paper, dried mango. I am ready for the next pandemic.
In the UK, it's pretty common to find food products with the Union Jack flag on them. When they see this, Brits are led to believe that by buying that product, they're supporting local farmers. There has been some controversy because all the flag means is that the manufacturer is in Britain, while the food can contain ingredients from elsewhere. When you're checking out at a UK supermarket, you bag your own groceries. Is that not the case in the US, Joe?
Nope. Usually it's a cashier or bagger who bags our groceries. Last time I was in a grocery store in London, I mentioned something about bagging my order, and she paused for a moment and then asked, "Are you from the States?" In which I realized she wasn't bagging anything.
We found all the differences between the Whole Foods hot bar in the US and the UK. This is Food Wars. It wouldn't really make sense to compare portion sizes for this episode because it's self-service, so you can kind of choose however much you want. What we'll do instead is compare some options you'll find in both the US and the UK. There's actually not that much overlap when it comes to the hot bar offerings in both countries, but we're going to start with the mac and cheese. I gotta say, looks really good. I'm impressed. This might be the best thing I've had today so far. Yeah, the texture is spot on. The sauce is like silky, glossy, creamy. Genuinely like blown away by the Whole Foods mac and cheese. That's incredible.
Here's what our mac and cheese looks like here in the US. Everyone raves about this mac and cheese. People here really like it. I'm gonna take a piece of the crispy top. The flavor is pretty good. Add a little hot sauce or something just to add a little kick, but it's not bad. Next up, we have the pepperoni pizza. We are gonna weigh this slice to see how much bigger or smaller it is than the UK's. Our pepperoni pizza slice comes out to 214 grams.
That's a pretty hefty slice. I'd put that around like 288 grams.
And while we're here, let's just count how many pieces of pepperoni we get. We have
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I would add 2 more whole pepperonis based on the halves I see, so that comes out to about 14 pepperonis.
Here we also have the mushroom and caramelized onion pizza. I love mushrooms, love caramelized onion.
We also have a caramelized onion and mushroom slice. I would say that Whole Foods Hot Bar is known for all of its side options. Here we have the potato salad, coleslaw, and broccoli. I am not the biggest fan of potato salad, but let's take a little bite. I actually like the potato salad way more than I like the macaroni salad. That's good.
Here we have the UK versions of the potato salad, the coleslaw, and of course, the broccoli. I'm not actually sure in the UK how common potato salad is. It might just be one of those things that I'm blind to because I haven't grown up eating a lot of it. But I feel like it's not like a staple in the UK maybe, in the same way that it is in the US. Yeah, the mouthfuls where you get more of the bits are good. I think it's some red onion and also some celery, both of which give it a bit of a kick, which I think you need because otherwise it's just potatoes and mayonnaise, which, well, you know, delicious in their own way, not the most balanced, flavorful meal. What is there to say about coleslaw? It's fine. They've made almost no effort to take that above and beyond. This is what the UK broccoli looks like. It's steamed broccoli. Here is everything from a Whole Foods hot bar in the UK that you won't find in the US.
Here's everything you'll find at the US Whole Foods Hot Bar that you won't be able to find in the UK.
Let's start with what I guess would be the main course items, the real main events. We're starting with a banger. At a UK Whole Foods hot bar, you will find cottage pie. Now, for those who aren't familiar with cottage pie, it's a British delicacy, one of the staples of British cuisine. Basically, you take a mixture of beef mince, vegetables, which in this case seem to include peas, carrots, probably some onion in there as well, and you cook it all down, and then you top it with mashed potato and cheese before baking it all into one delicious mass. Cheers. Yeah, I'm kind of impressed, you know. Next up here, we have the jalapeno chimichurri beef bavette. Bavette, for the American audience, is I think what we call flank steak. I love chimichurri and steak, such a good combination. The people of Argentina really popped off with that one. It's fine. It's definitely overcooked and a bit chewy. Flank steak, or bavette steak, is a much sort of thinner and traditionally cheaper cut because it is a bit tough. So you have to treat it well. And I'm not sure they've done the best job of it here. Next up we have cod bites. These are pretty straightforward. Pieces of cod which are breaded and fried. Cod is probably the most popular fish in the UK, I would say, especially when it comes to whitefish. It's kind of the default or the gold standard. I quite like that. It's like a slightly more grown-up fish finger. Next up we have some pesto chicken. Doesn't look super appetizing. In addition to the pesto, there's also some veggies in there as well. Got some courgette or zucchini, It's actually pretty good. I like the flavor. It's like creamy, but quite fresh as well. Next up is beef lasagna. I love lasagna. If they've done a really bad job, then it will make me sad. Yeah, I don't love that. They've gone way too heavy on the tomato, which might sound like a weird thing to say about lasagna, but my favorite lasagnas are the more meaty, I suppose. Here we have an orzo pasta with asparagus. I actually get a lot more pea than asparagus in this one. Still tasty, just like slightly false advertising. I was expecting a stronger asparagus flavor. Here we have some barbecue pork. I'm kind of intrigued by this one. It's barbecue pork in, I would say, more of the sort of Chinese barbecue sense. You get some chili in there, 5 spice. I'm into it, it's good. Because we got to the Whole Foods nice and early today, they actually still had their hot breakfast menu. Just to point out, this didn't come in a pre-assembled box. I did have to make my own box, and if you want just the individual items, you can also get them. But if you kind of get all of them, it forms what I would say is like a broad approximation of a full English breakfast. We have our egg-based dish here, which is like an omelette with some herbs in there as well. We have what are effectively like fancy baked beans. You got some grilled or maybe roasted mushrooms, some tomatoes with some spinach, and these adorable teeny little sausages. It might not be the most traditional full English I've ever had, but it's pretty tasty. Whole Foods in the UK also has chicken wings. They also come in a few different flavors. You can either just get plain, you can get piri piri, which we love in the UK, you can get barbecue wings, or buffalo wings. It's a pretty good wing, like the flavor is good, bit too gentle, maybe? If that's supposed to be piri piri, they got to up their game.
For our hot foods here in the US, we've got Cajun blackened fish and chimichurri chicken legs, zucchini vindaloo, potato samosas, chicken tikka masala. I feel like Harry would want me to try this chicken tikka masala, but it looks so pink that I fear for my life and will not be taking a bite. Let's see if the samosa is any good. I desperately need some dipping sauce, but it tastes pretty good. Out of all the cuisines Whole Foods offer, I do see a lot of Indian dishes specifically, probably because they try to cater to vegan and vegetarian people. Chana masala. That's not bad. This is pretty tasty. Mashed potatoes, barbecue meatloaf. Let's take a bite of the mashed potatoes. They look pretty underwhelming. Like there's not a seasoning in sight. I think they might just be potatoes. They're very buttery and well salted, so that's kind of nice, but I do wish that there was like a little something extra in them. Next, let's take a bite of this barbecue meatloaf. This is like very school lunchy to me. That it doesn't look good, but I promise you it smells really good. I know it looks horrid, okay? I know, but it tastes amazing actually. I really, really like this. It's like sweet and like caramelized from all the barbecue sauce and really flavorful on the inside. I think it's got like onions or something. Some sort of mystery vegetables in this, but it tastes really good. And we've got chicken strips. These are huge. I feel like they're too big to be called chicken strips. Oh, this chicken's cooked. We're good. I'm gonna eat it. That was just okay. Those taste like frozen chicken tenders.
Here are some of the sides we found at our UK hot bar. One thing that seems to be exclusive to the UK is chips. These are, I guess, a thicker cut than maybe like a French fry would be. Pretty good, fine. The next side we have are spinach and mint peas. If you like peas, if you like spinach, you will not be disappointed. That's really tasty. Next up we have rosemary potatoes. Just a little bit too dense for me in the middle. They're pretty good. Not incredible, pretty good. Then a slightly unusual one that we found today. Here is some succotash. It's effectively just corn and butter beans, or I think as Americans call them lima beans, which are cooked down with some herbs and spices. There's some peppers in there, some chilies. It's very sweet. A lot of sweetness from the corn. Pretty good.
And in the US, we have herb roasted potatoes, chipotle lime sweet potatoes, carrots with spring herbs, sesame steamed vegetables. The sesame steamed vegetables smell really good, so let's take a bite. Yeah, these are so good, mostly just because they taste like sesame. And we have white rice, brown rice, and lemon rice.
Another part of the Whole Foods hot bar experience is the pizza. We have a few exclusive slices in the UK. Firstly, we have a margherita. You guys call this a cheese pizza, but they are the same thing. We have two chicken pizza options. Firstly, we have this buffalo chicken pizza, although I'm a little bit concerned because it looks like it's covered in mold. I guess maybe this is like a blue cheese dressing, which is effectively just mold, and they've kind of spattered it, and the way it's spattered makes it look like mold growth. Not the most appetizing thing though. I feel like I have to try a bit for science to confirm if it is in fact blue cheese. I am relieved to announce that it is blue cheese. We also have another chicken option, which is barbecue chicken. It's fine, it's okay. Our final exclusive slice that we got today was ham, asparagus, and ricotta. I'm now realizing that's not ricotta, that is very much goat's cheese. I would describe that as like an ambitious pizza. If you like your pizzas a little out there, give that one a try. I think personally, I would stick to the classics.
Here are all the pizza options you'll find at the US Hot Bar. We've got cheese, which I think the UK does have.
Margarita.
I actually do like how this cheese looks. It's not the best piece of pizza I've ever had, but coming from a grocery store where you can buy just by the slice like this, it's pretty good. Next, we have garlic ricotta, grilled vegetables. This looks like when all of your vegetables are going bad and you're like, let me figure out something to make with all these. Barbecue chicken? Question mark. I feel like there's maybe a faint sweetness that's coming from the barbecue sauce. I think they might have put it as the base sauce, but there's not enough for them to call this a barbecue slice, in my opinion. I feel like I barely get any barbecue. And then we have the supreme pizza. I think I would still rather get food from the actual hot bar, like those entrees, instead of pizza. This is not it.
Whole Foods in the UK has an extensive salad bar. Interestingly, over here, it's a separate thing to the hot bar. So if you get a salad box, it's one of these folded cardboard boxes. Whereas if you get a hot bar, it's served in one of these cardboard boxes with a plastic lid. There is a price difference between the two, which means that you're not really supposed to mix and match between them. So for example, if I got a salad box, I wouldn't really be allowed to walk over to the hot bar and put a scoop of mac and cheese in there. At the salad bar, you can either piece your own salad together from individual ingredients, or there are a few preset salad options. They've slightly merged into one, but the ones that we have today include this roasted Mediterranean vegetable salad, this sesame chili salad, and then honestly, not sure which one's which, but I think we have a kale and quinoa salad, and also a harissa salad couscous.
Aside from the customizable salad bar, we've also got a ton of pre-made salad options. Let's start with our more vegetable-heavy options, a more traditional salad. First up, we have Caesar salad. I'm a big Caesar salad girl, so I do want to try this Caesar, even though it looks underwhelming. It's not bad, but it does feel like the dressing does come from a bottle, and I really hate bottled Caesar dressing. I like it when it's like freshly made, so this is just okay to me. Next, we have artichoke salad. I've never had artichoke before ever, so I am interested to try it. No, I don't like it. This looks awful to me. It just looks like a plate of stuff. Next, we have cabbage crunch and Asian slaw. We have the kale Caesar, which has boiled eggs in it. They're making some weird choices down at the Whole Foods hot bar. We have the field greens and goat cheese, and the summer corn and tomato. And we've got some grain/pasta salads too. First up, we have the classic macaroni salad. It's like very, very saucy. It's not very good. There's something about the Whole Foods hot bar where they'll take foods that I've eaten like my whole life and make them just like a little weird. Like this doesn't taste like a normal macaroni salad. It tastes like an idea of macaroni salad, but it's not right. Like it's just a little off. Next we have smoked mozzarella pasta salad, spinach feta orzo, miso adzuki farro, ranchero wheatberry salad, lemon cucumber herb couscous salad, bistro pasta salad, strawberry spinach and feta salad, grilled barbecue tofu with mango salad. Let's take a bite of this tofu. You can see the literal grill marks on it. I don't like that. For me personally, tofu has to be very seasoned for me to enjoy it. This just feels like they grilled the tofu and threw it into whatever the dressing is. So it's not doing enough for me to mask that tofu-y taste. So don't love that. Also don't love the dressing. It's just, I don't know. It's not very good. And ginger sesame chicken salad. I have never seen a chicken salad that looks like this. This just looks like pieces of chicken. I think I'm noticing a pattern where the sides are just not as good as some of the other hot foods we've already tried. I don't know, these are missing something.
In the UK, we have a small selection of exclusive soups. There were 3 options today. We have Mum's Chicken Soup. That's a little bit sad, a little bit underwhelming. Next up, we have a minestrone soup. That's pretty good. Nice, rich, tomatoey taste. And then finally, we have a Burmese coconut soup. That's really good.
Here are all the exclusive soups in the US. We've got New England clam chowder, carrot ginger, potato and leek, shrimp and andouille sausage gumbo. It smells like what gumbo should smell like, but I can't go off of that. The consistency looks kind of weird. Very watery and very bland. Vegan lentil dal with spinach and 5 lobster bisque. It's lobster bisque. This was the soup that when we opened the lid, it was still boiling hot in the container. Like you saw it actually boiling in the container. I don't feel like that's safe. Like the soup should be hot, just not boiling hot while people are serving it. It doesn't taste terrible. The consistency is bizarre. The consistency is very baby food-like. It feels like it's melting in my mouth as soon as it touches my tongue, but not in a pleasant way. So here is my perfect hot bar plate from Whole Foods. I feel like typically what I go for is some kind of protein, a cold pasta salad, just because I love pasta salad, and a couple of vegetable items. The thing about the vegetables though is that some are really heavy. Some of the proteins are also really heavy. So I tried to keep that in mind when plating, just because Whole Foods is so expensive. My total weight came out to around 442 grams, which if you convert that to pounds and multiply by the weight, the total price was $13.57. So let's talk about what I got. This is the chimichurri chicken legs. They smelled really, really good. So let's take a bite. Tastes good. The chicken looks cooked. I'm happy with that. I also got the lemon cucumber herbed couscous salad. I love couscous. No, I wouldn't get that again. It tastes like a mouthful of lemon dish soap. I got carrots with spring herbs, which I don't normally go for carrots, but they sounded yummy to me. They feel very firm and undercooked though. I think the herbs taste like slightly burnt and the carrot is undercooked, so no, wouldn't get that again. And then I got the herb roasted potatoes. These were also very firm when I was picking them up, which makes me think they're also undercooked, but let's see. They're undercooked. The thing about the hot bar is that everything looks pretty good and smells kind of good. All the smells are mingling together. But once you actually pick up stuff that you've never tried before, it's really easy to go in either direction, love it or hate it. I hated a lot of food today. Out of 10, I would give this plate maybe a 5.5. And most of those points are going to the chicken.
Nico challenged me to assemble my ideal hot bar plate. I'm gonna be honest, I think I panicked a bit, not super thrilled with my choices, but here's what I've ended up with. I ended up with a bit of the cottage pie, which to be fair, I did actually quite like. I went for some of the rosemary potatoes, which in hindsight were a little bit disappointing, I can't lie. I did get some of that excellent mac and cheese in there, so I'm happy with that decision. And then I added some of those mint spinach peas. All in all, I will say I'm like reasonably happy with this. I could probably have chosen better, given a bit more time and the benefit of hindsight. All in all, I'd probably back this as like a sort of 6.57 out of 10. I was a little bit surprised when we got to the till because this thing ended up weighing 540 grams and costing me £12.95. I think that for the amount of food that I got and for the overall quality and enjoyment level, I think almost £13 is a bit steep.
About a month ago, I went to Whole Foods to do research for this video and saw that the price per pound was $11.99. Since then, that has gone up to $13.99 per pound.
In the UK, the Whole Foods hot bar costs £2.40 per 100 grams. To bring that in line with the US figure, that's $13.64 per pound.
Whole Foods isn't exactly known for being affordable here in America. It was actually nicknamed Whole Paycheck for a while because of how expensive it is. In 2017, Whole Foods was acquired by Amazon and prices did get lower for a bit, but they've since gone back up and it's still one of the most expensive grocery chains in the US.
Whole Foods is definitely considered a more high-end grocery chain here in the UK, maybe comparable to something like a Waitrose. Even compared to Waitrose, I would say Whole Foods is probably less accessible, if nothing else just because of the fact that there aren't that many in the UK. Whole Foods only has 7 stores in the UK, pretty much all of which are in London, whereas Waitrose has, I think, around 329, and they're all around the country. The lack of brand awareness and popularity for Whole Foods in the UK, combined with its high prices, has definitely hit its sales. In 2022, Whole Foods reported a loss of £26.3 million, combined with a 2.9% drop in sales. In response, Whole Foods has tried to incorporate some well-loved UK brands into its range in order to lure in shoppers with some familiarity.
Hot bars have become increasingly popular throughout the years, with more and more grocery stores implementing them to bring in extra revenue. Whole Foods in particular has a pretty big following when it comes to its hot bar. I have friends who don't even shop at Whole Foods, they just go in for the hot bar. I think people think the high price is worth it because they think the quality is good. That's kind of Whole Foods' whole thing, is their quality standards. And Whole Foods actually doesn't even make their food in-house. It hasn't since 2017. After quite a few food safety issues, Whole Foods closed its in-store kitchens and switched to a third-party food production facility for its prepared foods. So they make the food, they send it off to Whole Foods, and then Whole Foods heats it up and serves it.
I think there's some supermarket psychology behind what makes hot bars so appealing. People are often willing to spend a little bit more just for the convenience. It's very easy to overfill your container and then end up paying a little bit more. And also just seeing it there and experiencing the smells does make it pretty tempting. Buffet-style dining is definitely still popular in the UK and it's something that Brits do enjoy. I do think it's had a drop in popularity, obviously as a result partly of the pandemic, and just general consumer habits changing as well.
I used to frequent the hot bar a lot pre-COVID, but since then, I rarely go. I definitely feel a little scared to get sick from food a lot of strangers have been touching. I've also read too many horror stories about hot bar/buffet food, like people getting really serious illnesses or rat poison being sprayed on the food. That one actually happened at a Whole Foods. Look it up. When it comes to the foods that I think are worth it at the hot bar, you know I love that meatloaf. It was actually pretty tasty to me. I do think the mashed potatoes were fine. They have a lot of great range with their salad options, which I thought was pretty nice. I definitely avoid the pizza. Check your chicken, make sure it's not pink when you cut into it. Be suspicious at the Whole Foods hot bar. Whole Foods is known for its organic products. It says it's the first and only certified organic national grocery store. All of its organic foods have to meet several quality standards. They've banned over 300 colors, preservatives, flavors, and other additives like high fructose corn syrup, and they've got this huge list of banned ingredients on their website, which I will show you on the screen now.
Here in the UK, Whole Foods has banned over 230 ingredients from its stores. I think that number's lower because the UK and the EU already outlaw some chemicals that you guys are using in the US, but unfortunately in the UK we can't see the full list, so I can't be certain.
There is research that says organic diets can lead to less pesticide exposure, which in turn might help prevent certain diseases, but when it comes to nutrition, there's not much of a difference between organic and regular diets.
Another way Whole Foods claims to maintain its ingredient quality is through its animal welfare standards. For example, one of its baseline standards is that all of its beef, cattle, sheep, and goats must spend at least 2/3 of their life on pasture. I guess this would be a good point for me to admit that I really have never been to a Whole Foods before. I think today was maybe the second time in my life that I've been to a Whole Foods. I think if I had to pick a few things that Whole Foods was maybe slightly known for in the UK, it would probably be maybe some bougie snacks, things like green juice. I think generally things that are associated more with that kind of like LA influencer culture.
I think in America, people definitely associate Whole Foods with organic food. That's like their whole big thing. They also have a lot of health and wellness vibes. One of the core values on Whole Foods website is to nourish people and the planet. They give off this very go green, all natural, organic health vibe, which is what they're most associated with here. You walk into a Whole Foods here and they have a lot of like supplements, vitamins, soaps that are all handmade and organic. So I feel like they're trying to give you the feel of like a farmer's market or something, just in a grocery store setting. Whole Foods has a distribution partnership with UNFI, which is a natural and organic food distributor that's recently been seeing an uptick in unionization amongst its workers. This past May, Whole Foods and UNFI renewed their partnership, which is interesting considering that Whole Foods tracks stores that are at risk of unionizing. Union busting is not uncommon for large companies, but it is.
I don't even really know if I have any Whole Foods hot takes, to be honest. I've, like I say, not established enough of an opinion on it to know. I do think it's expensive. I don't think there is an enormous amount of demand for it among the UK. I'm just not really sure who it's serving other than this kind of bougie London elite.
After today, I'm a Whole Foods hater. I think I have to be. The food wasn't worth the price in my opinion, but whatever, they'll be fine.
So this is how I think you're supposed to make a tea. Put it in there, kind of do one of these. And I'm assuming the longer it's in, the stronger it is, correct? Did I wait long enough?
Usually they recommend you wait 3 to 5 minutes.
3 to 5 minutes?
That was what, 10 seconds?
What? How long is 3 minutes? I'm thirsty now.